Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
666, Big Lance, fuck him. If we do the count of Moshi land, we can all go to the capital to develop. 95. Right. Once the Earl of Moshi land dies, the capital will be dominated by Lance again, and there is no villain at all, so we can rest assured to develop. This is the meaning of the villain. The Earl of Moshling eliminated the other big villains, and finally made us a wedding dress. I didn't expect that the Earl of Moshling would become a holy son. Fortunately, there is a big boss Lance, otherwise, we would not have to play. At this time, in the protagonist group, after Lance made a few words in it, they all boiled. The protagonists in it knew that Lance had met Sumo, and they all clamored for Lance to kill Sumo. After knowing that Sumo had actually become the Holy Sea's holy son, these protagonists became more worried. Now, Lance came forward to deal with Sumo, and these protagonists were all looking forward to it. Lance is indeed not simple. In the past, he was cultivated in the special space of the Holy See, and his understanding of the outside world was limited to the words of other protagonists. After he came out, through the reactions of some personnel in the Holy See, it was quickly deduced. Sumo is 100% the son of the new moon goddess. But that's it, this Lance is still not cowardly and still has the confidence to defeat Sumo. How about the Son of God? The greatest support of the Sun is the God of Heaven. However, the new moon goddess also values his abilities. You must know that in the previous test, Lance single-handedly raised the piety of all believers in a large diocese. This is also very meaningful to God. The more devout a believer is, the more faith God receives. Just put him in the position of Archbishop. He can raise the piety of all people in the entire New Moon Kingdom to a higher level. At that time, the goddess of the new moon will have to enshrine him as the Gold Master. A little holy sun in front of him is not a matter of being crushed to death at will. Opposite, Sumo has also seen Lance. However, his eyes only glanced at once, as if he didn't notice it, and then looked at Bishop Farron. Are you pretending you don't know each other? Lance's eyes were full of playfulness, but he didn't provoke Sumo. Count, you're back. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Lance I mentioned earlier, my successor. Bishop Phelan was very enthusiastic when he saw Sumo's return. After a warm greeting, Bishop Farron couldn't wait to introduce Lance. Sumo's eyes were on Lance. Lance showed a self-confident smile and then extended his hand. The Earl of Moshi land, I have long admired his name. Indeed, a long-awaited name. In the past few days, the name of the Earl of Moshi land is about to explode his eyes. It also made him extremely annoyed, and he wanted to remove the name from his vision for a long time, make it gray, and never appear again. It is rare for the protagonist to take the initiative to shake hands with the villain. This scene, in Lance's view, is a small, famous scene on his growth path. In the future, when he becomes the strongest protagonist, maybe he can publish an autobiography to restore this scene. Let people know how he killed the Earl of Mosher, who was making waves in the capital, killing both the protagonist and villain in the capital. There was some pride in Lance's heart. Then, he saw that on the opposite side, Sumo didn't reach out. But looking at him, are you going to turn around now? Lance didn't feel embarrassed. He still had a calm smile on his face and looked at Sumo calmly. He is not afraid of Sumo turning his face now. This is the core area of the Holy See. Cardinal Phelan was next to him. Not only that, but there are a large number of bishops here. In the dark, there are also strong guards. Even if Sumo turned his face in public, he couldn't help him. On the contrary, it will make Sumo's own reputation worse, and it will leave a stain in the Holy See in the future. It is not very suitable for a person with blemish to be a holy son. Therefore, Lance feels that now he has mastered the initiative. Even if Sumo reached out, Lance seemed more graceful. Sumo doesn't reach out, that's even better. He is a winner anyway. Although the first round of teaching was not fatal, he already had the upper hand. In Lance's view, there will be more teachings like this in the future. Little by little, he would suppress Su-Mo and make Su-Mo keep losing ground in the Holy See, until Su-Mo could no longer take advantage of the Holy See's power. At that time, Su-Mo can only let him clean up. At that time, he should also be a red-clothed archbishop. As an archbishop, it was too easy for him to deal with a lost nobleman. The Earl of the Blackstone Land? He is the Lance, I said. What, do you know him? Beside him, seeing that Su-Mo didn't extend his hand, Bishop Farron quickly said again. He thought Su-Mo hadn't heard it before. After all, it is the Son of God. Anyone who wants to shake hands with the Son of God, is it possible? After Su-Mo's eyes stayed on Lance for a few seconds, he slowly stretched out his right hand and held Lance's hand. Beside, Bishop Farron's reaction to Su-Mo is a little strange, but he didn't think much of it. Has your lord seen me before? Lance said with a playful smile as he shook hands with Su-Mo. At this time, he felt that a warm energy quickly entered his body through his right hand. What are you doing? Lance's expression changed. After the energy entered his body, it quickly dissipated and sprang up in his body. Even if his own strength is already very strong, but in the face of this energy, it has no effect. What happened? Bishop Farron's expression changed drastically. The figure flashed, and a powerful sanctuary also appeared, holding Lance's hand and checking it. Don't worry, this is the divine energy bestowed by the goddess last time. It won't cause any harm to you. You are a bit like a guy I have seen before, so I need to check you. 99. Su-Mo said lightly. It is indeed the divine energy of the goddess. It is very soft and will not cause any harm to him. The sanctuary released Lance's hand and said. Bishop Farron breathed a sigh of relief. Lance also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gave a false alarm. At the same time, he also secretly decided that he would never be so close to Su-Mo in the future. To prevent Su-Mo from taking a risk, come and force a change. This guy, is it just to scare me? Lance thought. He was a little regretful for his reaction just now. It was him who had the upper hand. As a result, being so frightened by Su-Mo, he lost his demeanor. Earl, rest assured, we have checked countless times, and there will be absolutely no problem. Bishop Phelan said. Su-Mo looked at Lance and said lightly, I don't need to check it again, who knows? If there is no response from the goddess energy, it means that he is really fine. After speaking, Su-Mo beckoned, and a team of high-level magicians was summoned. You cover him with magic to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Yes. 35. The team of high-level magicians took action one after another. Lance was upset. If I'm fine, are you going to apologize to me? As soon as his voice fell, a large amount of divine energy entered his heart. These sacred energies had just entered his heart, and at his heart, a large amount of demonic energy seemed to have been stimulated and exploded. His whole being was instantly enveloped by demonic energy. Demon, how is that possible? Bishop Farron's face changed dramatically. Not only him, but all the bishops around, the complexion changed drastically at the same time. Because the demonic energy that erupted from Lance's heart was too terrifying, not only terrifying, but also very much. He didn't expect that Lance, whom he had chosen as his successor, had such a strong demonic energy hidden in his heart. Sky, has this Lance's heart been corrupted by demons? Why were the previous inspections completely undetected? What are those magicians doing? How is this possible? Lance's complexion also changed. Even if he had always been as calm as him, he was immediately stunned. How could there be so much demon energy in his heart? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Didn't he know himself yet? He had never been exposed to demonic energy. His gold finger determines that he is destined to take the route of the Holy See. How can he touch the devil's things? It's you. It's definitely your ghost. Lance pointed at Su-Mo and shouted. Bold, the energy released by the Earl has been checked by so many of us, and it is completely the divine energy bestowed by the goddess. You're dying, and you still want to wrong the Earl. A sorcerer shouted. The energy in Lance's body was first checked by a sanctuary. Then, after being checked by a group of magicians, the group of magicians also personally took action to monitor the movement of this energy. This is pure, divine energy. 100% no problem. Moreover, this energy is bestowed by the new moon goddess. What could be wrong? To them, this is nothing but Lance's dying struggle. This is impossible. This is what he did. He wants to kill me. I ask to check again, even if the goddess personally check. Seeing that all the magicians were standing guard for Sumo, Lance panicked. Hearing Lance's words, Bishop Farron hesitated. But right now, 35 foot. Lance spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his chest in disbelief, where a dagger was inserted. The dagger hit his heart, and it also caused a stronger demonic energy to appear in the heart. Feeling that his life was rapidly being lost, Lance pointed at Sumo with a look of disbelief on his face. Before he came out, he imagined many situations of confrontation with Sumo. In his view, it is nothing but a struggle for power in the Holy See. Then watch out for Sumo's secret hand, that's it. In his opinion, this matchup is very exciting enough to give birth to many famous scenes. In the future, it will also become a very important part of his record. He is destined to step on the Earl of the Moshi land and walk towards the vast sea of stars. This meeting was also carefully planned by him. He wants to overwhelm the Earl of the Blackstone land, who is wearing a dazzling aura. But he never imagined that things would turn out like this. The Earl of the Blackstone territory, he did not know what he did to make such a terrifying demon energy appear in his body. Not only that. In order to prevent him from turning over, the other party forcibly killed him in front of so many bishops at the headquarters of the Holy See. This method is too decisive. Too sharp. It was so severe that Lance felt a chill even before he died. Now he finally understands. Why do the protagonists of the sign-in stream have a mental breakdown? Why did the protagonist of Sweeping Monks lose so quickly? Why in the entire Crescent King City, so many were the protagonists and villains of incomparably excellent people crossing before crossing, and as a result, none of them have ever fought against the Earl of Moshi land. But he still couldn't figure it out. How did that demon energy appear? The one used by the Earl of the Blackstone land is clearly the divine energy of the goddess. Impossible to go wrong. In a sanctuary, there are still a large number of magicians staring at it. What should the Earl of Moshirland do? Impossible. If it was the demon energy injected by the Earl of Moshiland, it would be discovered immediately, and then the Earl of Moshiland would be dead. How did divine energy become demonic energy? He can't figure it out. Not reconciled to lose like this. Help me, this is definitely his fault. Lance shouted that even if his heart was stabbed, he could still turn over. As long as the high-level magician uses magic treatment, he can be rescued. Count. Bishop Farron's expression changed. Bishop, this man has long since become an apostle of the devil, and he is very good at disguising. A friend of mine was killed by him. I have been looking for him for years, and today I finally found him. If the bishop does not believe it, he can be checked. The heart, at the core of his heart, should have a very obscure mark of the devil. Sumo said lightly. Lance spat out a mouthful of blood. 243 save me first. He deliberately wants me to die. I come. A legendary magician appeared. First, a magic technique stabilized Lance's injury, and then penetrated his power into Lance's heart. This investigation, the magician was startled, and then his face changed drastically. Sure enough, it is very obscure, and it will become more obscure as time goes on. If it hadn't been found out by the Earl this time, when he officially became the Archbishop, even if the goddess personally checked it, it might not have been checked. The sorcerer said. Wow! The surrounding bishops were in an uproar. How is it possible? How is it possible? It is impossible. It is impossible. This is what he did. Lance was desperate and shouted. First, it was demon energy, and then it was the mark of the demon god. He didn't understand at all how this appeared. I also don't understand how Sumo did it. However, he had no chance. The injury is deteriorating rapidly. Lance's consciousness was also rapidly blurring. This is Lance, who has been cultivated by the core of the Holy See of the Crescent, and is preparing to show his strength. Just like that, when meeting Suemo for the first time. So killed. In fact, Suemo has many solutions to him. It's just a small silver-level villain, not worth Sumo's waste of too much time. As it happened, Suemo tried the light and dark power he had just acquired with him. The power of light and darkness can freely switch between the sacred and the dark. After he diluted the divine power of light and darkness, it was pure divine energy. When entering Lance's body, that power is still divine. But after entering his heart, it was converted into a dark attribute, and by the way, Sumo's mark of the devil was made. Very easy to solve. It doesn't need to be too much trouble at all. He still has a lot of things to do. He solved this guy, and he also went to a later trouble in the Crescent Holy See. Look, Lance's head is gray. I'm going, it's true, he's dead? How is that possible? F***CK, it's really dead. I'm going, the Earl of the Mwasher territory is too ruthless. He actually killed him at the Holy See headquarters. Family. When Lance was killed in the New Moon protagonist group, all the protagonists noticed it, and they were all extremely shocked. Lance said earlier that he met Suemo at the Holy See headquarters. In the royal capital, the protagonist and the villain are completely in a clear state, and due to the special circumstances of the royal capital, neither the protagonist nor the villain can do anything about the other. The protagonists have each found a suitable place for them to grow. Some joined the palace guards, some joined the temple knights, some entered the magic academy, and were even accepted as disciples by the sanctuary. 6699. At the beginning of the post, I talked about the situation of the New Moon capital. Interesting. A protagonist watched it with relish. He likes to watch the battles between the protagonist and the villain in other places, so that he can learn a lot of experience and lessons. However, the situation has changed since the Earl of Moshi Land arrived in the capital. Post here, the conversation changed. Seeing the words Earl of Moshi Ling, the protagonist became more interested. Such a famous villain, you can't go wrong if you know more about it. You might find it later. The first protagonist that the Earl of Mwasher territory solved, called Tanghua, was a temple knight in the Temple Knights Reserve Group. At that time, Tanghua provoked the Earl of Moshi territory. Who would have thought the Earl of Moshi territory borrowed knew the situation of the Moon Queen will be solved on the spot. The protagonist who watched the post raised his brows. Good guy, I will deal with the protagonist the next day in the capital. At this time, although both the protagonist and the villains feel that the Earl of Moshi Land is a little difficult, they still treat him as a bronze villain who only knows how to take advantage of the situation and eat soft food. In the next few days, the Earl of Mwasher Land did not make any movement. He passed the queen and brought the two protagonists of the palace guards with him. Although the two protagonists were frightened, he did not do anything. Until the blessing ceremony of the New Moon Goddess. This blessing ceremony originally was not the stage for the Earl of Mwasher, because several silver-level villains planned a shocking event, the invasion of the devil. Several silver-level villains tried to take advantage of the chaos caused by the invasion of the devil to kill the protagonist in the royal capital in one fell swoop. 9. Seeing this, the protagonist couldn't help but give a thumbs up. These villains are big enough that even the demon gods dare to take advantage of them. They deserve to be silver-level villains. They are personal characters. Fortunately, I have never encountered such a ruthless villain. The protagonist thought. His interest grew stronger. He has already killed a villain, and the villain who cannot deal with it can also be avoided in advance. I originally thought that these villains were not good, but I didn't expect that there are such large-scale villains in the New Moon Kingdom, and they actually thought of using the demon god to take over a dozen villains in the capital. If he encounters such a villain, he really may not survive. He continued to watch. On the day of the blessing ceremony, under the secret arrangement of several silver-level villains, millions of demons invaded, causing chaos in the capital. Then, the demon god appeared, and the entire capital was in complete chaos. In the square, when the 14 protagonists gathered together, the silver-level villain finally took action, and they were blocked by a silver-level villain with the sanctuary in the family. 35. And then, The avatars of the 14 protagonists were immediately grayed out, and they were killed without even sending a single message. We originally thought that the one who killed the 14 protagonists was the silver-level villain, until the record list was updated, until we knew that the silver-level villain and the family's sanctuary had been killed. And then we realized that all this was the result of MO. The Earl of Stoneland did it. Good guy. The protagonist of the post has actually understood it piecemeal, but not so detailed and systematic this time. He continued to look. Then, the demon god appeared, and the entire capital was in complete chaos. In the square, when the 14 protagonists gathered together, the silver-level villain finally took action, and they were blocked by a silver-level villain with the sanctuary in the family. 35. And then, the avatars of the 14 protagonists were immediately grayed out, and they were killed without even sending a single message. We originally thought that the one who killed the 14 protagonists was the silver-level villain, until the record list was updated, until we knew that the silver-level villain and the family's sanctuary had been killed. And then we realized that all this was the result of MO. The Earl of Stoneland did it. Good guy. The protagonist of the post has actually understood it piecemeal, but not so detailed and systematic this time. He continued to look. There are also a large number of bishops around. He wants to suppress Sumo's momentum. Who would have thought that in only 3 minutes, Lance was actually dead? Died in such a short time? Or die at the Holy See headquarters, surrounded by many bishops? Doesn't this mean that the Earl of Washerland dared to kill someone at the Holy See headquarters? For these protagonists, this is no ordinary scary. They were all terrified. P.S. Brothers with oranges yesterday, mysterious god, the peak of love and hate. The 5 brothers found the directory, the person set building, Lilith, that is the hidden head. After Lance's death, the entire Crescent City will no longer have a protagonist. The antagonists should be gone. After several silver villains were killed, some other minor villains were frightened and fled the capital. The current capital, whether it is the protagonist or the villain, has been emptied by Sumo. Come on, take his body down and dispose of it. Bishop Farron's voice sounded. Bishop Farron's mood was complicated. It was hard to find the best successor, but it turned out to be a demon believer in disguise. No wonder, his words are so deceptive. Every time he preaches the teachings, he can make ordinary people crazy. Beside, a bishop suddenly realized. As soon as he said it, the other bishops also reacted one by one, and each talked about Lance's anomaly. Beside, Sumo has opened the villain panel. This Lance is indeed just a silver-level villain, not yet at the gold level. Compared with other silver-level villains, Lance's Goldfinger is a bit special. His Goldfinger is called the Talent of Magic Stick. Currently in an uncollected state, Sumo does not yet know the specific role of this talent. Thinking of some of Lance's specific abilities, Sumo felt that this talent should have a very strong demagogic effect. Moreover, this effect is passive and others cannot perceive it at all. No wonder, Lance is like a duck to water in the Holy See. This kind of talent is naturally suitable for being a magic stick. Lance's body was carried away. Holy Sun, thanks to you this time, otherwise the consequences will be serious. This matter is my fault. I will go to the goddess to apologize. Bishop Farron's voice sounded. This old man is a little pity for Lance. It's a pity that such a good seedling has been contaminated by the devil. It's a pity, but Bishop Farron still knows the big picture. Seeing that a demon god believer actually sneaked into the Holy See and was trained by him as a successor, he almost became a red-clothed archbishop. Bishop Farron also knew that it was all his fault. Therefore, Bishop Phelan sincerely went to the church to pray. Some of the other bishops followed, and some were still chatting there. Sumo opens his own villain panel. Player, Sumo. Villain nickname, Phantom. Faction, Villains. Status, Count of the Washerland of the New Moon Kingdom, son of the Queen of the New Moon. Level, Silver. You can be upgraded to a gold-level villain if you have a gold-level Goldfinger, or the accumulated villain value reaches 5,000. 4,900/3550. Record, 26. Air Luck, 890. Goldfinger, Silver ring, picking attribute system. Bronze, Krypton gold system. Silver, holy talent. Bronze, crit talent. Silver. Not included. Laying strong system. Punching system 2. Official system. Adding point system. Fire magic enhancement talent. Bronze level. Magic stick talent. Warning distance. 25 kilometers. Rank none. This time, after succubo emptied the protagonist of the royal capital, he gained a lot. The accumulated villain value has reached 4,900, which is only 100 away from 5,000. After the cumulative villain value reaches 5,000, even if there is no gold level Goldfinger, you can upgrade the gold level villain. After reaching the gold level villain, the villain should have more authority. After scanning his own panel, succubo saw the Queen of the Crescent Moon walk in. "Mo, are you alright?" She heard about it and made a special trip to check the situation. "It's okay," succubo said lightly. At the same time, on the protagonist forum, a post appeared. The title of this post is "The Beginning and End of the New Moon King Capital Incident." Many protagonists clicked in curiously. As soon as I entered, some protagonists became interested because this post said that it was the first Earl of Moshirland who completed 10 kills a few days ago and made it to the record list. A few days ago, the King of the New Moon gathered nearly 20 protagonists and 10 villains, including 4 silver-level villains. 35. Afterwards, when many of our protagonists reviewed the game, we realized that the Earl of Moshirland was the secret traitor in this drama. 35. Originally, the protagonists were all scattered in the capital, but because of the hints to Wu Fan in the library by the Earl of Moshirland, the protagonists were misled, and all the protagonists were concentrated in the square. Then, the Earl of Moshirland took advantage of the chaos caused by the villain, with the aureole behind him, and swept up more than a dozen protagonists. This is not over yet. He even used his achievements against the devil to become the Holy Son of the Holy See in one fell swoop, and then used the power of the Holy See to eliminate all the villains in the capital. 6. And in the process of eliminating the villains, he also used those villains to raise 2 silver-level protagonists, just like fattening 2 pigs. 9. In the post, one-by-one incidents in the royal capital were mentioned. Although the person who posted the post did not participate in the Wangdu incident, many things were still unknown. But according to the words of the protagonists who were killed in the protagonist group, plus Zhuge Liang after the fact, except for some key points, his replay was not too bad. This Earl of the Blackstone Land is amazing. The protagonist of the post couldn't help but wonder. Those silver-level villains are all ruthless characters, but the Earl of Moshirland can wipe out these ruthless characters in one go. He also fed the 2 protagonists. I'm afraid those 2 protagonists are despairing even if they have risen to the silver level. The post is not over yet. Next, the post wrote the scene in which the Earl of the Blackstone territory killed the remaining more difficult villains one by one. The protagonist who read the post couldn't help but stand up when he saw that the Earl of Moshirland was actually at the Holy See headquarters and killed a protagonist who had been trained by the Holy See Corps and was about to become the successor of the Red-Cloved Archbishop. F***ck, you dare to kill? How did you kill it? The protagonist's face was full of surprise. He wanted to know how the Earl of Moshir territory was killed, but the protagonist of the post didn't seem to know either, just guessing. Although I don't know exactly how it was killed, there is no doubt that if the Earl of Moshirland dares to kill, he will have enough confidence to escape. Moreover, the Earl of the Blackstone territory can kill a protagonist face-to-face at the Holy See headquarters. This new Moon Kingdom. I'm afraid it will soon become a nightmare for other protagonists. Okay. The protagonist in the New Moon Kingdom will soon cry, the protagonist thought. At the same time, he was glad that he was not in the New Moon Kingdom. At the end of the post, I am still calling on all the protagonists to grow up in the future, and they must be the first to kill the Earl of Moshirland. Otherwise, with the terrifying performance of the Earl of Moshirland, I am afraid that none of the protagonists will have a way out. Post is over. The protagonist is still in awe. After reading it again, he looked at the message. Below the post, tens of thousands of messages from other protagonists have been swiped. Many protagonists were shocked by this post. Although they knew about the Earl of Moshi Land before, they didn't know much. This post introduces the incident in the New Moon capital in detail. This incident is probably the biggest movement since the game started. A few silver-level villains, even the demon gods, have come out. But even so, they still failed miserably. Not only them, but their opponents, all the protagonists in the royal capital, also suffered a crushing defeat. The Earl of Moshi-land has become the biggest winners. Get the protagonist and villain in one fell swoop. Such an Earl of the Inkstone Land is simply too terrifying. Soon, this post went viral on the protagonist forum. In each protagonist group, it is also a crazy spread. F***K. 35. After watching many protagonists, they will unconsciously dedicate a sentence, F***K. You were killed by the Earl of the Blackstone Land. Bright red text appeared, announcing the end of this simulation. Damn, there's no end to it. A nearly collapsed voice sounded. The owner of the voice is the protagonist of that golden simulator. These days, he has been constantly simulating every day. With more and more experience, the effect of his simulation is getting better and better. The harvest is also increasing. But every simulation ends with a sentence. You were killed by the Earl of the Blackstone Land. Now, when he sees this sentence, his head is big. Mentality is about to collapse. No, it can't go on like this. This gold simulator protagonist thinks. He had to find a way to get around the Earl of the Blackstone Country, otherwise, his future path would be sealed by the Earl of the Blackstone Country. His gold finger, while an emulator, is also an emulation based on everything he is right now. It also represents what might happen in the future. If 243 is in the simulator, he can't bypass the Earl of Moshi Land, then in reality, it is even more impossible. If it goes on like this, my mentality will collapse. It is better to go out and do the same thing behind closed doors. Go to the forum to find the protagonists of other simulators and see what their situation is. The protagonist of this gold simulator thinks. There are still a lot of protagonists with the same type of gold finger. He decided to check out the other emulator protagonists. In the past, he actually didn't bother to communicate with other emulator protagonists. Although it is the same kind of gold finger, the bronze and silver grades are not comparable to the gold grades. His gold simulator, the upper limit that can be simulated is much higher, and the harvest is much greater. If it is some bronze-level simulators, it may be simulated to the top, and it is still in a kingdom. This gold emulator protagonist quickly opened the forum. He found it on it, and he was going to join a group of emulator protagonists. There are many such groups on the forum. There are some BBCH groups built at the location. There are also some protagonists like Goldfinger who set up some groups to communicate together. There are also some groups that have all kinds of protagonists. However, before the group could be found, he saw the post. Crescent Moon Capital. The word Crescent Moon, the protagonist of the simulator, produced a sense of familiarity. Thinking about it carefully, isn't this the kingdom where the Earl of the Blackstone Land is located? It's his news again. The emulator protagonist hesitated for a while, but still opened the post. Looked up. Post is very long. About half an hour later, he finished reading. Hi. 95. After reading it, the protagonist of this gold-level simulator couldn't help but gasp. Even if he has a gold-level Goldfinger, he has to admit that the Earl of Moshi Land is amazing. Being able to kill the protagonist on the battlefield with the demon god, and also kill the villain and the sanctuary, I am afraid there are hidden strengths that others don't know. This hidden strength must be amazing. Otherwise, why can he be sealed to death? No matter how the simulator simulates, he can't escape the fate of being killed by the Earl of Moshi Land. His eyes flickered. If his strength is enough, he wants to find the past now and find an opportunity to kill the Earl of Moshi Land. However, the advantages of the villains were too great at the beginning, and it has only been half a month, and the time to grow is far from enough. Find other emulator protagonists first. 39. This gold simulator protagonist thinks. He continued to look for it. Huangtian did not bear the painstaking efforts, and soon, he found a group and joined it. As soon as he entered, he found that there were quite a few people in this group, and there were hundreds of them. At this time, the group was also chatting about the Earl of Moshiland. This Earl of the Blackstone region is really a ruthless man. I am in the Holy Moon Kingdom of the New Moon Kingdom. I am so afraid. I am in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Although there is still a kingdom in the middle, I am also apprehensive. Don't worry, at this stage his hand can't stretch that long. Yes, no matter how powerful Brother Haonan is, he can only jump on the island. If he dares to go to northern Myanmar, he will not be able to escape the fate of being beaten. In this emulator protagonist group, there are many people chatting. From time to time, there are also some questions from the protagonist. After watching for a while, the protagonist of the Gold Simulator asked, "Did you ever get killed by the Earl of the Blackstone Land when you were simulating?" "Yes, why not? I met twice, but most of them were killed by other villains." Someone answered right away. "I also encountered it once, but it was very late, and it was the first time I simulated it." "I met once too." 99. Why didn't I encounter it? Maybe I'm too rubbish. Not long after the simulation, I was always killed by some villains. In the group, many simulator protagonists appeared. Bronze-level simulators don't seem to be easy to encounter, and it has something to do with distance. The Gold Simulator protagonist thinks. At this time, he saw a friend application, and when he saw that the other party mentioned the Earl of Moshiland, he added the other party. "Brother, you were also blocked by the Earl of the Blackstone territory? Why, no matter how I simulate recently, he always kills you." 35. As soon as the other party added, they began to complain. "What level is your emulator?" 35 foot. Gold Simulator protagonist asked. "Silver level, but a little more powerful than others, because I killed a villain at the beginning, which improved my luck a lot." "We have a lot of luck in killing villains," the other side said. "Really? As long as the gold finger level is higher and can be simulated to the back, it seems that the Earl of the Blackstone Land cannot escape. This Earl of the Blackstone Land, I am afraid, will become the common terminator of all the simulator protagonists." "What? It's so depressing, you don't understand my mood." The protagonist of the Silver Simulator complained of his depression with snot and tears. In the Crescent Holy See, everything has returned to normal. Today, this incident has not spread widely. Those who know it are limited to a small number of people. For the Holy See, the carefully trained successor of the bishop is actually a believer of the devil. If this matter spreads out, it will also damage the majesty of the Holy See. Therefore, this matter must not be spread out. Judging from Bishop Farron's reaction, the Crescent Moon Goddess didn't have much reaction, just let him continue to train qualified successors. However, because Bishop Farron made a lot of mistakes this time, among the many bishops, Bishop Farron's prestige has also suffered a lot. For Sumo, so far, all hidden dangers in the Holy See of the Crescent Moon have been removed. He can start implementing another plan. The Master's order has come, it's time to act. It is good. On the other hand, after Nancy receives Sumo's order, soon, the action begins. She already has a list of names in her hands. The names on this list are those suspected protagonists. However, just relying on the intelligence organization in her hands, it is unrealistic to want to get all these protagonists. The intelligence organization in her hands is more important to collect intelligence, and there are some experts in it, but the number is not particularly large. In such a huge new moon kingdom, it is not enough. The most important thing is that at this stage, the strength of many protagonists has gradually improved. Some smart protagonists have also found their backers. For example, many protagonists joined the Magic Academy after improving their strength with Goldfinger. There are also some protagonists who join the army or something. Secretly, there are also some protagonists hidden. Now that Sumo has mastered the power of the Holy See, he plans to use the Holy See of the Crescent Moon to push the entire Crescent Moon Kingdom horizontally and to empty all the protagonists that can be found at this stage. As soon as Lance dies, seeing that Sumo is so strong, many protagonists may have thoughts of leaving the Crescent Kingdom. Sumo wants to get them done before that. First, use the protagonist in the New Moon Kingdom to increase a wave of villains. Upgrade a few advanced gold fingers. Then, Suemo has to find a way to increase the divine energy so that more light and dark divine power can be condensed. So, a new plan began. The first step of this plan is to use the remaining power of the demon god invasion to cause greater panic to the holy see of the crescent moon. Nancy has been doing this for a few days. As Suemo returned to the holy see, the progress of the matter was further accelerated. This time, the demon god who was chased away by us has obviously not given up. In recent days, there have been more demonic activities monitored in various places. In just 3 days, being illuminated by the divine light to the place where the demonic aura appeared is enough. There are more than 500. The demons are more active than ever, and new large-scale operations are likely. And they are very cunning. We sent a large number of people and designed some traps, but in the past few days, we haven't caught a single demon, and we can't understand what these demons are doing. Although there have been no casualties yet, they will make big moves sooner or later. 2 days later. At the headquarters of the Holy See, a cardinal is reporting the latest situation. Bishop Farron frowned. He did not expect that although the demon invasion was driven away, the demons were unprecedentedly active in the past few days. In just 3 days, the demons were active everywhere. Although they were detected by the divine light, when the people from the Holy See passed, those demons had already left. The demon's action this time seems to have no clear purpose, which also makes it difficult to catch these demons. And, because of this, the people of the Holy See are more worried. They couldn't see what the demons were going to do. The more they don't understand, the more worried they are. Worried that the demons are brewing a big wave of action. Looking at it this way, after Lance was caught by us, the devil behind him was not reconciled. A bishop said. Suemo gave him a like. This brain supplement is great. Well, I also feel the same way. The devil must want to infiltrate us through Lance. Lance was caught by us, and he was so angry that he might have a wave of revenge. Another bishop worries. Don't worry too much. Under the divine light of the goddess, even if the devil has a large-scale action, we will find it immediately. A cardinal saw that the atmosphere at the headquarters of the Holy See was a little dignified and said. Bishop Farron shook his head and said, "This matter must be handled well. The goddess has just completed the blessing ceremony. When people's hearts are soaring, if the devil is allowed to make trouble, the effect of the goddess blessing ceremony will be greatly reduced." Speaking of which, Bishop Farron had a headache. The first is the invasion of the devil. Then the successor became a demon god believer. Now, there are demons making trouble again. If he could, he wanted to retire now, regardless of the mess. Holy Son, what do you think about this? Bishop Phelan asked Suemo. The other bishops also looked over. In the eyes of everyone, Suemo thought for a few seconds and said, under the light of the gods, demons can still make troubles in the kingdom. If there is no one to help in the kingdom, it is very difficult to do. 5. His words made all the bishops present nodded. The cardinal who reported the situation also lit up. The earl said very well, just like the invasion of the devil this time, if it wasn't for the assistance of a few duke's heirs, the 2 devils would not have invaded. Another bishop wondered, we have already hanged the culprit. Is there anyone else who is colluding with the devil? Suemo said lightly, everyone knows about cockroaches, right? Cockroaches, also known as cockroaches. The bishops all nodded. Bishop Farron didn't understand how Suemo suddenly mentioned cockroaches, but he didn't interrupt. Suemo glanced at many bishops and said, everyone should know that when you see a cockroach in a room, then, in this room, the actual cockroach may already have a nest, or even more. More. 99. Hearing Sumo's words, the expressions of some quick-responding bishops changed. The other bishops also reacted, and their expressions changed. Bishop Farron said in a deep voice, what does the count mean? There are more than a few nobles who colluded with the demon god. Suemo said, not only the nobles, the demons are so rampant, but even the successor of Bishop Farron has been infiltrated, which shows that the infiltration of the demons into the New Moon Kingdom has been very deep. Suemo was right. Penetration is really deep. He, the demon god, has become the most trusted son of the new moon goddess. Hearing Sumo's words, a bishop was very cooperative. The son is right. When we executed those evil aristocratic heirs last time, someone in the royal capital was secretly fanning the flames and mobilizing hundreds of people in the capital. 10,000 people. This shows that the power of the devil has not been completely eliminated. Another bishop immediately added, "That's right, the infiltration of demons is in all aspects. Ordinary demons are hard to guard against, let alone demons." Soon, the bishops said your words, and I started to speak. In their descriptions, the entire New Moon Kingdom has already become the base camp of the devil. There are demon believers everywhere. Incredibly serious. Whenever a bishop speaks, Sumo will give the other party a look of affirmation and appreciation. After the bishop was encouraged, he would become more firm in his words. We must find these people, otherwise, if this continues, the entire kingdom will not be long, there will be followers of the devil everywhere, and we will not be able to explain to the goddess. A bishop exclaimed. Yes, all the forces must be used to bring them out. Another bishop is also the same as the chicken blood. Seeing that the bishops were getting more excited, Bishop Pharaon looked at Sumo and said in a pleading tone, "Holy Son, how about you take full responsibility for this matter?" Seeing that Sumo didn't answer right away, he showed a wry smile. "I'm old and useless. Let me solve such a big trouble. It will definitely leave a mess. The Holy Son's method is to deal with it decisively. The best candidate for the event. For flowers. As for me, I will do all the staffing work for the Earl from behind, and I will never make mistakes for the Earl." Bishop Phelan made a ticket. He really didn't want to worry about it anymore, worried that if something went wrong, his bishop's career would be stained in the last few years. Seeing Bishop Pharaon looking at him sincerely, Sumo hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Okay, I'll handle this matter." "Great." Bishop Phelan relaxed. Under Sumo's leadership, a detailed action plan was drawn up. This plan is divided into several steps. The first step is to mobilize the power of the Holy See to determine the list of suspicious persons. Then, launch a large-scale arrest. Everyone was escorted to the Holy See headquarters and then interrogated by magicians and spiritual magicians to avoid the situation of wrongful people. This will also be the largest operation in the history of the Holy See. After the plan was made, soon, the Holy See of the Crescent Moon started with all-out efforts. At the same time, the Queen of the Crescent Moon issued an order to let the local government assist the Holy See of the Crescent Moon. In the area where the devil appeared, an investigation was launched, and some suspicious persons were reported. In order to make this action more real, lest the last person with the devil is not caught, Sumo still did some work. For example, in the past few years, Sumo in the New Moon Kingdom, looking for some ruffians, rogues, robbers, and the like, gave them a lot of benefits and induced them to sign a demon contract. In addition, with the intuition of the demon god, Sumo also found some secrets left by other demon gods. These people just took this opportunity to clean up. The Holy See moves quickly, and every day there is a suspicious list coming up. Then, with the authority of his own Holy Son, Sumo easily added private goods to this list. Added the list of suspected protagonists. Anyway, after going through the interrogation of the magician, there is no need to worry about innocent people. In this way, in the New Moon Kingdom, a secret operation has been quietly launched. The protagonists in the New Moon Kingdom don't know yet that a large net has been laid out. 3 days after the operation was launched, it is still in the stage of investigation, and the official arrest will take place in 2 days. On this day, Sumo received a message from Shiwei. Shiwei brought her 2 cat-eared girls and finally arrived at the Mantan continent. Shiwei had already found the goblin tribe and observed it secretly for some time. Shiwei found out that the goblin was a little strange, so she reported everything. It should be the leading protagonist without a doubt. Sumo whispers. Shiwei, try and see if you can take him directly. If he has any strong trump cards, retire first. 35. Sumo said. Although the protagonists are weak at this stage, some protagonists also have trump cards, especially those with high levels. Shiwei's combat power in the world of gods is equivalent to that of a legend, so dealing with ordinary protagonists shouldn't be a big problem. On the other side, after receiving the news, Shiwei restrained her breath and headed towards a camp. The camp was built very neatly, and there were quite a few defensive buildings in it. In the camp, a large number of green-skinned goblins can be seen walking around. It can also be seen that a group of goblin soldiers came back from the expedition. These goblin soldiers are well-equipped, and the equipment of the orc tribe is too backward compared to them. After Shiwei waited patiently for a while, a human appeared in the middle of the camp. This human was standing in front of hundreds of goblins, reprimanding something. It should be him. When Shiwei saw the human, she moved and flew out. In the wilderness continent, her scruples were much smaller, the demonic energy gushing out of her body, and the goblins outside had already fallen into chaos before they could react. Aim the weapon at your comrade and kill the scoundrel. Kill it. Outside the camp, there was chaos in an instant. A large number of goblins shouted and killed. Not to kill the enemy. Instead, he aimed his weapon at his comrade. At this time, in the eyes of these goblins, their companions have become loathsome enemies. If they don't kill each other, they will kill them. I saw a group of goblin warriors who had just returned from outside, and they also fell into a melee in an instant. This is the power of succubus. The attacks of the succubuses in the spiritual direction are very terrifying. Like Shiwei, if her strength is not suppressed and she can fully exert her Demon King level strength, her ability will be even more terrifying. With full strength, everyone in a medium-sized city can be thrown into chaos in a short period of time. The weaker ones will be attacked. Of course, when using a wide range of skills, people with strong strength, strong will, or special treasures can still resist. There is no pressure to deal with the goblins in this goblin tribe. What's the matter? 99. In the goblin tribe, hearing the screams of killing outside, the human and the goblin looked out in confusion. Then I saw 257, and in the sky, a figure shrouded in demonic energy had swept over. Where this figure passed, all the goblins rushed towards their comrades like crazy and started to fight. Not good. The face of this human changed greatly, and he quickly moved a little in the void. The next second, a transparent shield appeared around him, protecting him inside. This shield came too soon. Because a terrifying mental fluctuation has already hit, and this shield fluctuates violently, and it looks like it is about to break. In front of the shield, the other goblins were already in chaos. All the goblins had red eyes and fought with other goblins. This human has been stunned. In front of him, there is a panel that only he can see. This panel is his system panel. Sue Emo guessed right, this is indeed a leading protagonist. His system is a rather rare lord system among the protagonists. This system allows him to continuously recruit goblins. As long as he continues to expand his territory, increase his prestige, and obtain more resources, he can become stronger and stronger. He chose a rather remote place to start, and there are no protagonists nearby. There are only some ordinary orc tribes around. After more than 10 days of development, this guy has developed very well. The smaller orc tribes around were not his opponents at all. After being defeated by him, they all became his slaves. Seeing that his strength is getting stronger and stronger, after a few months of development, he can even build a smaller country. But he never thought that such a powerful enemy suddenly appeared. On his system panel, the sentry tower in the territory shows the enemy's level, and it has soared into a deep red. This is the strength above the legendary level. Damn, I've been so obsessed. How can I have a legend? The protagonist was about to cry. In his tribe, there has been complete chaos and all the goblins have gone crazy. And the figure that exudes a heaven-shattering devilish energy is approaching. The shield in front of him can't hold up anymore. Fight. Totem. 35. Seeing that the opponent was approaching, the protagonist had no choice but to use his last trump card. Behind his territory, a totem-like pillar lit up. This is a special building. But until the critical moment, the protagonist does not want to use this building. This building, equivalent to a totem in some tribes, can be used to pray and obtain the protection of the gods. However, his tribe is too small, and there may not be any gods who like it. Even if it looks good, the tribe really encounters something, and for such a little benefit, people may not be able to take action. Still have a question. A god that such a small tribe can admire. How strong can it be? But now he can only hold the mentality of giving it a try. He quickly activated the totem. As soon as the totem is activated, it lights up. It must be successful. It must be successful. 5. The protagonist plays a role there. Boom. At this time, the protagonist had accumulated energy for more than 10 days before supporting the shield. After holding on for less than 2 seconds, it was completely broken. An invisible spiritual attack has come over, and the protagonist's eyes have become confused. But next second, at the totem of the tribe, a will descended. It worked. Although the tribe is small, his tribe is still favored by a new god. He is lucky. Perhaps to express sincerity, this new god has also descended on the will. It's like finding a treasure. You must know that in some tribal wars, if a tribe is weak, no matter how much the tribe prays, no god will respond or take action. Such a small tribe, who would waste their power? Succubus. 9. As soon as the will came, he realized that Shiwei was a demon, and the will slammed over. The will of God. Shiwei's expression did not change. She did not retreat, but crushed a black scroll in her hand. Following her actions, a stronger will descended on the scroll. This will is extremely domineering, and as soon as it arrives, it rushes towards the will of the new god. The will of the new god that came over was a tremor. It seemed to be frightened. Next second, that will fled back to the totem without looking back and fled in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, there was no shadow. IF*CK, what kind of enemy did I provoke? 35. Below, the leading protagonist who had just woken up when the will of God descended was crying. He has used his greatest trump card, started the totem, and found a backer for his tribe. However, before this was handed over, he was actually scared away. Are you not a god? Why are you scared away like this? The leading protagonist is really crying now. Woohoo! Don't bring such bullying. Even the will of God can scare away. How powerful is the enemy here? But he's just a little Lord Wow. Is it easy for him? Rao. The leading protagonist looked at Shiwei and wanted to ask for mercy. However, he lost all consciousness when he was only halfway through his words. Passed out. Master, do you need me to use these goblins to open a passage for you? Shiwei said to Sumo's will. While speaking, Shiwei moved her fingers. Then, all the goblins stopped fighting and stood there blankly. On her body, she carried the scroll given by Sumo, and after opening it, Sumo's will could come down briefly. God's will, its own combat power, is actually limited. Its all will come, Sumo's will, scaring away the god who came to the will. The other party even saw a tribe of several thousand people. In Sumo's view, it is probably just a false god who has just entered the heaven. In the world of gods, every once in a while, there will basically be 1 or 2 false gods entering the heaven. Although this time is measured in years, considering the size of the world of gods, the number of new gods in the heavens is also quite large. Such gods are too weak. People like the new moon goddess, who occupy a kingdom with a population of over 100 million, are the backbone of the heavens. No need, destroy this tribe first and leave there. That god has sensed my devil's will, and I'm afraid he will sue. Sumo said. Yes, master. After Shiwei finished speaking, the generals put the mainstream protagonists into the space bag, and then moved a hand, and a large number of green flames rushed out. This goblin tribe fell into the fire. In a short period of time, this goblin tribe was completely burned by the fire, and all the buildings, all the goblins, were all killed. As for Shiwei, she left here with the leading protagonist. Sure enough, not long after Shiwei left, there was another will here, following the passage of the new god's will. After discovering that the place had become a sea of fire, the will quickly left. Shiwei led the main protagonist to a high mountain. There, she again used a black volume 2.7 reel. With her use, Sumo's will reappears. The space in this area is weak. You draw a magic circle here, and I will come over immediately. After Su-Mo gave Shiwei an order, he left the Holy See. Su-Mo returned to his own territory through the space gate that the Queen of the Crescent had built for him. Then, Su-Mo returned to the abyss from his castle. On the other side, Shiwei drew a magic circle with a lot of black blood. This is the blood of a very rare demon insect, which can be used to open channels, but there is no way to pass through an existence that is too strong. There is no restriction on Su-Mo. He put away the succubus blood and came directly. Owner. After Shiwei said respectfully, she released the leading protagonist. A strange red light flashed in Sumo's eyes. Soon, he knew everything about this leading protagonist. The system of the main protagonist is indeed the Lord system. It is still a silver-level Lord system. The Lord system, interesting. Su-Mo whispers. As soon as his finger moved, the leading protagonist turned into ashes. Then, he put this Lord system on the villain panel. Your accumulated villain value has reached 5,000, and you have risen to the gold-level villain, with plus 100 luck points. On the villain panel, a line of prompts appeared. Sumo's villain level has been upgraded. This time the upgrade is through the cumulative villain upgrade, not Goldfinger. At present, the most advanced Goldfinger in Sumo's hands is still silver. Su-Mo pondered for a while, not in a hurry to incorporate the Lord system. Wait for this wave to push the new Moon Kingdom horizontally and upgrade the crit talent. He looked at his panel. Player, Su-Mo. Villain nickname, Phantom. Faction, Villains. Status, Count of the Crescent Kingdom, Count of the Crescent Kingdom, son of the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Level, Gold level, with a legendary Goldfinger, or the cumulative villain value reaches 50,000, you can upgrade to a legendary villain. 5400/4050. Record, 27. Air luck, 1120. Goldfinger. Not included. Warning distance, 5 kilometers. On the panel, other changes are not big, and the warning distance has been reduced again, and it has also been reduced by 5 times at one time, becoming 5 kilometers. The level has become gold, and the cumulative villain value has reached 5,400. Owned villain value reached 4050. If the difference is 950, you can upgrade to a gold-level Goldfinger. This Goldfinger, Su-Mo, is naturally ready to increase the crit talent first. Gold-level crit talent is enough to crit the protagonist and villain at 11. After watching it, Su-Mo went to the villain panel. Shiwei, look around the wild continent to see if there are other protagonists of this type. Su-Mo said to Shiwei. The wild continent is even more savage. There are also many creatures that were born and whose single strength is extremely powerful. Like giants and dragons. These creatures are very powerful. Don't look at the new Moon Kingdom seems to be full of sanctuary. But actually, the entire new Moon Kingdom, the total number of sanctuaries, is just that. As far as Su-Mo knows, there are only a dozen or so. The number of legends is more, but not too many, not more than 100. There are more forbidden spells, and there should be hundreds of them. It sounds like a lot. But think about it, what is the population of the Crescent Kingdom? Over 1 billion people. Among the 100 million people, so many high-end combat powers have been cultivated. But there are some races, although the number is rare, but all of them are extremely powerful, just like giant dragons. Adults are 6th order. Normal quality is high. Of course, a small number is also fatal. Yes, master. Shiwei respectfully said. Looking at the slender Shiwei, Su-Mo touched her head. Although there is not much divine light in the wild continent, there are many powerful creatures here. You have to be careful. This action made Shiwei blush. She was happy and very moved. Thank you, master, for your concern. Shiwei will pay attention. Shiwei said. Okay, then I'm leaving. After Su-Mo finished speaking, he returned to the abyss through the passage. Then, all the way back to the castle. After passing through the space gate, he returned to the Holy See of the Crescent Moon. The Holy See headquarters has been very lively these days. People come and go. In the entire new Moon Kingdom, the Holy See has already started with all its strength. The current headquarters of the Holy See is very empty. because most of the temple knights have already been sent out. The Queen of the Crescent Moon has also issued the Queen's secret order to let the local government fully cooperate with this operation. The scale of this operation will be unprecedented. Suemo sits at the headquarters of the Holy See and controls everything. The day before the official arrest, all the lists of suspected protagonists have been stuffed into the arrest list for this operation by Suemo. Now, everything is ready. Tomorrow morning is the time for the official arrest. This night, in the headquarters of the Holy See, Suemo did not sleep, but through the magic letters from various places, he learned about the situation of the operations in various places. This time, the Holy See dispatched 100,000 temple knights, a large number of magicians, and more local clergy. Queen Crescent has more people on her side, and there are hundreds of thousands of people who are assisting at the local level. This is all happening in secret, and although some protagonists have sensed that something is wrong in the atmosphere, they have not yet realized the crisis. Among the protagonists of the New Moon, some protagonists are also arguing, preparing to leave the New Moon Kingdom. However, since Suemo hasn't been doing anything recently, these protagonists are far from Wong again. In the absence of a crisis for the time being, the number of protagonists who have left these days is not particularly large. Many protagonists are still watching. Sleeping, worrying about so much is useless. The Earl of Washerland hasn't moved for the time being. I'll see if he has any moves. 9. Yeah, he is not omniscient and omnipotent. I don't believe that he can find us in such a big New Moon Kingdom. I saw someone in the group say that there are troops mobilizing in the local area, and it seems that they are going to arrest those who collude with the devil. It shouldn't have anything to do with us, right? 5. Worry about it, what can it do? In a magic academy, several protagonists hiding here chatted for a while in a small group, and then went to sleep separately. Time passed little by little. The next day, the genius was bright. A small group of Templars rushed into the Magic Academy with a large number of warriors. No trespassing at the Magic Academy. 99. At the gate of the Magic Academy, the guards here tried to stop them. But a Temple Knight directly took out a token and an order signed by the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Those who were guarding had to get out of the way. Touch! A huge crash sounded. The door to the room was knocked open at once. Everyone sleeping inside was taken aback. What happened? The students inside sat up one after another and picked up their wands. Then, they saw that outside the door, several Temple Knights in enchanted armor rushed in. Who is Jerry? We suspect you are fornicating with demons. You have been arrested. Please come with us. As soon as these Temple Knights rushed in, they took out an arrest warrant and said, Jerry's? Several people in the room looked at Jerry's on a bed. This person is the protagonist hidden here. I was arrested? Why, who are you? Who have the right to arrest me? The protagonist panicked. But after the Temple Knight confirmed his identity, he didn't give him a chance to speak at all and took him away. At the same time, several other protagonists in this magic academy were also taken away by different Temple Knights. Not just them. This morning, a mighty arrest operation began in all the cities in the entire New Moon Kingdom. This action, for Suemo, is a net closing action. He not only added the list of suspected protagonists to the arrest list by entraining private goods. These people are also designated as key care personnel. That is the first batch of people arrested. Although among those arrested, there must be many who are not the protagonists. But the number of protagonists is also quite a lot. Therefore, this morning, many of the protagonists of the New Moon Kingdom were arrested by the Temple Knights who broke into the door before they woke up. These protagonists have absolutely no idea what's going on. Want to resist? Naturally impossible. What's the matter? I was arrested by the Knights Templar 257, saying that I was fornicating with the devil. In the protagonist group, soon, there was a panicked voice of the protagonist. Me too, I was arrested too. What should I do? Another protagonist appeared right away. They were all caught almost at the same time. I was also arrested, but they said that as long as the situation was checked, they would let us back. Here comes the third protagonist. What's the matter? So many people were arrested. Damn, who? The fourth protagonist stopped in the middle of speaking, and it seemed that the person who arrested him had just gone. What happened? So many people were arrested? Don't scare me, you must be joking collectively, right? 66. Among the protagonists of the New Moon Kingdom, a large number of protagonists appeared in an instant. Damn, I've been arrested too. 35. We are finished. This is definitely the handwriting of the Earl of the Blackstone territory. We will be escorted to the Holy See headquarters. Do you think there is still a way to survive when we get there? A protagonist finally reacted. As soon as the protagonist's voice fell, the other protagonists in the group panicked. Brother Day, don't scare people, okay? Even if the Earl of Emo Shirling is a holy son, why does he arrest people on such a large scale? Isn't the reason for you to find out, the person who catches the fornicating devil after you are caught, who is fornicating with the devil, it is not he who has the final say. I go. F***ck, why should I stay and watch? It's over. I knew I left the New Moon Kingdom a few days ago, but I didn't expect the Earl of the Blackstone land to be so cruel. I thought he wouldn't do anything in a short time. This is a dead ball. In that group of protagonists, a large number of protagonists were arrested, and there was mourning inside. Some of the protagonists who hid tightly and were lucky not to be caught were also trembling with fear, for fear that it would be their turn next. Soon, more and more protagonists were arrested. After some protagonists got the news, they wanted to escape, but it was too late. There are still some protagonists who hide tightly and are not in the list, so they are not caught. After these protagonists were arrested, they all panicked when they discussed in the group again. If they didn't watch the group, some protagonists thought they were caught by mistake. But seeing that so many protagonists have been arrested, no matter how stupid these protagonists are, they know that this arrest must be Sumo's handwriting. Along the way, they tried their best, such as shouting injustice and the like, to no avail. No Templar would listen to them at all. As for those who were really wronged, many would not shout. Because the Knights Templar had already told them that when they arrived at the Holy See, there would be magicians who would examine them. As long as they are okay, they can be put back. Everyone can also be compensated with 20 silver coins. Many people can't earn 20 silver coins a month. When they heard such a plan, they were so happy that they even asked the Temple Knights to capture all their brothers, sisters, wives, and children. Anyway, they didn't have a fornication with the devil. Wouldn't it be nice to take a wave of compensation? Therefore, these protagonists who shouted injustice along the way, and even said that Sumo framed them, became even more suspect. Some Temple Knights thought they were annoying and gagged them. There are also some protagonists who do not live in a fixed place, such as the ring flow, which is the most difficult to catch. The growth rate of the protagonist of the ring flow is actually not as good as that of the system flow or talent flow, unless that ring's level is very high. But there is a big advantage that they have a strong life-saving ability in the early stage. I am afraid that there will not be many protagonists of the ring stream caught in this wave of closing the net. In this wave of New Moon Kingdom, the large-scale arrest of the protagonist also quickly spread to the protagonist forum, attracted a large number of protagonists onlookers. On the protagonist forum, there are many hot events these days. For example, there is a protagonist of Ringstream who actually killed 10 villains in the past half a month, and also completed 10 kills. This guy posted a strategy on the forum, which attracted a lot of 257 onlookers. For another example, the last time a protagonist of the New Moon Kingdom posted that post. This thread has been discussed relatively less, but there is still some concern. Now, seeing Sumo's sudden closing of the internet, it has attracted a lot of attention. I just said that the protagonists of the Crescent Moon Kingdom are worse, and I have persuaded them to leave the Crescent Moon Kingdom long ago. If they don't leave, who is to blame? 39. Yeah, let's barbecue now. The Earl of Mwasher Land won't make a profit this time around? Absolutely. According to the protagonists of New Moon Kingdom who have not been arrested, more than 30 protagonists have been arrested so far. Hey, 30-somethings were caught so quickly, my god. Let the villain master the power of the kingdom level. It is not ordinary terrible. Don't say the villain. The protagonist masters the power of the kingdom, which is equally terrifying. This is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. On the forum, this matter quickly fermented and caused a large-scale heated discussion. Seeing the protagonist in the New Moon Kingdom, Succubi used the power of the entire kingdom to carry out a crushing blow. The interest of the protagonists to discuss is also high. While sighing that the Earl of Moshi Land is powerful, many protagonists also have some thoughts. Looking at it this way, we can't just focus on improving our strength, but also pay attention to the cultivation of power. It also depends on Goldfinger. Some Goldfingers can improve their strength quickly, but it's not enough to cultivate their power. Yes, my strength is almost at the 4th rank. A guy I know, Goldfinger, is actually a soft boiler system. He got the king's daughter and used the identity of the king's son-in-law to get a villain. That's okay too. Why am I just a bronze jerk? 35. The protagonists have heated discussions. At this stage, the struggle between the protagonist and the villain has begun to become fierce. Every day, many protagonists are killed, and every day there are news of villains being killed. Now the villain is killed, still a minority. Most of the news is still the protagonist killed. The protagonists are more disadvantaged in the early stage, but they also have great advantages. For example, the protagonist kills the villain and gets more luck than the villain. Another example, the protagonist's Goldfinger is almost equivalent to tailor-made for them. As long as they use it well, everyone will grow very fast. However, like the New Moon Kingdom, Succubi unleashed the power of the kingdom, and in a short period of time, more than 30 protagonists were secured. This number is still rising. This has never happened before. When it was posted on the forum, some of the protagonists who fought alone started to think, and they also wanted to learn from Succubi and use the power of the kingdom. Some of the protagonists' Goldfinger are born with advantages in this regard. Just like that Lance, in terms of personal strength, he is not even comparable to the protagonist of the sweeping monk style. But this guy can easily get into the core position of the Holy See with his own magic stick system. If he really made him a red-clothed archbishop, the situation in the New Moon Kingdom would be one-sided again. In the New Moon Kingdom, those who complain so much will become those villains. It is foreseeable that this time, Succubi's generous efforts will bring some new changes to the game. Why did they find me so accurately? Even the Magic Academy dare not protect me. 35. The timing of the Earl of the Blackstone territory is too good. Just after the demon invasion, I heard that there are demons making troubles everywhere recently. He used the excuse of fornicating demons and promised to compensate those who were caught by mistake. The Magic Academy will definitely not you will be saved. 5. Damn it, the legendary teacher I worshipped also went to the capital. I hope you can save me. Statistically, how many people have been arrested? In the New Moon protagonist group, it became more and more lively. The protagonists who were arrested were shouting and yelling, trying to find a way for them. Those who were not caught were also uneasy and did not dare to stay where they were. They all fled the city and prepared to leave the New Moon Kingdom. However, soon, the protagonist is calling. What's the matter? I was also caught. If you haven't been caught, don't run away. They have eyeliner, and they will be discovered as soon as they escape. A protagonist who was about to escape happened to be discovered by Succubi's people, and then Succubi's people reported suspicious persons to a temple knight, and the protagonist was caught sadly. This is just a coincidence, or there are protagonists who escaped and have not been found. This large-scale arrest operation also alarmed other villains in the New Moon Kingdom. In the villain forum, it also caused a lot of discussion. Brother Mo, congratulations on getting 10 kills. Brother Mo is mighty, and the Earl of the Blackstone Land is only temporarily ahead. It will be a matter of time before Brother Mo surpasses him. In a villain group, many villains are complementing a gold-level villain. That is, Brother Mo, who has a huge assassin organization. This guy just finished 10 kills. After completing 10 kills in more than 10 days, when the record list is refreshed, he will be able to enter the record list. Brother Mo couldn't help being a little proud. BBCH. Although there is still some distance from the 20 kills of the Earl of Moshi, but after he got the gold finger of the protagonists, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. His luck has long been reversed by him. I'm going, everyone, look at the forum. There is a villain who said that in the New Moon Kingdom, the Earl of Moshi Land made a big move. At this time, a villain appeared. When the other villains heard the news that it was the Earl of Moshi Land, they followed suit. Looking at it, these villains were a little surprised. Brother Mo also went to see it. Seeing this, he was still complacent just now. He lost the slightest sense of accomplishment in an instant. Hey, the handwriting of the Earl of Mosheling is big enough. According to the information gathered by the villains in the New Moon Kingdom, the Earl of the Blackstone Land is likely to capture dozens of protagonists this time. 99. Cow. I didn't expect it would be so cool to use the power of the kingdom level. I'll find a way to get the king's daughter. And the most crucial Holy See. 99. And the villain group, many villains were shocked. Compared with the handwriting of the Earl of the Blackstone Land, the way they deal with the protagonist. It's like playing a family. People directly controlled a kingdom, and even the Holy See was tightly controlled. Then use the power of the kingdom to launch a dimensionality reduction strike. Under such a blow, at this stage, as long as the protagonist is discovered, no protagonist can escape. Caught dozens of protagonists at one time. Over time, more will surely be caught. This also made these villains move their minds one by one. Want to emulate sumo. However, they want to follow suit. How can it be so simple? Just controlling the Holy See is extremely difficult for ordinary villains. They simply don't know what sumo's real whole card is. This time the Earl of Moshi Land is stronger. We have to find a way to bypass him. Don't scare me too big, guys. I'm just a bronze level rubbish, and I haven't simulated that step yet. It would be so tragic if our way was blocked by the Earl of the Blackstone territory. Let's try to get around him together. Otherwise, we will grow up in the future. Hundreds of us joined forces to make him. Easy to put it. Why do I feel more like a group giveaway? Crazy. The commotion in the New Moon Kingdom also made the atmosphere in the emulator protagonist group with several hundred people heavy. After the gold simulator protagonist and several silver simulator protagonists said the situation inside, the other emulator protagonists were also worried one by one. Their simulator level is not high now, and they are often lost if they can't get in touch with the Earl of the Blackstone Land, but they may grow up in the future. Thinking that no matter how you grow up in the future, all the way will be blocked by the Earl of Moshi Land. These simulator protagonists are in a very bad mood. When the forum between the protagonist and the villain is very lively. In the Crescent Holy See, a steady stream of suspicious people have been sent over. It's too easy for Sumo to know who the main character is. These people were taken to special places and interrogated by magicians. Soon, many people were released directly, and after 20 silver coins were issued to them, these people would be sent back to the place where they lived. Sumo identifies the protagonist through the villain panel. After identifying it, Sumo will have some Templar Knights to keep these protagonists in solitary confinement. In the end, in one day, more than a dozen protagonists were identified. There are still many protagonists on the way. Sumo didn't give the dozen or so protagonists a chance to speak and directly made them faint. All bronze. 99. Sumo whispers. Although the number of these protagonists is quite large, basically, they are all bronze rank. There is no silver grade. The protagonists are the lowest. They should all be bronze rank, and the villains have the lowest black iron rank, but there are not many black iron villains. Some protagonists have grown up a little, and it is estimated that they can be used to practice. After Sumo directly solved 10 protagonists, he spent 5,000 protagonist points and directly raised his crit talent to the gold level. Your crit talent has been upgraded to the gold level. You become the first villain with a gold level Goldfinger, and you get a villain value of 200. On the villain panel, a prompt appears. The crit talent has reached the gold level. Critical talent, Goldfinger, gold level, can be 3 to 10 times the crit, and the crit villain value is half of the normal harvest. After the crit talent reaches the gold level, the harvest will be much greater. You kill a bronze level villain, get the villain value plus 200, 2 times the crit, and get the luck value of 20, 2 times the crit. When killing a bronze level villain, you will get a critical attack from time to time, and the number of villains will greatly increase. Then, next, Suemo sat at the headquarters of the Holy See. 3 days in a row. Finally, in the New Moon Kingdom, all the real protagonists in the list have been found out and solved. For some other protagonists who hide deeper, there is no way. Just have to wait for them to jump out on their own later. The harvest of pushing the Crescent Kingdom this time is huge. In just a few days, the protagonist who was secretly found by Sumo's intelligence organization in the New Moon Kingdom was wiped out. There are, of course, many misunderstandings here. There are thousands of people in the list that Nancy provided to Suemo. But in the end, the real protagonists only, there are dozens of people. If you find the wrong one, naturally all of them will be put back along with some other people, and each person will get 20 silver coins. This wave of action, in addition to achieving the purpose of Suemo, is also a good harvest for the Holy See of the Crescent Moon. Those gangsters and robbers who were lured by Suemo and signed a demon contract were all caught. Some were found by Suemo, and some other demons, or dark sons of the devil, were also found. In addition, this wave of New Moon Holy See also caught some other people who were bewitched by demons. The devil has never given up infiltrating the world of the gods. The Crescent Kingdom has a population of over 100 million, and the productivity of this world is relatively low. Even the goddess of the new moon, there is no way to guarantee that everyone is his own believer. After all, she can't be truly radiant. Some unhappy civilians, or some people with bad intentions, are easily bewitched by the devil and become the secret son of the devil. When the devil wants to cause trouble on a large scale, these dark sons can come in handy. Now, through this operation, a very large batch of these dark sons has been cleaned up. This time, we caught so many people who were bewitched by demons, and the results were remarkable. Yes, the atmosphere of the whole kingdom is clear. The goddess will be very happy. It's all due to the Son of God. At the headquarters of the Holy See of the Crescent Moon, many bishops are happy for the harvest of this wave of actions. On the side, Suemo, who is sitting at the headquarters of the Holy See, was silently counting his gains. This wave has yielded a lot. The number of protagonists who have been dealt with is a total of 52 people. Among the 52 protagonists, one is silver and the other 51 are bronze. After all, there are more protagonists at the bronze level. Silver-level protagonists are not only fewer in number, but also tend to be easier to hide. Suemo estimated that the other silver-level protagonists in the New Moon Kingdom were likely to have sensed the crisis after Lance was killed, and then slipped away. Although there is only one silver-level protagonist, the harvest this time is also very good. In the first 10 protagonists, the villain value did not have a crit. The villain value provided by these 10 protagonists is used to upgrade the crit talent to the gold level. Gold level crit talent, the crit multiplier for ordinary harvest is 3 to 10 times. The specific crit multiplier depends on luck. The crit multiplier for the villain value is half of the normal harvest crit multiplier. In total, after the other 41 protagonists were critically hit, Suemo got a total of 12,800 villain points. One wave directly broke through 10,000. The silver-level protagonist has 4 times the crit, which is very good, and got 2,000 villain points. The other 40 protagonists also crit 2 to 3 times respectively, and the highest one crit 5 times. This wave not only made the villain value that Suemo can control directly exceed 10,000, but Suemo also got all the gold fingers of the 52 protagonists. Gold-level villains, the difficulty of obtaining the protagonist gold finger is further reduced, and Suemo can directly obtain gold finger without using the power of the demon to strip it off. 52 gold fingers of various types. However, there is no ring flow. The protagonists of the ring flow often do not stay in the same place for a long time, because they have to look for opportunities everywhere. There are more than a dozen systems, some are talented and some are special abilities. For example, the gold finger with a protagonist is a bronze-level super brain. That is to let the brain have the computing power of the super brain. The protagonist uses his super brain to learn magic, which is not ordinary fast. It is equivalent to learning magic in a scientific way. If it weren't for the limited speed of absorbing magic power, this guy's strength would be very terrifying. Super brain. Succubi whispers. This gold finger is not bad. However, for him at the demon god level, the effect was not as big as he imagined. Succubi is also a demon god who is good at spiritual aspects, and the development of the brain itself is very high. There is no stupid person who can become a god. Even a stupid big man like the long-nailed demon god, its brain is equivalent to a supercomputer. Some powers, such as the power of rules, the condensation of divine power, the upgrading and strengthening of the divine body, and even the power of the divine, are incomparably complicated. If you want to figure them out, you don't know how many years you need to calculate with the most advanced computer before crossing. No, it can't be counted, because it is not a dimensional thing. God can master these powers, how can the brain be bad? Of course, the operating mode of God's brain is not the same as that of a computer after all. Once this super brain has been upgraded, it's not bad. In addition to the protagonist of this super brain gold finger, there is also a protagonist's gold finger, which is very interesting. The right hand of the protagonist has mutated, which can extract attributes from some objects and transfer them to other objects. Some active properties can even be transferred to yourself. This gold finger is very similar to the extraction system of the protagonist of Sweeping Sangha. But there are some differences. This gold finger can be used to strengthen objects. For Succubi, it all plays a big role. Ordinary items, no matter how they are strengthened, are still the same in Sumo's eyes. But what if it's an artifact that's hard to strengthen itself? It is a pity that the gold finger of the protagonist is bronze level, too advanced, and the protagonist cannot extract it. There is no way to extract too much harvest, and the amount of extraction is still limited. Otherwise, his growth will be faster than the Sangha protagonist. Besides, the other protagonists are mostly talented. Only the protagonists of the talent flow prefer to develop in one place, especially in the School of Magic. During this period of time, these protagonists of talent flow were frightened by Succubi, and they all showed their talents in the Magic Academy and were taken seriously. Basically, every talent stream protagonist has a teacher above the forbidden magic level. They don't know, it was because they were so eager to show that they were discovered by Sumo's people. In the Magic Academy of the New Moon Kingdom, in just a few days, so many magicians with extraordinary talents have emerged. There is a problem with thinking about it. After taking stock of these gold fingers one by one, Succubi began to incorporate and integrate. There are more than 60 gold fingers that have not been included. Most are gifted. Magic talent is the most. For example, the bronze level ice magic talent, the protagonist with this talent, the ice magic talent is quite terrible. When you practice ice magic, you can get twice the harvest, equivalent to 2 times the crit, but only for practicing ice magic. The only silver level protagonist who was killed this time had the silver level fire magic talent. His fire magic talent is more terrifying than the bronze level, and he also has a very high affinity for the fire element. At the same time, he can gain 4 times the harvest by practicing fire magic. These magical talents Succubi did not incorporate. There are more than 60, all of which are included, and they cost 7 or 8,000 villains. Now that he is a god, and his bloodline is terribly high, there is not much demand for these magical talents. Therefore Succubi plans to keep all these magical talents, and wants to become a legendary villain in the future to see if there is any new authority that can deal with these magical talents. On the contrary, it is the divine talent inside. Succubi collected too, and then merged with the divine talent that he has. This is good for him to enhance the divine energy. This divine talent can also allow Succubi to gain multiple harvests when practicing divine power. I don't know if it can be superimposed with the crit talent. Then, Succubi incorporated a silver-level extraction system. There is also the bronze-level ability that allows the right hand to extract attributes, costing 600 villain points. After being incorporated, Succubi quickly discovered that the newly added authority of the gold-level villain could fuse 3 gold fingers with similar functions. The bronze-level ability to pick up the attribute system, the extraction system, and the right-hand attribute extraction attribute can be combined to form a new gold finger with the ability of 3 gold fingers. These 3 gold fingers have similar functions, but there are some specific differences. Then merge. Sumo directly fused the 3 gold fingers. After the fusion is completed, it becomes a silver-level gold finger, the right hand of God. This is the name that Sumo took. In the future, his right hand can pick up attributes, extract energy from items, and extract attributes from some items. For flowers, the level is still silver, and the villain value required to upgrade to gold is 4,500. Well, 500 less because of the fusion of 2 bronze-level gold fingers. After the fusion is completed, in the future, there are similar gold fingers, which can be integrated to reduce the villain value required for the upgrade. After completing the fusion, Sumo did not rush to upgrade and incorporated the bronze-level super brain again. After the compilation, Sumo felt that there was still some improvement in the brain. It's 100 villains anyway. Looking at his villain value, there are still 12,000 points. There are still many gold fingers that are not included. Get 2 more gold ones. 99. Sumo thought. Now he only has a gold level crit talent. Have to get 2 gold level up. Sumo's eyes swept over his gold finger. There are many systems. There are 3 people who get stronger while lying down. There are several punch card systems and 3-point systems. There are also 2 reading systems, which can be obtained through reading and the ability in the book. It sounds good, but it is bronze. There is also a teacher system, when the teacher becomes stronger. Miscellaneous. After sweeping around, Sumo decided to upgrade the right hand of God to gold first. The right hand of God, which combines 3 gold fingers, can pick up attributes, extract attributes, extract abilities, and read the ability of the system. In fact, this gold finger has it. So, Sumo spent 4,500 villain points to upgrade the right hand of God to the gold level. The gold level right hand of God has changed a lot, and the frequency, harvest, and depth have greatly increased. After raising the right hand of God, Sumo's eyes swept across the villain panel again. There is also 7,500 villain value. Let's take a look at the Lord system. 35. Sumo spent 500 villain points to incorporate the Lord system. After the collection was completed, Sumo looked towards the Lord system. After the system was incorporated by Sumo, it has returned to 0. Welcome to the Lord system. You have 3 chances to randomize the race. The higher the system level, the higher your prestige, and the better the random race. A system prompt appears. Random race? Sumo thought it was a goblin. He ordered random. Load prestige? The system prompt appears. Load. 35. Sumo said. Loading. Data too large loading. A prompt appears. His prestige is not ordinary. I don't know how much prestige is in the New Moon Kingdom alone, and if this system can still calculate the abyss in the abyss, then I don't know how scary it is. The prestige is loaded successfully. Your prestige level, 8. Prestige value, 350 million. Your luck value, 3,560. Random race, 35. Congratulations, you got the lion race. The bloodline value is 25. Do you choose? 39. Lions? There are 2 random ones anyway. To try this system usage, Sumo directly randomizes the remaining 2 times. Congratulations, you have obtained the Yeti. The bloodline value is 33. Do you want to choose? Congratulations, you have obtained the Beeman tribe. The bloodline value is 35. Do you choose? Pedigree value. It should represent the pedigree. I don't know what the bloodline value of that Bryn before. This Lord system is a bit interesting. Try to upgrade to gold level. Sumo pondered for a while and raised the Lord system to the gold level. The random races in this system can all appear in the world of gods above board. This gave Sumo some ideas. So, Sumo chose to upgrade. The upgrade is successful, and the Lord system has been successfully upgraded to the gold level. A prompt appears. The Lord system has reached the gold level. The villain value remains at 2,000. Now, Sumo has 3 gold fingers. Crit talent, right hand of God Lord system. After upgrading to the gold level, Sumo found that the 3 random races in the Lord system were refreshed again. Look at the gold level Lord system. What races can be randomly selected? 39. Su Emo thought. Scholar. Su Emo chose random. Congratulations, you have obtained the Green Dragon family. The bloodline value is 58. Do you choose? Congratulations, you have obtained the Feathered Clan. The bloodline value is 66. Do you choose? 35. Congratulations, you have obtained the High Elves. The bloodline value is 101. All races with a bloodline value over 100 are unique. Do you choose? 35. In the Lord system, 3 messages appeared. And elves with a bloodline value of 101? It looks good. Just it. Su Emo chose the elves. You have successfully selected the elves. You can choose the location and place the Tree of Life. The Lord system prompt appears. Next. It should be a set of mainstream gameplay using this Lord system. After Su Emo figured out the gameplay of the Lord system, he did not rush to use the Lord system. He used the remaining villain value to incorporate 2 silver-level punch card systems. 2 identical systems cannot be started at the same time. After being incorporated, Su Emo found that these 2 identical systems cannot be started at the same time, only one can be loaded. So, Su Emo decisively merged them. After the integration is completed, it is still the silver-level work card system, and the villain value of upgrading to the gold level is reduced by 500, and the reward will also increase. The system is very simple, and there are rewards when you punch in at work. The higher the position, and the higher the reward. 25-7, being a demon in the abyss. Is it work? Su Emo whispers. When is he going to try it? I don't know, a silver-level system can't afford rewards. After incorporating the punch card system, Su Emo also incorporated the lying down and strengthening system, which is bronze. Then, he incorporated the silver-level sign-in system. The sign-in system is simpler, and there are rewards for signing in every day. After this wave of collection, Su Emo has more gold fingers. Bronze and silver grade gold finger, the harvest is still limited. Gold-level gold finger still has some uses, especially crit talent. The Krypton gold system will be upgraded next time. Su Emo thought. He originally planned to upgrade the Krypton gold system. However, even the gold-level Krypton gold system, after his bloodline has been upgraded, is not particularly helpful to him. Bronze-level gold finger, the corresponding strength limit should be legendary. Silver-level gold finger, the corresponding strength limit is around the sanctuary. Gold-level gold finger, corresponding to the upper limit of strength between demigods and false gods. So, upgrade later. Mo, the oracle of the goddess. Let us go to the temple. At this time, the Queen of the Crescent Moon came. Temple? Su Emo stood up and walked towards the temple with the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Not long after, the two appeared in the temple. After so many days of repairs, the temple has basically recovered its function. After entering the temple lights up. Immediately afterwards, the holy light hung down. A crescent moon descended. The Queen of the New Moon seemed to have received a new oracle, with a happy expression on her face. Mo, the goddess is coming. Really? On the new moon, a large number of light spots appeared. The projection of the new moon goddess came again. Like the last time, the goddess of the new moon still had a faint glow on her body. Appears to be holy. The new moon is slowly descending. Soon, come to the front of the Queen of the Crescent Moon and Su Emo. The Queen of the New Moon lowered her head reverently and did not dare to look up at the goddess of the new moon. Even if this is just the projection of the goddess. Su Emo is different. He was looking at the Crescent Moon goddess. Inexplicable. Sumo feels. The goddess of the new moon seems a little unnatural today. The goddess of the new moon is really unnatural because when she saw Su Emo and the Queen of the New Moon, she remembered the prayer of the Queen of the New Moon that day. The prayers of the Queen of the Crescent that day were not just about her when Su Emo. She also talked about how much she loves Su Emo. How sweet the taste of love is. Poor God. She is just a pure goddess who has never been in love in her life. How embarrassed she was to hear these prayers from Queen Crescent. The key is, she could only pretend not to know. Otherwise, she doesn't know how to deal with it at all. After all, She is a goddess, and there is no abnormality in the face and tone of the new moon goddess. Mo, this time you did a good job. Many demon pieces in the kingdom have been found, eliminating many hidden dangers. The goddess of the crescent moon is a bit approachable in front of Mo. However, Mo's eyes kept on her, making her a little uncomfortable. Where can the sun and the goddess stare at God? But Mo is watching. If this is in other gods, this holy sun and holy girl will be abolished at light level and will not live if it is serious. However, the goddess of the new moon couldn't get angry. Mo's eyes were clear, and there was no disrespect or blasphemy in it. Yes, just pure eyes. Pure. If you look closely, there is still a hint of appreciation. Is he admiring himself? Where does God need the appreciation of mortals? It's like an ant praises an elephant as strong. The elephant doesn't feel any sense of accomplishment, but thinks the ant is too noisy. But don't know why. This glimmer of admiration in Mo's eyes, but for some reason, the new moon goddess has a hint of joy. But Mo looking at her like this made her uncomfortable after all. I said I'd do a good job. 35. Opposite, Missouri Road. After the goddess of the crescent moon nodded slightly to Mo, she looked at the queen of the crescent moon again. Dorothy, do you remember the 5 counties and 20 cities that the Horton Kingdom snatched from you? Hearing the words of the new moon goddess, the eyes of the new moon queen couldn't help but get wet. Goddess, I remember. How could she not remember? At that time, both her father and brother were killed by the sanctuary assassins of the Horton Kingdom, and the Horton Kingdom took the opportunity to launch troops with several allies and robbed a full 5 counties and 20 large cities from the Crescent Kingdom. These 20 big cities and the surrounding area are vast, and the population inside is as many as 10 million, equivalent to 1/10 of the total population of the Crescent Kingdom. 20 cities in these 5 counties are now in the kingdom of Horton and its allies. The goddess of the new moon stood up, walked in front of the queen of the new moon, stretched out her hand, and lifted it on her shoulder. Don't cry now, it's time for us to take back these cities, the new moon goddess said softly. The queen of the new moon was immediately excited when she heard her voice. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. However, the war between kingdoms is difficult to fight without the support of God. If the goddess of the crescent moon does not deal with the gods behind the kingdom of Horton and its allies, it will be too difficult for the kingdom of the crescent moon to regain the lost ground. Originally, Queen Crescent Moon thought she would have to wait for a long time, but she never thought, Goddess Crescent Moon is about to start. This eliminated a large number of hidden dangers, allowing the new moon goddess to dare to do it. Otherwise, the front is playing happily, and as a result, a large number of demons in the back run out to make trouble. That would be bad. This kind of kingdom-level war must be very fierce, and Mo can take the opportunity to swallow a large amount of sacred energy of the new moon goddess. Anyway, he saved so much power for the new moon goddess. Without him, the goddess of the new moon will come in person, and the power consumption will be much greater. Before that, the war of the succubus dynasty to attack the Flint Abyss will start soon. Taking advantage of the time when the New Moon Kingdom was preparing for the war, it would be good to resolve this war. It just so happens that after Sumo's bloodline has been improved, his strength has also been improved, and if he operates well, he may be able to take down the entire Flint Abyss. After returning to the castle, Mo returned to the Abyss, opened the villain panel and glanced at it. On the villain forum, these 2 days are still talking about the news of Mo. Obviously, Mo used the power of the kingdom to clean up the protagonist of the New Moon Kingdom, not only in the protagonist forum. In the villain forum, it has also been rumored. After a glance, Mo reappeared in the wild continent through a passage. Master, I've been exploring the east for the past few days, and so far I haven't found any abnormality in other tribes. Shiwei's voice sounded. Mo, it seems that there are not many leading protagonists. Go, Sylvie. Mo gathered his strength and flew into the sky. Shiwei followed, and soon, Mo saw where the Cat People tribe was. The entire tribe was built under a cliff. The population of the entire Cat People tribe was about 5,000 or 6,000 people, making it a very large tribe. Brother count. After Su-Mo fell, the two cat-eared girls came up and were very happy. They didn't think about how Su-Mo got here so quickly. For them, Su-Mo is synonymous with omnipotence. Mia, Miwei, tell me about the situation around here. Su-Mo asked about the two kitten ears. The two kitten-eared girls started chatting, and they knew a lot about the surrounding area. This area is close to the west coast, with high mountains and deep forests, and most of the people living in it are orcs. Orcs mostly exist in the form of tribes. In the wild continent, the location of this area is very remote, and the civilization is relatively primitive. Of course, the entire savage continent is quite primitive, and in some areas to the south or north, there are often some powerful creatures. After getting a general understanding, Sumo's eyes turned to a mountain in the distance. That mountain is just right. So, Su-Mo flew over with Shiwei. Soon, they flew to the top of this mountain. Then, he opened the Lord system. Will the Tree of Life be placed? A prompt appears. Su-Mo chose yes. With Sumo's selection, a seed appeared. Soon after Su-Mo planted the seed broke out and grew slowly. This is the main building of a lord in the Lord system. Like the main protagonist who was killed, he was a goblin bred through the goblin altar. Different races are not the same. This time Su-Mo chose the High Elves, the Tree of Life. The breeding method of the succubus was also optimized by Su-Mo. Many demons in the abyss have grown from different devil insects. The devil insect abyss in the abyss is equivalent to the womb. This is also the reason why the long-nailed demon god was so angry after Lilith robbed the demon worm abyss. However, after Su-Mo became a demon god, after his own bloodline evolved to a certain extent, he used his bloodline as a guide to let the succubuses breed through the Tree of Nightmares. As long as enough energy is provided to the nightmare tree, the nightmare tree can continuously breed new succubus. After Sumo's bloodline upgrade this time, he will soon be able to slowly affect all the succubuses so that their bloodlines are also upgraded. What he has done with his own abilities is no less than this gold-level lord system. However, Su-Mo is a succubus after all and cannot create other races. This gold-level lord system can be used. The seeds of the Tree of Life grew very fast, and in a short time, they grew to a height of more than 10 meters. The level has come to level 1. Su-Mo looked at the panel of the lord system, and there were a lot of tree species on it, such as the ancient Tree of War, the Fountain of Life, the Fountain of Magic, the Tree of Miracles, the Vine of Flowers, and the Dragon's Nest. Ancient trees of war are defensive structures. The Fountain of Life can absorb the active energy in the air and restore physical strength after drinking it. The Magic Fountain can absorb the magic energy in the space and restore the magic power after drinking it. The Tree of Miracles is equivalent to the totem of the previous Goblin Lord, and it is also equivalent to the temple in the human kingdom, which is used to communicate with the gods. The Elf Dragon Nest can be used to breed Elf Dragon, a small magical dragon. It is equivalent to saying that all the buildings of the elves are basically in the form of trees, springs, and wells. Building these racial buildings requires gold coins. In addition, there are great requirements for the level of the territory and the prestige of the lord. No wonder, the previous Goblin Lord was fighting everywhere, grabbing gold coins everywhere. He also treated the defeated tribes as slaves and used them as coolies. Gold? Su-Mo finds it interesting. What he lacked the most was gold coins. After Su-Mo glanced at the panel of the Lord system, a pile of sparkling gold coins was released directly from the space ring. The number of these gold coins is too many, piled up like a mountain. The whole mountain is a golden light. Then, Su-Mo started the operation. A lot of gold coins were thrown down. I saw that the Tree of Life began to grow rapidly, and in a short period of time, the Tree of Life grew into a towering tree hundreds of meters high. It only cost tens of thousands of gold coins. Then, Su-Mo opened the panel of the Tree of Life. After the Tree of Life grows, high elves can be bred with gold coins. The number of breeding depends on the level of the Tree of Life, and there is a certain breeding limit per day. The higher you go, the more gold coins you need, which is somewhat similar to the Krypton gold system. In addition, Elves of different strengths require different gold coins. For example, Sumo saw that when the number of high elves reaches 1,000, it can cost 100,000 gold coins to breed an elf queen. 1,000. For Sumo, it's nothing at all. 100,000 gold coins. This price is not low, equivalent to 1 billion. But to Sumo, it was nothing at all. Sumo began to conceive. At the same time, gold coins are continuously invested to allow more racial buildings to be built. In a short period of time, a large number of ancient war trees grew up around this tree of life. Immediately afterwards, the ancient miracle tree was also built. There are also many vines of flowers, used to entangle all the trees, and their fruit will be good food. See Master. At this time, in the tree of life, the first elf had been conceived. The elves bred this time are all high elves with a bloodline value of 101. As soon as they were born, they worshipped Sumo. With the birth of the first elf, soon, the second and the third continued to be born. Sumo's gold coins are still many, and they are constantly being consumed. Soon, the number of elves that were bred had exceeded 100. Sumo is still putting gold coins in it. For him, the restriction of gestation does not exist at all. He can quickly increase the level of all buildings with gold coins, and the prestige of the Lord, Sumo is not to worry about. Still, Sumo felt too slow. There is only one tree of life, which is still too few. Like the nightmare tree, now the succubus have planted 100 of them. 100 nightmare ancient trees can breed a lot of succubus every day. Now the total number of succubus has almost exceeded 1 million. Of course, the nightmare ancient tree can't be like the tree of life, and it can continue to breed by investing gold coins. In this way, Sumo is constantly bred. A day has passed. Finally, the number of high elves reached 1,000. Can give birth to the elf queen. 257 Sumo invested 100,000 gold coins into the ancient tree of life. With the operation of Sumo, the tree of life is fully nurtured. Soon, an elf queen wearing a crown walked out. Meet the master. After the fairy queen was conceived, she gave Sumo an elegant salute. Do you have a name? Sumo asked. Please give me your name. The fairy queen said. Just call you Adele. Sumo said. Thank you for your name. Elf Queen Adele rode. After summoning the elf queen Adele, the number of the entire high elves has already exceeded 1,000. It's already quite large. What the protagonist of the goblin did with a lot of genius, Sumo did it easily in just one day. And if Sumo chooses goblins, he will probably summon more goblins in one day. Because the goblin bloodline value is low, there are fewer restrictions. The gold coins needed to breed a high elf can summon dozens or even hundreds of goblins. In one day, Sumo achieves such results through his money ability. If the system is smart, it is estimated that Sumo will be called cheating. As Goldfinger, it is used to cheat. But Sumo is already cheating and cheating and cheating. Next, let's try it out. Sumo looked at the miracle ancient tree. Next, there is one more step. This ancient miracle tree can be used to find a backer for the entire tribe, that is, a god. After finding a backer, the people in the tribe will take that god as their belief. What Sumo has to do now is to use this ancient miracle tree to communicate with himself. Be the god of this tribe yourself. Once this step is completed, Sumo will be able to gain a steady stream of beliefs, and if he can turn these beliefs into celestial powers through the divine side of the succubus lineage, then he will have a steady stream of income. Even, he can enter the heaven with this, and become a heavenly god in a fair and bright way. Try it. Sumo started Miracle Ancient Tree. At the same time, his succubus bloodline has also been released. However, this time, his succubus bloodline showed the divine side. In his body, all the dark powers have been hidden. That drop of light and dark divine power has also been converted to the divine side. Then, Sumo sensed with all his strength. Soon, due to the directionality of the ancient miracle tree, he felt the ancient miracle tree. And then, Sumo's will comes and a successful contract is made. It worked. Stand up by yourself, but it's all right. Have you received the summoning order from the Queen of the Crescent Moon? I want to send 1,000 warriors to fight. Is this going to start a large-scale war? I got it too, it looks like it is. Sigh, it's really tiring in the New Moon Kingdom, and after being dealt with like this by the Earl of the Blackstone Land, the remaining protagonists of the New Moon Kingdom either leave or hide more tightly. Yeah, the protagonist can still go, but we can't go to other kingdoms. 95. When Sumo is in the Wild Continent, using the Lord system. In a villain group, some villains in the Crescent Kingdom are chatting. There are still some villains in the New Moon Kingdom, but the remaining villains are not high, and they are basically bronze-level villains. Most of them are nobles or heirs of nobles, and they have all received a summoning order from the Queen of the New Moon and must go out to the army to fight. With the spread of these villains, the news that the New Moon Kingdom was gathering troops and preparing for a big move spread on the villain forum on a small scale. Some villains around the New Moon Kingdom have noticed it. It looks like the New Moon Kingdom is going to start a war. I don't know which country it will fight. Needless to say, it must be to regain lost ground. F***K, I'm in the Kingdom of Horton, and most of the time I have to send troops to fight, and I will lose some of my strength. On the villain forum, some villains also discussed, especially the villains around the New Moon Kingdom. At the same time, in the New Moon Kingdom, some undiscovered protagonists are also secretly fleeing the New Moon Kingdom. Go to Houghton Kingdom first. I don't believe that his hand can reach Houghton Kingdom. One of the protagonists thought while fleeing towards the Kingdom of Houghton. The protagonist is better at hiding, and his gold finger level is not bad. It is a silver level point system. Running, exercising, swimming, practicing, etc. every day, as long as it is beneficial to the body, can bring attribute points. Such a system gives him a lot of freedom. As long as you hide well, you can grow up sooner or later. The protagonist is now ready to go to Horton Kingdom to develop, lest Sumo come again. The current Sumo in the New Moon Kingdom is an invincible existence. No protagonist or villain can match Sumo. God's name, let's call it the Eternal God, and when I reach the level of the Lord of Power, I will change it to the Eternal Lord. In the Wild Continent, Sumo whispers. He gave himself a divine name from the heavens. In the Abyss, the names of gods are not important, and many demon gods are directly named after their own races. However, the gods of the heavens will have a god name, such as the goddess of the new moon. Another example is the Silver Moon Goddess and the Sia Goddess among the 7 goddesses of the moon. The name Sumo took for himself was the god of eternity. Can't be called master yet. The gods who are qualified to be called master level are all powerful gods who have mastered absolute power and become the master of power. The power of the Lord of Power has far surpassed that of many innate demon gods. After Sumo's lineage evolved, the path he took was different from that of other gods. He was in no hurry to take power. Right now, the most important thing for him is to increase the light and dark power in his body. Following Sumo's order, the ancient tree of miracles gave off a faint glow. In this newly born tribe of high elves, all elves know that the god who shelters them is the supreme eternal god. It is also the master who created them. Adele, this is for you. Let me know if there is anything. Sumo handed Adele a black message stone. Yes, master. Adele said respectfully. Sumo left a lot of things, such as food and the like. At the same time, a lot of gold coins were spent to build some tree houses for the elves. After this was done, Sumo asked Shiwei to guard the elf tribe in secret for some time. When the elf tribe is stronger, it can start to expand to the surrounding area. Based on this elf tribe, Sumo wants to open up a kingdom in the Wild Continent. After doing this, Sumo went to the cat people tribe again. Then, Sumo took 2 cat ears to the elf tribe. When they saw that such a powerful elf tribe suddenly appeared on this mountain, the 2 cat ears were very surprised. With little effort, the 2 cat-eared girls decided to take the god of eternity as the god of their tribe. Sumo also built an ancient miracle tree in Cat Ernyang's tribe. The ancient miracle tree grows very tall, and its function is that of a totem or a temple. Can be used to collect beliefs. So, on the first day that the leading system was used by Sumo had thousands of followers. This is not a follower of the demon god. Rather, it is a believer that Sumo possesses after converting his bloodline to divine attributes. The faith contributed by such believers can be used to condense the divine power of the heavens. It should be fine, Sumo thought. Whether it will work or not will be known only after the belief is formed. After doing all this, Sumo left here and returned to the abyss. Prepared to help a few core succubuses to improve their strength in order to cope with the next dynasty war. At the same time, Sumo has to go one step ahead and expand a few more passages so that the army of the succubus dynasty can come faster. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time for millions of succubus, tens of millions of servant demons and cannon fodder to come to the battlefield. In addition, Sumo is also preparing to use the right hand of God to extract some attributes and use it to strengthen one of his weapons. The right hand of God is very easy to use and can extract attributes from almost all objects. For example, then a rock, extract the hardness attribute. From ordinary iron, the toughness attribute is extracted. The number of single extractions is actually not large, but Sumo's continuous extraction can make his weapons not small. During this process, Sumo decisively loaded the clock-in system for work. He wants to see. This small silver-level system can't afford rewards. You have loaded the clock-in system for work, and your current position is Succubus Dynasty Succubus God. 39. You have completed the first day of check-in, and the reward is being calculated. Your position exceeds the limit of the silver-level system, only the maximum reward that the system can give, 2 advanced experience books. After the check-in in the afternoon of the first day, the prompt of the check-in system appeared. After seeing the prompt, Sumo was a little speechless. A small silver-level system really can't afford rewards. Only 2 advanced experience books were given. Oh, no fun. Sumo didn't care and continued in the abyss, ready to wait for the check-in for 7 days to see what rewards this check-in system would give. He'll be here for some time anyway. During this process, Sumo worked on the Lord system every day. He didn't need to stay there. Sumo just needs to let Shiwei stay there. This gold-level Lord system can naturally be controlled remotely. Every day, Sumo invests a lot of gold coins to breed elves. The elves have been nurtured in a steady stream. The next day the check-in was over, and the check-in system still only gave the maximum reward that could be given, a skill experience book and a magic crystal. At the end of the 3rd day, the check-in system gave a bottle of advanced magic potion. In this way, Sumo stayed in the abyss for the 7th day in a row. 7 days have passed, and the number of high elves has increased rapidly, reaching several thousand. It was twice as much as the half-month accumulation of the goblin protagonist. If the difference in quality is counted, it is hundreds of times more. Their number is about to reach the upper limit because the territory is limited. Coincidentally, the weapon that Sumo sent to Succubus has arrived, allowing them to expand to the surrounding area. 7 days have passed, and if the punch-in system works, it is estimated that it will collapse. As a silver-level punch card system, its rewards are actually limited. Sumo's reward for punching in once a day is immediately capped. You know, the average protagonist clocks in for a month, and I am afraid that he will only get the reward of punching in Sumo for 1 day. As a result, Sumo can get such high-quality rewards every day. Look at what rewards you can give today. 99. Sumo completed the 7th day of punching. You complete a week's check-in and get a weekly card reward. Insufficient rewards will be made up in quantity. You get a pair of high-level magic armor, you can customize the form, you get a sword skill you get. The system prompt appears. Good guy. Really can't afford to play. The rewards are not enough. The rewarded magic armor is still barely enough. It can defend against the attacks of the sanctuary, and Sumo can use it for his subordinates. In addition, this sword skill is also useful. Sumo thought of that little lowly who wanted to be a juggernaut. Well, it should be good for her. After the 7-day check-in, in the abyss, the succubus dynasty had already made all preparations for war. In the entire succubus dynasty, dozens of huge space gates were erected. Millions of succubus and tens of millions of servant demons are already ready to go. However, that night, a piece of news detonated the protagonist and villain forum. That Li Zhao is 1 month after the start of this confrontation game. The ranking of the first protagonist and villain will be announced early tomorrow morning. 666. The ranking is finally going to be announced. Will it affect my stability of the last-to-last ranking? Comrade, please don't steal my lines. 99. Deleted. Let me say tilde operator. 555. It's been a month. I just killed a protagonist. Many protagonists feel that they have developed. If this continues, I feel very suspended. The forum immediately became lively. After Sumo's eyes swept across the forum, he didn't care too much. He withdrew his gaze from the villain panel and flew into the sky. Unleash all the power on your body. Boom. The entire abyss was shaken. Immediately after, dozens of space doors opened at the same time. As soon as the space door opened, Sumo attacked. Boom. His attack rushed out from dozens of space gates at the same time. At the same time, Flint Abyss. Space fluctuation, bad sentence. A powerful demon king's face changed. Next second, the terrifying attack smashed the space violently, and the demon king fluttered his wings and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Hit directly. It disappeared in an instant. Immediately after, a large number of servant demons rushed out of the space gate crazily. Invasion. In the distance, those demons let out a shrill cry. Comments accompanied by the shrill cry of the demon. Among the dozens of space passages that were forcibly opened by Sumo, at the same time, countless servant demons and abyss creatures rushed out frantically. Countless, really countless. The number is terrifying, densely packed. From a distance, it looks like hundreds of millions of locusts. It looks so terrifying. Every second, tens of thousands of servant demons and abyss creatures rushed out. In a short period of time, the number of servant demons and abyss creatures that rushed to the Firestone Abyss has reached several million, and this number is still increasing wildly. Kill them all. The demons stationed in the Firestone Abyss did not hesitate. Under the leadership of the powerful demons in the sky, the densely packed demons rushed towards the army of the succubus dynasty. On the ground, a large number of servant demons and abyss creatures also stood over. I'll go. When I first came to the abyss, I encountered such a big scene. When the army of the succubus dynasty rushed out, a voice sounded from a barren mine in the Flint Abyss. This voice came from a human being. This human is also a protagonist. His system is a bit special. It is a silver-level live broadcast system. This system allows him to broadcast live to all protagonists on the forum. During the live broadcast, the more people watching, the more active, the more satisfied, and the greater the mood swings, the more live broadcast points he can get and the lucky draw. If his system is upgraded again, it will be able to broadcast live to more people. This live stream protagonist has been live streaming on the continent of the gods before. However, everyone is a traveler, and although some people watch his live broadcast, not many people watch it. Fortunately, he discovered a giant dragon before, and after the live broadcast, it attracted the attention of many people. As a result, I got a wave of live broadcast spots, and after the lottery, I accidentally got a camouflage clothes and a random teleportation charm. This teleportation symbol is not one way. It can be used twice, once for the past, and once for the 257 back. After the protagonist of the live stream used a random teleportation charm, he happened to be teleported to the Flint Abyss, where the space was loose because of Sumo's attack. After discovering the abyss, the protagonist of the live stream became a little scared, but immediately felt that this was his chance. No one is watching the live broadcast of the World of Gods. What about the one in the abyss? So, the protagonist of the live stream put on camouflage clothes, disguised as a little devil, and started the live broadcast. Really? The live broadcast in the abyss on the forum attracted the viewing of many protagonists. The scene in the abyss is the first time these protagonists have seen. Seeing that it attracted a lot of attention, the protagonist of the live stream thought about it and spent 1 point of protagonist value to put his live broadcast room on the villain forum. The bronze level live broadcast system cannot yet be placed on the villain forum. but his silver-level live broadcast system can already be done. This time, his live broadcast room also attracted a large number of villains. Through his live broadcast room, it is rare that both the protagonist and the villain appear at the same time. People watching the live stream haven't discovered this yet. Everyone is looking at the different scenery in the abyss. At this time, in the Flint Abyss, there was a violent shock. Immediately afterwards, the protagonist of the live stream saw the space channel wide open, and countless servant demons and abyss creatures rushed out. The protagonist of the live stream was stunned at once. He didn't expect to encounter such a big scene as soon as he reached the abyss. F***CK, is that a locust? The anchor, bring the camera closer and let's see. Stop shouting, it's definitely not a locust. This is a war in the abyss. The scale of the war is probably not small. The anchor should run quickly, and finally watch a live broadcast. Don't die. I'm going. The protagonist and villain are in this live broadcast room? Protagonists come. Let's start a group. 2. In the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the live stream, other, BBCH, protagonists also spoke. There are also some villains. After the initial fright, the protagonist of the live stream watched the soaring number of people in the live broadcast room and realized that this was a huge opportunity for himself. If you use it well, he can get fat. But you can get a lot of live broadcast points. Seeking wealth and risk, fighting for it. This guy looked at the distance and found that his place was far away from the battlefield, and at the same time it was relatively high, and there were no demons. Simply the perfect location. So, this guy aimed the camera at the battlefield, and his camera was naturally not handheld, but realized through the system. Although the battlefield is far apart, it is very clear. The other side. In a short period of time, millions of servant demons and abyss creatures rushed out. The dense pressure unfolded, overwhelmingly rushing into the depths of the Flint Abyss. And in the Flint Abyss, millions of demons and abyss creatures rushed over. Boom! The two black torrents collided violently. I don't know how many abyss creatures turned into powder in this collision. In the rear, more abyss creatures rushed forward. In the sky, the demons vibrated their wings, and they were also massacred in the sky. From the very beginning, the battle became extremely fierce. On the other side, a huge army of demons also rushed over. This is an army from another demon dynasty. The current Flint Abyss is dominated by two powerful demon dynasties. These two demon dynasties have tens of millions of demon armies stationed in the Flint Abyss. Of course, there are not all demons here. There are also a large number of servant demons and cannon fodder. In addition, there are a large number of abyss creatures that mine magic stones in the Flint Abyss. Two armies rushed to the army of the succubus dynasty at the same time. Collision with the army of the succubus dynasty. Die for me. A powerful demon laughed and slaughtered among the servant demon army of the succubus dynasty. Every time he made a move, thousands of servant demons were directly killed. The strength of this demon has almost reached the level of a demon king. In a short period of time, it killed tens of thousands of servant demons. This guy was so excited, he was laughing, all of a sudden. The guy held his head and yelled. Next second. This powerful demon, which is equivalent to a legendary mage, had his head exploded like a watermelon. A succubus with an incomparably hot body and a pair of black armor suddenly appeared, and it was she who killed this powerful demon. Directly with the mental shock, the opponent's brain was squeezed out. After this succubus appeared, his hands moved, and a large number of demons instantly fell into chaos in the sky. I saw a demon laughing loudly, wiping the weapon in his hand against his neck. The two demons didn't know what they saw. They twisted each other's claws and broke each other's necks. The demons in a large area were completely plunged into chaos, and in a short period of time, they killed each other. Immediately afterwards, more succubus rushed out. There were more servant demons also rushed out. In the Firestone Abyss, the demon armies of the two dynasties stationed here will soon be unable to withstand it. Not only can it be unbearable, but the demon armies of these two dynasties can't even escape. F***CK, so powerful. Is this the scale of the war in the abyss? This scale is terrible. Scary. What kind of demons are those? So enchanting. Succubus. It's definitely a succubus. These succubus are so powerful. Look, the demon on the opposite side can't do it. 55. At this time, in the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the live stream, the protagonist and the villain are no longer on the line. Everyone talked about the war. In fact, the scale of this war is beyond their imagination. Even the traversers, they have never seen so many lives appearing on a battlefield at the same time. However, right now, they don't even know how big the scale of this war is. Until the entire Flint Abyss shook violently again. Boom. Immediately afterwards, two huge space doors fell heavily. At the same time, on the other side of the Flint Abyss, a large number of space passages were also opened. Inside, a large number of demons and abyss creatures rushed out frantically again. The protagonist of the live stream was shaken, and when he turned the camera, he saw the scene on the other side, where a large number of demons rushed out. The mouth of the protagonist of the live stream opened again. Queen, the support of the Fallen Dynasty and the Barlow Dynasty has arrived. In the Succubus Dynasty, Barbara quickly received the report. Let's go, it's our turn. Seeing that the support of the two demon dynasties arrived, Barbara fluttered her wings and quickly rushed into the passage. Behind her, other succubus rushed in. Opposite, in the Flint Abyss, the support of the two dynasties is still coming. And their demon army stationed in the Abyss of Flint is also retreating frantically. Some powerful demons still withdrew. But the millions of demon servants who were used as cannon fodder were completely wiped out because there was no way to withdraw them. After the arrival of the support of the two dynasties, they did not attack immediately, but continued to gather. As if there was a tacit understanding, the army of the Succubus dynasty was constantly rushing out and gathering. In the Flint Abyss, on the huge battlefield, the armies of both sides are constantly gathering. It's so dense that you can't even look at it at all. Tens of millions of abyss creatures gathered together, and the fronts drawn were hundreds of kilometers. It looks so magnificent. There are demons and servant demons everywhere. Above the succubus army, Barbara, the queen of the Succubus dynasty, stood there, followed by millions of succubus. Her strength is the most powerful in the succubus. With Sumo's improvement at all costs, Barbara's strength has already reached the level of a demigod, and she is only a short distance away from a false god. In the case of using the bloodline skills, her combat power can even reach the pseudo-god level in a short time. This is why Sumo is so relieved that she is in the Succubus dynasty. Even if a demon-level enemy strikes, as long as Barbara uses the magic circle that covers the entire abyss, she can resist for some time. On the opposite side, the kings of the Sinking Dynasty and the Barrow Dynasty have also descended on this battlefield. A powerful aura stirred up and confronted Barbara. Neither side spoke, but faced off at high altitude. Below, the armies of both sides are still rushing out. Grandma's bear, how many people are there? It's terrible. I feel like there are at least tens of millions. More than that, there are more than tens of millions on one side. Look at how far this battlefield has drawn. Adding up, I am afraid it has exceeded 100 million. Hey, F***CK Abyss's handwriting is so big, it's going to come and go at every turn. 9 billion miles, billions of gas. This should be a dynastic war in the Abyss. In the Abyss, all the people are soldiers. Unlike humans, even if a kingdom has a population of over 100 million, only a few can participate in the war. The final scale of the war is only a few million. It's scary. 35. And what's even more frightening, I learned from the Holy See's information that such a war usually involves the participation of demons. Hey, demon god. In the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the live stream, the scale of the war also shocked all the protagonists and villains in the live broadcast room. In the Flint Abyss, the armies of both sides are still rushing out. In terms of quantity, the army of the Sinking Dynasty and the Barrow Dynasty has surpassed the army of the Succubus Dynasty. These two dynasties were able to occupy the Flint Abyss, which was rich in magic stones, and they were both exceptionally powerful. Each dynasty existed for hundreds of years. Unlike the succubus dynasty, the existence time is too short. When it was discovered that it was the succubus dynasty that attacked the Flint Abyss, the two powerful kings above the two dynasties were quite disdainful. Little succubus, also want to get a share of the pie? It doesn't matter. Killing them all and letting their blood stain the red Flint Abyss will further increase the origin of the Flint Abyss. The fallen king and the Baluo king, one is angry, the other is calm. None of them, though, ordered the attack. Let the army of the succubus King Chao rush out. This is partly due to the practice of dynastic warfare and, more importantly, they want to wipe out the army of the succubus dynasty. With the demon blood of the tens of millions of troops of the succubus dynasty, the entire Flint Abyss has been soaked. It can enhance the origin of the Firestone Abyss and enable the Firestone Abyss to produce more magic stones. Above the succubus army, Barbara stood there with a calm face. In this battle, no matter in the number of demons or the number of cannon fodders, the succubuses must lag behind the enemy. There are only over 1 million succubuses. But on the opposite side, the number of elite demons dispatched by the two dynasties added up to nearly 10 million. In terms of the number of servant demons and cannon fodder, they should also lag behind the enemy. Although they gathered tens of millions of demon servants and cannon fodder, the number of demon servants and cannon fodder on the opposite side added up. After all, in this war, the succubus dynasty is going to fight one against two. However, how could it be easy to grab a piece of meat from these two powerful demon dynasties? Barbara was not at all afraid. In her eyes, this war, they must win. Finally, in the rear passage, no more demon army rushed out. The demon armies on both sides were already arrayed on the incomparably wide battlefield. Densely packed, countless. It looks like a large black blanket that has been laid for hundreds of kilometers. Really something amazing. In the live broadcast room, it was the first time that everyone saw this spectacular scene of hundreds of millions of lives gathered together, and everyone couldn't take their eyes off it. The protagonist of this live stream also bet right. This time, his live broadcast room attracted an unprecedented number of people. As long as the protagonists and villains received the news, they all came to watch. Say nothing else. The protagonist and the villain alone can appear in the same live broadcast room, and many protagonists and villains want to run over to confront each other. It's just that the protagonists and villains who were about to go to the line saw the pictures in the live broadcast room, and they were already too concerned about going against the line. Seeing that the army of the succubus dynasty has all come out, in the sky, King Sinking and King Baluo took a step forward. Barbara also took a step forward. Just one step. The distance between the two sides has already been pulled to within 10 kilometers. To the level of a dynasty lord, this distance is nothing at all. Then, King Barlow's will first shook the space and made a deafening sound. Succubus, Flint Abyss is not a place you can set foot on. King Barlow, what nonsense are you talking to her? I haven't tasted the flesh of a succubus for a long time. Little ones, attack me and kill them all. 5. The fallen king's temper was obviously more fiery, and he couldn't wait any longer. With its loud roar, all the demon armies in the fallen dynasty moved. The densely packed demons rushed out and rushed towards the army of the succubus dynasty. At the same time, the King of Sinking even shouted and rushed towards Barbara. Seeing that the King of Sinking was so irritable, King Barlow didn't talk nonsense anymore, and with all his strength, he rushed to Barbara. Below, the demon army of the Barrow dynasty also started. The dynasty-level war has officially started. All of a sudden, hundreds of millions of abyss creatures moved on this battlefield. In such a scene, the protagonists and villains in the live broadcast room were reluctant to blink. On the battlefield, seeing the armies of the two demon dynasties move, all the servants and abyss creatures of the succubus dynasties also rushed towards each other. In the sky, there are a lot of demons and servant demons rushing over. Seeing the armies of the two demon dynasties start, more than 1 million succubuses joined hands, and they all unleashed their incomparably powerful skills one by one. Spirit Storm. Charm. On the battlefield, an invisible terrifying storm swept over in an instant. These more than 1 million succubus are already very strong. What they are good at is mental attack. As they started, immediately, those rushing demons and servant demons have been recruited. Such a large range of group skills, the scope of the spread is too wide. Even weaker demons and servant demons can't stand it at all. For a while, I saw that in the sky. After a large number of shocks, the demons and servant demons whose heads were directly shut down fell like raindrops. Below, those servant demons and abyss creatures who act as cannon fodder on the ground are even worse. On the entire front, among the two demon dynasties, all the servant demons and abyss creatures that rushed forward fell into chaos. After the succubus has gained general strength, the skills that are activated together are actually so terrifying. Look, the devil in the sky looks like it's raining. What's wrong? Those demons on the ground can't do it anymore. They are killing each other. I see. This must be the ability of the succubus. Is the ability of the succubus so terrifying? It's too good. It doesn't mean that the succubus can only be regarded as a medium level among demons. How can they be so strong? 9. In the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the live stream, everyone was stunned. The interest in discussion is also high. In fact, the performance of the succubus was too sturdy. With one skill, tens of millions of abyss creatures fell directly into chaos. Some protagonists and villains are still unclear at all. The difference between ordinary abyss creatures and servant demons is regarded as a demon. In fact, the most common abyss creatures are not demons in the abyss. Demons, equivalent to the nobles in the abyss, are relatively few in number, but stronger in strength. This less is relative. The absolute number is still very large. Damn, kill her. Seeing that the skills of the succubus are so powerful, the King of Sinking and King Barlow, the lords of the two dynasties, changed their expressions and rushed towards Barbara. Behind them, there were some powerful demons who were not affected by group skills and rushed over. Seeing the King of Sinking and King Barlow rushing towards him, Barbara's expression did not change. The next second, her hands moved and red light appeared in her eyes. Not good. The King of Sinking only felt that an invisible force slammed into his brain. King Barlow was even more influenced by Barbara's succubus eye, and in his eyes, he couldn't help but become confused. Barbara showed her great strength and actually launched an attack on the two dynasties at the same time. The will of the king crushed me. The King of Sinking roared, facing the spiritual attacks of the succubuses. They either rushed in quickly and killed the succubus directly, or you can only fight against the attacks of the succubuses with a strong will. Now, Barbara's attack is like a monstrous flood. The power is amazing and the momentum is huge. In terms of spirituality, the King of Sinking cannot be compared with Barbara at all. But it only needs to stabilize its mind and condense all its will into one. It can be like a huge boulder in the big river, which is allowed to be washed away by the flood without moving the slightest. Stand still. However, the fallen king obviously overestimated its will. Under Barbara's terrifying blow, although its will was extremely tough, cracks appeared on it. Oops. The face of the fallen king changed greatly. In the next second, its will was defeated, and Barbara's terrible will rushed over. Boom. The King of Sinking only felt that his head was hit hard all of a sudden. If its strength is weaker, it will explode like a watermelon like the legendary demon before. The strength of this guy, after all, is very powerful. It has already reached the demigod level. This blow, although it severely damaged its brain, did not kill it. Death to me. The King of Sinking gritted his teeth and attacked from a distance. Barbara's expression remained the same, and with the movement of her slender fingers, a mass of green flames rushed out, blocking the attack of the fallen king. At the same time, it was an invisible spiritual attack, and it rushed towards the King of Sinking. On the other side, the mighty King Baylor is still battling Barbara's bloodline skill, Eye of the Succubus. Ask for flowers. In the case that King Barlow could not support, the King of Sinking was almost madly abused by Barbara. Two waves of mental shocks made the King of Sinking feel that his brain was about to split. It wanted to charge close, but as soon as it charged, Barbara's mental attack was even sharper. And its far-off attack was directly blocked by Barbara. At the same time, on the battlefield, other succubuses have also released green flames. Succubus flame. After Su-Emo created the nightmare tree, he didn't let the succubuses master too many skills. More than fine. The demon body of the succubus is naturally inferior to other demons. Thinking about it, their bodies, with their delicate skin, looked delicate. How could the body of a demon be comparable to those powerful demons whose muscles exploded and couldn't be hit with missiles? Of course, they're demons after all, and their physical strength is much stronger than that of humans. On the route that Su-Emo planned for them, specialize in mental attacks and then strengthen the bloodline skills, that is, the ability to charm. Finally, it is the flame of the succubus. After more time, more other means will be added. This strategy is undoubtedly successful. After the upgrade of the succubus overall bloodline, in this dynasty war, as expected, it exerted astonishing power. At this time, the battlefield was already chaotic. No, it's one-sided. Barbara blocked the two dynasties with 1-2. The other succubuses did not lose out either, and the spiritual storm they launched caused more and more demons and servant demons to fall into chaos. After the army of the succubus dynasty rushed in, it was a one-sided slaughter. Roar! At this time, another assist arrived. In the sky, sparks appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, the space shattered, and a powerful flame demon with sparks all over his body rushed out. This flame demon is too tall, several hundred meters high, and holds a long whip made of flames. Hey, Master, I'm late. After the flame demon roared loudly, the whip made of flames swung violently in his hand. Tia sounded. I saw that in the army of the fallen dynasty, hundreds of servant demons were directly thrown away and then turned into ashes. The power of that flame whip is not ordinary terrifying. As soon as this Balrog joined the battlefield, the advantage of the succubus dynasty became even greater. Not only that, in the passage it jumped out of, more flame demons rushed out. This guy was found by Su-Emo in an abyss full of lava and subdued. It is not easy to conquer the flame demon. These guys will not easily recognize the master, even if they die. However, they can be subdued simply by finding their true names. With a strong mental power, Su-Emo found out the real name of this guy and made him think he was the master. In this dynastic war, with such a power, Su-Emo naturally will not use it. On this battlefield, the succubus dynasty is 1-2, but it appears to be incomparably powerful. Not long after the war started, the two demon dynasties were already on the verge of defeat. These succubus are so fierce. Yeah, with one enemy and two, it is so powerful, I am afraid there is no suspense in this war. No, there is a lot of suspense, and the demon gods behind the three dynasties have yet to make a move. In the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the live stream, the protagonist and the villain were extremely shocked. A war of the scale would be hard to imagine if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. When seeing how powerful the succubus dynasty was, all these protagonists and villains were amazed. Boom. Perhaps the words of a protagonist in the live broadcast room came true. The entire Flint abyss shook violently again. Immediately after, in the sky, two looming huge figures appeared. These two huge figures have not yet fully appeared, and the terrifying aura has already made many abyss creatures on the battlefield tremble. After discovering that his demon dynasty may not be defeated, the demon gods behind the two demon dynasties finally appeared. Hey, did you finally come out? In the heights of the Flint abyss, Su-Emo finished speaking lightly, and his whole body was also agitated. Boom. The abyss trembled again. His figure also revealed his figure from the void. Look, the devil is coming. In the live broadcast room, all the protagonists and villains looked at the three figures on the screen that belonged to the devil. Sure. It's terrifying. I can feel a strong sense of oppression through the screen. What if it was on the scene? The anchor, don't be a coward, you are far away. Let's watch the battle of the demon god. In the live broadcast room, the protagonist and the villains were speechless when they saw the movement caused by the arrival of the three demon gods. On that barren mine, the protagonist of the live stream was already beating drums in his heart. Although he is still far away from the battlefield, after the arrival of the three demon gods, The atmosphere of the demon gods is overwhelming. Even if he is so far apart, there is a feeling that he is about to suffocate. Fortunately, soon, the auras of the three demon gods reached a certain balance under the collision of each other. The countless abyss creatures below also recovered from the oppression of the devil's breath and fell into the war again. This is the horror of the devil. If there is no devil on one side and the opposing devil just releases its breath, it can make ordinary abyss creatures lose their ability to fight. In the endless sky, after the sinking demon god and the Baluo demon god descended, Sinran looked at Sumo. In the eyes of these two powerful demons, Sumo's breath was very unfamiliar. They have never seen Sumo before. I didn't know that there was a new demon god in the succubus. I thought it was Philos who was revived. It turned out to be a new succubus or a man, so you got Philos' bloodline? The incomparably huge sinking demon god vibrated the space with his will and made a sound. Philos? Sumo heard the name 273. This is a succubus and demon god in the abyss, and his strength is quite powerful. But he died in a war between the abyss and the heaven 100 years ago. When Philos died, her succubus dynasty fell apart. The succubuses lived miserably in the abyss. Until the appearance of Sumo, in his current succubus dynasty, he also took in many succubuses in the abyss. His bloodline did not come from Philos. Since you have set foot in the Flint Abyss, you only have two choices now. Demon god Baylor also spoke. One is to leave your succubus army, we can let you go. The second is that we kill all your succubus army and then destroy your succubus dynasty, leaving you with no place in the abyss. 99. How to choose is up to you. 99. Demon god Baylor looked at Sumo with confidence and made a rumbling sound. Although the strength of Sumo is not clear, but how strong a new demon god can be, there are two demon gods here. 2 against 1, their winning rate is 100%. No surprises. After finishing speaking, the breath of demon god Baluo increased further, and the demonic energy almost condensed into substance, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. I'll start with the third. 99. Sumo said lightly. Baylor's gaze became dangerous. Court death. It didn't ask what the third type was, and with a loud roar, the mountain-like weapon in its hand slammed across the space and charged towards Sumo. At the same time, the fallen demon god has also launched its attack. Abyss of sinking, what are you doing when we talk so much nonsense you can't move? With a move of the hands of the fallen devil, the heights of this battlefield and the surrounding space seemed to have turned into a swamp. At this time, even if a false god enters this space, he will be trapped and unable to move. It will sink deeper and deeper until it is swallowed up. This is one of its unique skills, the abyss of sinking. This guy, when the demon god Baluo was talking before, quietly performed this unique skill. The space around Sumo was wriggling, and this scene, seen from a distance, was extraordinarily amazing. As if the whole sky was squirming. Is it? Sumo's faint voice sounded. Next second. With a flap of his wings, the squirming space around him shattered. Sumo's wings were once again, and he was completely out of the scope of the abyss of sinking. With a move of his hands, he launched a terrifying attack. At the same time, red light lit up in his eyes. Boom. His attack met the mountain-like weapon of demon god Baluo, and he saw that the huge weapon was directly knocked upside down and flew out. Not only that, Sumo's attack was not exhausted, and after knocking off the weapon of the Baylor, he continued to charge towards the Baylor. God's attacks, especially those made with divine power, are basically lock-in. Worse than precision-guided missiles. It's not that you can't dodge, but it's very difficult to dodge. Roar. The demon god Baluo didn't choose to hide. The magic armor on its body moved, and its fist turned into a huge iron fist, slamming into Sumo's attack. On the other side, after the abyss of sinking demon god was broken by Sumo, he was about to attack when he felt a change in front of him. Its eyes suddenly became dull. Around it, in the blink of an eye, countless cages appeared, trapping its consciousness firmly in it. If it can't break free, its consciousness will be trapped here forever. Its demon body will become an empty shell. Break me. 35. The consciousness of the fallen devil made a huge roar, and all the consciousness condensed into one. The will of the demon god slammed into those cages. Boom boom. In its sea of consciousness, a huge voice sounded. The cages were broken layer by layer. But these cages are too many, getting bigger and stronger. After the fallen demon god broke through the tens of thousands of layers of cages, his consciousness seemed to fall into an endless starry sky. All around is endless darkness and dead silence, boundless, without barriers, without boundaries. If you want to break through, you can't make a breakthrough. It realizes that this is probably a super cage that Sumo has created for it. It has to break here. Otherwise, all of its consciousness will be trapped here. Its demon body will also become a body. Even if its demon body is surging with power, it will survive thousands of years without any problems, and even a false god would not dare to approach it rashly. But in the case of trapped consciousness, it is not too simple for Sumo to destroy its demon body. The touch of sinking, break it for me. The consciousness of the fallen devil broke out, and the boundless tentacles rushed all around. This is its sinking touch. In this huge cage like a starry universe, countless planets were shattered by its sinking touch. Finally, it found a gap and rushed out. But as soon as it rushed out, it was even more desperate because there was a bigger cage outside. These cages, layer after layer, kept appearing. One layer is bigger than the other. It must break all the cages to break out of Sumo's shackles. Otherwise, it can only count on the Baylor demon god to defeat Sumo and rescue it. Look whether you clothe fast or I break fast. 35. The fallen devil is not reconciled, roaring. The will of the devil rushes in all directions. It wants to break all the cages. Boom. When the consciousness of the fallen devil was trapped, Sumo's attack and the iron fist of Baylor also collided. This guy's body of a demon is not small. Like the spikes, the Baluo demon is also a demon god who likes melee combat. In the abyss, most demon gods are like this. One by one, the gods are powerful, the skin is rough and the flesh is thick, and the body of the devil is also huge. Break me. Baylor's iron fist had already hit Sumo's attack. Roar. In this guy's huge roar, the demon body of the demon god Baluo trembled. The magic energy around it shuddered evenly. Such a tremor caused some demons that were a little closer below it to tremble instantly. Thousands of demons exploded into blood mist in the blink of an eye. Abandoned. How come? In the next second, this guy took a few steps back. On its fist, the armor made of divine iron was cracked. Boom. Baylor has just retreated and Sumo's second attack has arrived. Roar, sink, what are you doing? Feeling the possible energy in Sumo's attack, Baylor roared. A collision just now gave it a terrible feeling. Because the divine aura contained in Sumo's attack made the demon god Baluo feel frightened. That divine power, in the sense of demon god Baluo, is far beyond its current level. Does this mean that Sumo, the new succubus demon god, has actually walked in front of it? At the level of the gods, every time one takes a step up, there is a world of difference in strength. It's an old-fashioned devil. Now, with Sumo's second blow, the demon god Baylor feels that he can't stop it. It can only call the fallen demon god. But it doesn't know that the fallen demon has been trapped by Sumo's consciousness, trapped all his magic consciousness in one point, and is still trying to break through the cage set up by Sumo. Seeing that the fallen demon god didn't move, the Baluo demon god could only roar and attack Sumo again. It's too late to take back its weapon. However, to the demon god Baluo, the body of the demon god is more powerful than any weapon. Boom. The attacks from both sides collided again. Although the demons below were hiding far away, a large number of demons were still affected and shattered instantly. Damn it. 35. This time, demon god Baluo made an unwilling voice, flew upside down with a bang, and smashed into the army of demons below. I don't know how many demons and servant demons were killed. The flint abyss was even hit and shuddered. There was a huge hole in the ground. The cracked rubble rushed in all directions at a terrifying speed. Before some demons could react, they were pierced by a gravel and fell one after another. Broadcaster beware. A gravel just rushed towards the place where the protagonist of the live stream was. The guy's reaction was still fast, and his head hurriedly tilted to the side. The rubble rubbed his face and flew back. Boom! A cliff behind him was directly penetrated by the gravel, hitting a big hole. Although the density of this gravel is not large, it is not so easy to break because it is contaminated with the devilish breath of the devil god Baylor. What a terrible power! The battle of the demon god level is too scary. If it spills over casually, it will be gone. Those demons are so innocent, they turned into blood mist before they could react. 95. This is the true strength of the demon god. The demon god I saw last time in the New Moon King capital should have been suppressed. Wow, brother, are you from the New Moon Kingdom? Why didn't you die? F***K, you just died. I'm the villain, a bronze-level villain, and the Earl of Land doesn't look down on me. 2.7. Seeing that the demon-level battle is so exciting, in the live broadcast room, all the protagonists and villains watching are shocked, and there are many discussions. I'm going to kill you. Demon god Baylor got angry, rushed out of the huge pit, and continued to rush towards Sumo. Boom. But right away, Sumo's attack, teaching it to be human again. Demon god Baluo let out an unwilling roar, and was blown away by Sumo again. Boom. In Barlow and the Fallen Dynasty, I don't know how many servants have been ruined. Boom. Sumo came down with another attack, and the demon god of Baluo roared again and again, but under the terrible power of Sumo's light and dark power, this guy could only be incompetent and furious. There was a constant roar, although the voice was loud, but it had no effect. On the other side, the fallen demon god is still pounding the cage set up by Sumo. On the huge body of the demon god, although terrifying power is surging, but because his consciousness is trapped, this guy can only stand there. This succubus is so powerful. 1 against 2, this demon god is too terrifying. Why doesn't the other demon god move? Should be caught in some skill of the succubus and demon god and got trapped. Isn't the succubus the best at mental attack? In the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the live stream, seeing Sumo with 1 against 2, trapped one and beat the other so that he could not fight back, all the people, one by one, were also extremely shocked. Boom. Demon god Baluo smashed to the ground again. In its demon body, the huge armor made of divine iron has been smashed to pieces because of the successive smashes. Damn it. Sinking, what are you doing? Demon god Baylor roared again and again, and it has been abused by Sumo. This guy is not stupid, and he also guessed that most of the fallen demons were attacked by Sumo's mental aspect. After shouting this loudly, demon god Baluo endured his injuries and fiercely launched the demon god's roar at the fallen demon god. Roar. A loud voice. This roar really worked. In the sea of consciousness, the trapped sinking demon god noticed that there was a flaw in the surrounding cage. Here's its chance. As an old-fashioned demon god, his grasp of fighter planes naturally goes without saying. The will of the fallen devil also roared, and with the help of the roar of the devil Baluo, its will turned into a big sword, and with a slam, it slashed into the boundless cage. Boom. Finally, with the help of the demon god's roar of the demon god of Baluo, its will successfully split the cage. Then, jump out. Finally see the sun again. The fallen devil is so excited. Although the actual time of being trapped is not long, the perception at the conscious level is different. In such a cage of consciousness, even if the outside world is only a second, the feeling inside is very long. The longer you get stuck, the harder it is to get out of trouble. Because the sleepy time is too long, the despair and the consciousness will gather together, and it will become a wall that you can't cross. However, now, the consciousness of the fallen devil has finally come out. You have successfully regained control of your body. Roar. Succubus demon god, I'm going to kill you. The fallen devil roared loudly, and the strength of his whole body was about to stir. It saw that a pitch-black spear, carrying heart-pounding power, slammed over. Break me. 35. Although the fallen devil has just broken through the cage, he has also mobilized all his strength and launched his own attack fiercely. Boom. The spear collided with the artifact in his hand. In the next second, I saw that Sumo's Black Long 11 guns smashed its divine weapon with one blow, and with a slam, it pierced the huge demon body of the fallen demon. The fallen demon uttered a deafening cry of pain. The divine power within the body began to rush towards the wound frantically, preventing the erosion of the divine power carried on the black spear. Damn it. It was furious and also very unwilling, because it felt that if it wasn't for its own consciousness being trapped, when it first got out of the trap, there was still some discomfort. How could it be so unbearable? Barlow. Under the heavy damage of the fallen devil, he was ready to call Barlow to fight back with it. But when he looked at it, he realized that the demon god Baluo had already been beaten horribly, and his armor was broken. There are injuries all over the body. If it weren't for Barlow's body of a demon god, he was born with rough skin and thick flesh, and he might have died. Sink, it's too strong, go. Demon god Baylor roared. Originally, it also expected to sink into the devil. However, after finally pulling out the fallen devil was shot by Sumo. There was a huge hole in the body of the devil. The impact on the fallen demon god's combat power is not generally serious. How to fight this? If you fight again, the two of them may have to explain it here. Walk. The fallen demon god is not reconciled, but it also knows that if they continue to fight, they will not be able to fight. The two demon gods gave the order to retreat. Roar. Demon god Baluo still wants to block it, otherwise all the demons in its demon dynasty will die here. Boom. But Sumo strikes again, hitting the guy roaring again and again. The fallen demon god is already withdrawing. This guy is afraid that Sumo will do it again. Don't delay, or you won't be able to leave. The fallen demon god began to feel bad, because at the wound, the divine power belonging to Sumo was like a poison, consuming its power like a madman. Walk. Seeing that in the two demon dynasties, the main demons have withdrawn, and the two demon gods can no longer drag them on. They roared and rushed in one direction. Not good. In the mine, the face of the protagonist of the live stream changed drastically, because the direction these two demon gods rushed towards was exactly his direction. Although he was hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield, the speed of the demon god was too fast, and a few hundred kilometers was nothing to the demon god. In desperation, the protagonist of the live stream directly used the teleportation charm. Otherwise, as soon as the two demon gods arrive, under the influence of the overwhelming demon god aura, they might not even be able to use the teleportation talisman. Because this guy is very decisive, the teleportation charm was successfully used. This guy has returned to the continent of the gods. I'm going. Why did the anchor run away? If he doesn't run, he will die, and the two demon gods are obviously rushing in his direction. I didn't expect that the succubus and demon gods could fight against two demon gods with one enemy and two demon gods could not fight back. This succubus demon god, among the gods in this world, is probably the most powerful one. Too strong. This live broadcast is worth watching. I want to become a god. I want to hang up all the villains. Oh, come on, I'll be waiting for you in the Holy Court Empire. 666, an imperial boss actually appeared? This F***CK must be a gold-level villain, right? No, it could also be a small bronze like an earl in the empire. In the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the live stream, it is still lively. Although he returned to the continent of the gods, the people in his live broadcast room did not leave. His live broadcast system consumes one protagonist value each time, allowing the villain to come in for 1 hour. There is still some time. However, the protagonist has not killed the villain, and now there are only 2 protagonist values, which can only be used twice. This time, this guy has gained quite a lot, and it is the most he has gained since the live broadcast for so long. In the Abyss of Flint, Sumo did not pursue after seeing that the demon god of Baluo and the demon god of Sin had escaped. There is only 1 drop of his light and dark power, and the amount is too small. In the battle just now, more than half of it has been used up, and only a little is left. Without the power of light and darkness, although Sumo has enough confidence to defeat them, it is difficult to stay. Anyway, there is no way to stay. After driving away the two demon gods with powerful force, it will be enough. These two guys were not lightly injured this time. In addition, Sumo is too strong in this battle, and it is not so easy for them to make a comeback. The purpose of this dynasty war has been achieved. Because the power of light and darkness is too powerful, this dynasty war is even more rewarding than Sumo's plan. Originally, Sumo wanted to get a piece of the Firestone Abyss. But now, with the powerful light and dark power and the increase in strength brought by the upgrade of the bloodline, Sumo can monopolize the abyss of this rich magic stone. Kill them all. Barbara gave the order. The main demons of the Barrow dynasty and the Sinking dynasty escaped under the cover of the two demon gods. But the demon servants and tens of millions of cannon fodder they brought could not escape. Some weaker demons did not have enough time to escape. Barbara was not polite and flew out to do it herself. After losing high-end combat power, the remaining demons and servant demons are not opponents at all. Originally, they were all crushed by the succubus. Now it's even more one-sided killing. High in the sky, Sumo sat on a throne made of divine power, watching the war silently. After a few hours, finally, all wars were over. Tens of millions of servant demons belonging to the two demon dynasties have been killed. The ground of the Flint Abyss was soaked by the demon blood of these servant demons and abyss creatures. The origin of the entire Flint Abyss has been enhanced a lot. In the Abyss, different abyss are different, and the Firestone Abyss has special rules, so it can continuously produce magic stones. And like the abyss of demon insects, the rules are different, and it will be a paradise for demon insects to multiply. If a human who is afraid of insects goes to the abyss of demon insects, it is estimated that he will scare himself to death. A whole abyss of worms, not fun. The magic insect itself is also the cornerstone of the abyss. Some extremely powerful demon gods were probably transformed from a small demon worm. The two demon dynasties originally planned to use the demon blood of the succubus dynasty to strengthen the origin of the Firestone Abyss, but in the end, the battle situation was completely reversed. The entire Flint Abyss was also under Sumo's control. After taking the Flint Abyss, there is still a lot of things to do. The first is to consolidate the entire space of the Flint Abyss, build a magic circle, and strengthen the defense here. These things take a lot of time. Sumo is not sitting there to rest at the height of the Flint Abyss, but analyzing the rules of the Flint Abyss so that he can further increase his control over the Flint Abyss. The succubuses are cleaning the battlefield and building defenses. There are also some succubus who drive the abyssal creatures to mine ores. Roar, Master, we're leaving. The Balrog, with a height of several hundred meters, finished speaking to Sumo respectfully and returned to the abyss where they were with a large number of Balrogs. There is a layer of fire element extremely rich, huge abyss. The entire abyss is a magma ocean, and the deepest part of the magma ocean is even tens of thousands of meters deep. This flame demon is not the strongest one there. According to it, in the center of that huge abyss, there is a demon-level Balrog. After the Balrogs left, Sumo was still sitting in Flint Abyss. At this time, he also saw a lot of posts about this battle on the villain forum, as well as some pictures or videos intercepted by the villain. Live stream protagonist? Sumo whispers. His eyes swept around, and the other party had already left. He glanced at the villain forum again, where a large number of villains were discussing this matter. It is also discussing the power of the succubus. All of them are full of yearning for such power. After Sumo glanced over, he closed the villain panel and continued to analyze the rules of the Flint Abyss. And this time, on the protagonist forum, the discussion has already been extremely lively. The live broadcast of the protagonist of the live stream has long since ended. But the discussion is not over yet. Many protagonists are discussing the battle. This is the first time these 273 protagonists have seen a god-level battle. It was also the first time I saw the power of God. In the New Moon Kingdom, although demon gods also descended, at that time the strength of the demon gods was suppressed. Only the power of the pseudo-god can be exerted. Moreover, there were not many people who saw it at the time, and the rest of the protagonists only learned about the battle from the posts on the later forums. This time, it was they who saw the demon god level battle through the live broadcast. Every protagonist is amazing. Demon god level strength is really too terrifying. In the battle that didn't last long, just the aftermath of the battle killed millions of demon servants. The power of God also makes all the protagonists speechless. Same. It's also what inspires the ambitions of these protagonists. Everyone is clamoring to become a powerful god. The most discussed by them is the extremely powerful succubus demon in the live broadcast screen. One enemy too, but strong crush. That is not to prevail, but to crush. Completely crushed. The two demon gods were beaten so hard that they were powerless to fight back in front of the succubus demon god. Not even a chance to fight back. From start to finish, you can only be beaten passively. Even if it weren't for these two demon gods being more decisive, after finding that they couldn't beat them, they decisively gave up that layer of abyss and escaped. I'm afraid I have to explain it there. How powerful must such a succubus demon be? This is called power. When will I be able to have such strength? No matter what villain you are, I will crush them all. I didn't expect that the succubus was actually a man. I always thought that the succubus was a woman. This is probably the special feature of the succubus. It's so violent, it's like rubbing two demon gods on the ground. I have decided that the succubus will be my idol in the future, and sooner or later, I will become a powerful god like him. Chong Chong. What is the villain? No one can stop me from becoming a god. The protagonists' forum suddenly became extremely lively. After many protagonists were shocked by the power of the succubus and demon in the live broadcast, they all aimed at the succubus and demon, clamoring to become such a domineering god. In such a hustle and bustle, many protagonists slept very late this night. Even some protagonists have no intention of sleeping, especially some protagonists who practice magic and meditate all night. Early the next morning, around 8 o'clock, many protagonists and villains were on the forum. Because it will be the day when the first issue of the protagonist and villain rankings will be announced. When it was almost 8 o'clock, many protagonists and villains had already opened the rankings. The current leaderboard has only one record. But after 8 o'clock, more leaderboards began to appear. Protagonist list, villain list, record list, luck list. A protagonist chanted. The first issue has a total of 4 leaderboards. Whether it is the protagonist or the villain, you can see these 4 rankings. The protagonist list, that is, the ranking of all the protagonists, this list is not based on the level of Goldfinger. Instead, it depends on the overall strength, including the protagonist's value, record, strength, luck, and so on. The same goes for the villains. The record list is purely to see how many protagonists or villains have been killed. The luck list is based on luck. The following 2 lists will be on the top regardless of the protagonist and the villain. After these 4 lists appeared, one by one name began to appear. In a short time, the names of these 4 lists have all come out. Some protagonists have looked at the protagonist list. Above, the first name is a protagonist named Tianyun. Tianyun, the gold-level protagonist, the abandoned baby of the king of the Bytine Empire, with a record of 15 and a comprehensive score of 25, ranking first. This protagonist has actually killed 15 villains. When seeing the protagonist who ranked first on the protagonist list, some protagonists could not help but take a breath. A protagonist quietly killed 15 villains. You know, in the early stage, the protagonist is even more disadvantaged. Many protagonists have not even killed a single villain. But this guy who named himself Tianyun is actually so strong. The protagonists looked at the other protagonists and soon discovered that the protagonists with a record of more than 10 on the protagonist list were basically gold-level protagonists. For protagonists with a record lower than 10, the level will not be displayed. Only when the record exceeds 10, the identity and Goldfinger level will be disclosed. For protagonists below 10, only one protagonist nickname, record, and overall rating is shown. These protagonists are not simple. In the Abyss of Flint, Sumo's eyes turn to the main character list. The 3 protagonists in front of the protagonist list have a record of more than 10. There is also a protagonist who is ranked 18 and has a record of more than 10. These protagonists are all gold-level protagonists. The other protagonists don't know what level they are. Looking at it this way, the protagonist won't get the legendary Goldfinger at the beginning. Sumo thought. At present, there should be no, but maybe not. Because there is also a possibility that a protagonist who has a legendary Goldfinger from the very beginning, his record is not outstanding, so it is not shown. From the protagonist list, there is not much information that can be obtained, and the other protagonists have only one protagonist nickname. The protagonists with a record of more than 10 can see their identities, where they are, and what Goldfinger they have. Sumo looked at the other 3 lists. Looking at it, Sumo found out that the remaining 3 lists were all dominated by him. On the villain list, he has the highest overall rating. On the record list, his record is also the highest, reaching an astonishing 79. In other words, there are already 79 protagonists killed by Sumo. On the luck list, Sumo's luck also ranks first, but this value has not been disclosed. Sumo naturally knows, because of his luck, he has already exceeded 2,000. In addition to Sumo, the top 10 in the luck list are all protagonists. The protagonist kills the villain and gets a lot more luck. 39. Sumo thought. This is also the protagonist's natural advantage. On the villain list, a month has passed, and the number of villains with a record of more than 10 is several times more than that of the protagonist. There are a full 14. In addition to Sumo, there are 12 gold-level villains, all of which have gotten more than 10 kills. In addition to Sumo, the one with the most is called Lu Demon King, who is a prince and a gold-level villain. In 1 month, this guy has killed 22 protagonists. Silver-level villain, who got more than 10 kills, there is also one. I don't know how to kill them. Many of these guys should have been inspired by the New Moon Kingdom incident. Every one of them made a big move. If Miles doesn't die, this guy may have a certain possibility to be on the list with a silver-level villain. On the record list, the villain's record has completely crushed the protagonist. After scanning the general situation, the reward also came. You get the first place on the monthly villain list, and you get a villain value of 1,009. You won the first place on the monthly record list and got 200 villains. You won the first place on the monthly list of luck, with a villain value of 200 and luck of 50. The first place in the 3 lists, the total reward value of the villain is 1,400. However, when these villains are in their pockets, Sumo's golden crit talent, once again, has played a role. You trigger the crit talent, the villain value is twice as critical, and you get the villain value of 2,000. You triggered the crit talent, the villain value crit is tripled, and you get the villain value 600. 3 critical strikes, the villain value directly reached 3,000 points. Sumo had only a few hundred villain points left, and it was enriched again. After more than 1,000 villains, you can upgrade the 4th gold-level Goldfinger. The announcement of this wave of rankings for Sumo has the greatest significance, of course, is the value of these villains. After receiving the reward, Sumo closed the villain panel without paying too much attention. Master, the first batch of magic stones have been mined. The succubuses are moving very fast, and a lot of magic stones have been mined in 1 night. They sent all the core magic essence in the magic stone mine to Sumo, and these magic essence also played a significant role in improving Sumo's power. The other magic stones and succubuses were all transported into the succubus dynasty. On the one hand, give the succubuses a boost in power. On the other hand, these magic stones can be used to give the nightmare tree, so that the nightmare tree can breed succubus faster. Wow, so many powerful protagonists and villains. Everyone, the Earl of Shirling has directly dominated the list. 99. 666. The Earl of Shirling is really ruthless, and his record is directly over 70. 35. He's already a gold-level villain. I'm afraid. In 1 month, I actually went from a bronze-level villain to a gold-level villain. The gold content is too high, and I feel that other gold-level villains can't compare. On the forum between the protagonist and the villain, as soon as the ranking list came out this time, it naturally caused a large-scale discussion. More than half a month ago, when Succubo first entered the record list, he was still a silver-level villain. Half a month later, he became a gold-level villain in one fell swoop and occupied the other 3 lists except the protagonist list. This kind of strength has also caused many people to be in an uproar. Damn it. In a villain group, the voice of the gold-level villain Brother Emo sounded. Succubo used the power of the kingdom in the New Moon Kingdom to clean up a wave of the protagonist. So, this time, Brother Emo did not expect to surpass Succubo. But he didn't expect, and he didn't get the second one, and there was actually a villain above him. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Brother Emo still refuses to admit defeat because he is also making a big move recently. The villain value of this wave of leaderboards comes at the right time, and he can upgrade to a silver-level gold finger. This Earl of the Blackstone territory is getting stronger and stronger, and I haven't been able to bypass him these days. If this continues, we will go crazy sooner or later. It is still possible to simulate to the sanctuary now, and we will discuss what to do after we arrive at the sanctuary. That's right, when everyone's strength is up, we'll figure out a solution together. You made me tremble with fear, but fortunately, a bronze-level trash like me still can't get in touch with the Earl of the Blackstone land. In the group with hundreds of emulator protagonists, the protagonists in it saw the leaderboard, and their mentality was a bit broken. In the simulation, the gold-level protagonists and a small number of silver-level protagonists basically encountered the situation of being blocked by the Earl of the Blackstone land. All are depressed. Especially the protagonist of the Golden Simulator. After a month, this guy just couldn't get around it once. If it weren't for this group, all the protagonists cheering each other up, he would really go crazy. Some of the protagonists who were at the bronze level in the simulator were shivering one by one. Just when all the protagonists and villains were discussing this ranking list, the appearance of a piece of news once again attracted everyone's attention. The rules of the game added. Supplement 1. When the villain has more than 5 silver-level gold fingers, or has more than 2 gold-level gold fingers, other villains have a chance to obtain their gold fingers by killing the villain. Supplement 2. If the protagonist kills the villain, he will get 100% of the highest level gold finger possessed by the villain. What do you mean? This is because the villain didn't die fast enough. F***CK. Originally, the villain's advantage in the later stage will become smaller and smaller, so how can we villain play? When these 2 rules were added, a large number of villains shouted on the villain forum. Wow, these 2 supplementary rules are good. Once the anti-Jiahao faction gets Goldfinger, the advantage will be much greater than ours. This kind of restriction is very good, so as long as there is a chance, some villains will probably also deal with others. The villain, 9. Yes, although the protagonist's luck is higher, if there are no restrictions, I feel that some big villains in the later period will be unstoppable. It's not necessarily optimistic. It is possible to have 2 gold-level Goldfinger villains. Who would dare to move the other villains? 6. On the protagonist forum, many protagonists applauded. A month has passed, and the strength of these protagonists has gradually increased, but still cannot compete with some villains. One by one is still worried every day, and some protagonists even hide everywhere, which can be described as miserable. Seeing that these 2 rules are meant to target the villains, they are naturally half-happy. These 2 rules are kind of interesting. 35. In Flint Abyss, Succubo also noticed these 2 supplementary rules. These 2 supplementary rules are obviously not conducive to the villain camp. It is estimated that the current villain camp is too strong in general. Especially Succubo. Even if his identity as a demon god has not been revealed, the strength shown by the Earl of Moshi Land is terrifyingly strong. He has too many gold fingers, 3 gold-level gold fingers, and a bunch of silver-level gold fingers. Succubo feels that the addition of this wave of rules, the other villains, may be dragged down by him. His performance is too evil, and even the other villains are unlucky. Don't worry too much. This rule is not necessarily a bad thing for us. In a villain group, the voice of a gold-level villain sounded. The strong are always strong. The number of villains is not important. Strength is the most important. Rather than let some villains be killed by the protagonist, it is better for us to solve them. Another villain also said, "The villains in this group are all at a high level, and the villain who speaks is also a gold-level villain." Many villains are worried about the new rules, but some villains with high Goldfinger grades who have also developed are not worried. In their view, the advantage of the villain is actually very large. Think about it, if the villain obtains a suitable Goldfinger with the resources in their hands, the speed at which this Goldfinger becomes stronger will be many times that of the protagonist. Of course, the Goldfinger of the protagonist is basically tailor-made, and it is not easy for the villain to think of a suitable Goldfinger. But as long as it is Goldfinger, it can improve its strength. These powerful villains also wish that the number of villains was less, so as not to give the protagonist a protagonist value. In short, this time the addition of the rules, some people are happy, some people are sad, and some people don't take it seriously. For Sumo, it didn't make any difference. Whoosh whoosh. A dense rain of arrows shot away. On the opposite side, those goblins who were waiting for them were beaten and stunned. We surrender. Soon, this goblin tribe surrendered obediently. Queen, the goblin tribe has taken it. In the elf army, the elf Queen Adele received a report. The elf tribe has begun to expand. These days, a large number of tribes around have been captured by elves and then surrendered to the elves. These tribes were quickly reorganized and began to build a city in this area. In the middle of the city is the Tree of Miracles planted by Sumo. In this way, these tribes can all worship the eternal God as the God of faith. The elf Queen Adele, with thousands of elves, continued to expand towards the surrounding area. In the dark, Shiwei stared at them to avoid the appearance of an enemy with too strong 273 strength. The elves have a high bloodline, and although they have good strength from the moment they are born, they still need some time to grow. Of course, dealing with the surrounding tribes, there is no problem at all. In some tribes, there are also totems, and these tribes also worship some gods. It's just that these tribes are too small. After the elf tribe is defeated, the god behind the totem will hardly make a move. Or, at most, perform small miracles, and when they find it useless, these gods will give up. For some small tribes of hundreds of thousands of people, wasting the power of divine power to come, this is an obvious loss-making business. In this way, after Sumo won the Flint Abyss, the expansion of the elf tribes became faster and faster. Every day, the number of high elves born is also increasing. Sumo has given Adele a lot of things obtained from the Krypton Gold system. These things can make Adele have legendary strength in a short period of time. After upgrading the Krypton Gold system to the gold level, they will be able to better enhance their strength. Of course, after upgrading to the gold level, even Sumo's gold coins may not be enough. After all, there are now more places to spend gold coins. The Krypton Gold system is used, and the Lord system is also used. If there is a Shinhao system, it is a perfect match with the Krypton Gold system. In the New Moon Kingdom, there is currently no protagonist who has the Shinhao system. In other kingdoms, there may be. Sumo has allowed Nancy's intelligence organization to infiltrate other kingdoms. If it is the Shinhao system, the characteristics are still relatively obvious, such as which protagonist suddenly becomes a rich man with great wealth. In the Flint Abyss, after 2 more days, the abyss was basically consolidated by Sumo. Barbara, don't leave too many succubus here. If there is any situation, let me know as soon as possible. Sumo said to Barbara, Queen of Succubus. Is God. Barbara respectfully said. After arranging things, Sumo left the Flint Abyss and reappeared in the Wilderness Continent. Soon, he came to the ancient miracle tree of the elf tribe. In the ancient tree of miracles, Sumo felt a strange energy. Non-it energy. Nor can it be said to be material. He walked over, and the succubus bloodline showed its sacred side. Then, Sumo's feelings became more obvious. Is this what faith is? 35. Sumo sucked lightly, and sucked the belief stored in the ancient miracle tree into his body and into his brain. There, slowly, a small pyramid emerged out of thin air. This is Sumo's godhead, which is usually hidden in the bloodline. These beliefs were quickly sucked in. In this small pyramid, it was originally all the power of darkness. After faith entered, it quickly occupied the other side. Since the succubus lineage has manifested the divine aspect, these beliefs have not been tainted. Otherwise, if you change to a demon god, even if you can absorb these beliefs, it will be polluted, and there is no way to use it to gather innate divine power. Among his godheads, he is already half holy and half evil. Sumo's thoughts moved, and the divine personality began to operate. These beliefs were being analyzed by him and then condensed. Too little. After half a minute, Sumo whispered. He has indeed succeeded in obtaining the light belief that only gods in the heavens can have. But too few. This little faith is not enough to condense a drop of divine power from the heavens. However, since he can gain faith, it means that the blood of the sacred succubus can indeed make Sumo gain power like a celestial god. That's great. Adele, speed up the expansion. 99. After figuring it out, Sumo gave an order to the elf queen Adele. If so, then speed up the pace of expansion. It is just right. It is also combined with the Lord system to see if it is possible to open up a kingdom in this wild continent in a short period of time. Yes, master. After receiving orders from Sumo, Adele accelerated the expansion. In just a few days, there were already quite a few tribes that Adele had brought down. These tribes were not large, and together they still had a population of nearly 20,000. Now Adele is ready to BBCH. Some tribes that number in the thousands. These medium-sized tribes basically have their own totems, but the gods behind their totems are unlikely to take action. When the opponent wants to make a move, Sumo has now been able to make his own will, and also the will of the gods in the heavens, to scare the opponent away, which is not difficult. In case the opponent's head is iron, Sumo's light and dark supernatural power still has a little bit, and it is not a big problem to deal with a new god in the heaven. When the war between the Crescent Kingdom and the Horton Kingdom begins this time, Sumo will be able to replenish a lot of light and dark power by swallowing another wave of the divine energy of the Crescent Moon goddess. In the New Moon Kingdom, these days, the summoning of the army has already been completed, and it is continuously developing towards the front line. In the northwest of the Crescent Kingdom, armed nobles from all over the country gathered. This war has also spread on the forum. There are also many people who are concerned about this matter when it comes to the Earl of Moshiland. The Horton Kingdom has also made preparations. There are spies on both sides. Such a large-scale action, don't even think about hiding. Not to mention, there are still a lot of villains in the current Horton Kingdom. After the turmoil caused by the ranking of the first issue, there were more discussions about this war on the forum. Soon, not only the villains knew. The protagonists also know that the New Moon Kingdom is about to launch a war against the Horton Kingdom. What the hell? Why am I so unlucky? In the Kingdom of Horton, the silver-level villain who escaped from the Crescent Kingdom to the Kingdom of Horton after a few days was crying. He finally escaped to the Horton Kingdom, only to find that the Crescent Kingdom was going to attack the Horton Kingdom again. It's no wonder you don't cry. The Crescent Kingdom is at most a gain in lost territory, and it's not wrong for me to go to the hinterland of the Horton Kingdom. This silver-level protagonist has a plan. He is going to the hinterland of Horton Kingdom. However, you have to be careful, because there are quite a few villains in the Horton Kingdom, and there are some powerful villains. The silver-level villain in New Moon Kingdom was taken by Sumo, but the silver-level villain in Horton Kingdom still exists. At this stage, the threat of silver-level villains is still very big. It is said that the Earl of the Blackstone territory has become the holy son of the Holy See of the Crescent Moon, and this time he will definitely be dispatched with the army. Don't hesitate, we are already bound to the Kingdom of Horton, and this time we have to send troops to fight. In this case, this time we will try to kill the Earl of the Blackstone land. That's right, we will be greatly affected if the Horton Kingdom is defeated. The supplementary rules this time are just right. After we join hands to kill the Earl of Moshiland, maybe we can get his gold finger. The Earl of Moshiland has killed so many protagonists, and the silver and gold-level gold finger in his hand must be a lot. Crystal. At this time, a group of villains was having a heated discussion. The people in this villain group are all the villains in the Horton Kingdom. The news of the war seemed to have already passed. These villains originally fought with the protagonists of Horton Kingdom. However, suddenly got the news that the New Moon Kingdom was going to attack. These villains naturally want to scold their mothers. After all, when the kingdom-level war began, they, as great nobles, had to send troops to participate in the war, losing a tribe's power in vain. Originally, these villains were very depressed. As soon as the supplementary rules come out, these villains all have their minds. Anyway, to fight anyway, these villains want to join forces to kill Sumo. Once killed, the huge number of gold fingers on Sumo's body may be acquired by them. Then let's do it. By the way, some of the protagonists in the royal capital may also participate in the war this time. I suggest to unite with them and deal with the Earl of the Moshi land together. Co-protagonists? What would they do? Why not? These guys are very good, especially the guy who mixed into the Holy See and became the leader of the Temple Knight team, and definitely wants to take the opportunity to deal with the Earl of the Blackstone land. Otherwise, the Earl of the Blackstone land will use the New Moon Kingdom. He was the first unlucky to defeat the Horton Kingdom. Good idea. Anyway, we can't deal with them now. We should unite with them first, if they agree. On the battlefield, if we can't kill the Earl of the Blackstone land, we can also find a way to kill them. These villains, one by one, made plans. Soon, they sent people to contact the protagonists in the Kingdom of Horton. Originally, some villains did not hold out hope. After all, these protagonists are not stupid. Unexpectedly, a silver-level protagonist agreed to them. As a result, these protagonists and villains in the Kingdom of Horton quickly reached an agreement. That is, during the war between the Crescent Kingdom and the Horton Kingdom, the protagonist and villain on the front line did not fight each other, but joined forces to deal with the Earl of the Blackstone land, Brother Meow. Do we really want to cooperate with those villains? Will it be too risky? This kind of cooperation is good for us. Anyway, we have to go to the front line. The threat of the Earl of Moshi land is too great. I feel that this time his ambition is not small. Yeah, the New Moon Kingdom is aggressive this time. Once the Horton Kingdom can't stand it and acts like the Earl of the Blackstone land, we will have no choice but to leave the Horton Kingdom. Don't trust those villains too much. If they find an opportunity, they will still attack us. I just think that the Earl of Moshi land is not easy to deal with. He is the Holy Sun and can borrow the power of the goddess. 66-inch. Horton Kingdom. In a group of protagonists, some protagonists are also discussing. These protagonists are the protagonists who developed in the royal capital of the Horton Kingdom. The same as the protagonist in the New Moon capital. They each joined some forces, making it difficult for the villains in Horton Kingdom to attack them. The villain in the Kingdom of Horton does not have the courage of Miles. A month has passed, and the silver-level villains have all killed some of the protagonists. But there is no good way to take a few silver-level protagonists in the capital. These protagonists are also worried about Sumo's threat. In their opinion, this time the New Moon Kingdom attacked the Horton Kingdom's war. I am afraid it is definitely not that simple. Not just regaining lost ground, as some believe. It was the conspiracy of the Earl of the Moshi land. The Earl of the Blackstone land wants to borrow the hand of the Crescent Moon Kingdom to take over the Horton Kingdom. Although it is too difficult to conquer a kingdom at once in a kingdom-level war, the shadow of the Earl of Moshi land is too great for them. This time the ranking is even more direct. Such a big villain who went from bronze rank to gold rank abruptly and became the #1 villain in the 3 rankings, they had to guard against it. If the Earl of the Blackstone land really took over the Kingdom of Horton, they could only escape from the Kingdom of Horton. However, for them, after operating in the Horton Kingdom for a month, they each had some powers as their backers, and they developed the best among the royal capitals of the Horton Kingdom. As long as they are more careful, even the silver villains have no good way to take them. Escape from Horton Kingdom is not a good choice. Therefore, these protagonists only became interested after the villains proposed cooperation. There is also a time limit for the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden to borrow the power of God. Once the time limit is reached, the Earl of the Blackstone territory is not impossible to deal with. You don't have to worry, we have already contacted the protagonists and villains of the Huanha Kingdom and the Bauhinia Kingdom. These two kingdoms were in a deadlock before because of the distribution of interests, but as long as the protagonists and villains in the two kingdoms join forces, they can be persuaded to send troops together against the Crescent Kingdom. 5. That's right, the Crescent Kingdom will be defeated in this battle, and the Earl of the Blackstone territory will die. It's up to who can kill him. Among the protagonists, the two silver-level protagonists led by them released some news, which calmed the hearts of the other protagonists. It's almost time. In the abyss, Sumo looked at the time. The time has come for the official attack of the New Moon Kingdom. As soon as his hand moved, a map simulated by divine power appeared in front of him. This map is also the map of Zhou Kingdom of New Moon Kingdom. To the north of the New Moon Kingdom is the Holy Moon Kingdom. To the south, there is the kingdom of the other goddesses among the 7 goddesses of the moon. There are a total of 7 kingdoms, and these 7 kingdoms are put together to form the shape of a moon. This is the territory that the 7 goddesses of the moon made together on the continent of the gods when they were in harmony. It's like saying, the Holy Moon Kingdom is located at the northernmost edge of this moon, and the New Moon Kingdom is located at the second position. To the west and north of the New Moon Kingdom, there are some other kingdoms. Horton Kingdom, just northwest of Crescent Kingdom. The last time they attacked the Crescent Moon Kingdom, the Horton Kingdom was the main one, and there were 2 other kingdoms as supplements. Horton. Sumo's eyes turned to Horton Kingdom. This time, the purpose of the New Moon Goddess counterattack was to regain lost ground. However, Sumo's ambitions don't stop there. He wants to maximize the value of this war in the New Moon Kingdom. After staring at the map of Horton Kingdom for a while, Sumo's hand moved, and the entire map shattered. Then, Sumo flapped his wings and entered the abyss. In a short time, Sumo came to the abyss where the long-nailed devil was. Roar, succubus demon god. As soon as this guy sensed Sumo's arrival, Long Nail appeared directly. How did you go last time? Is Lilith's breath a little weaker? The Long Nail demon god asked impatiently. This guy, after having a fight with Lilith last time, was still robbed by Lilith of the demon worm abyss, and he felt hateful in his heart. Sumo came to the side of the Long Nail demon god and punctured the bubbles around the Long Nail demon god. A few days passed, and after bursting the bubbles around the Spike Demon God, the harvest was okay, but not as big as the last time. One is that the time is a little shorter, and the other is that the last time the Long-Nailed Demon God fought with Lilith. Long Spike, don't worry, I'm sure to convince Lilith to let her return that layer of demon worm abyss to you. Sumo patted the Long-Nailed Demon God's shoulder and said, Give me back? She's so kind. The long-nailed devil does not believe it. Sumo said, Trust me, if she doesn't pay you back, how about I go grab it with you? 55. After hearing Sumo's words, Long-Nailed Demon God was relieved. Okay, Succubus Demon God, I believe in you. This silly big man is in a better mood and is happy. Sumo added, Long Nail, I heard that this time there is an excellent opportunity. On the continent of the gods, the two kingdoms are about to have a kingdom-level war. Country? Destroy a country? Hearing these 3 words, the long-nailed demon god suddenly became interested. The last time this guy was defeated in the New Moon Kingdom, although there was no loss in his own strength, the loss of the demon dynasty under his command was not small. Demon King-level demons were all killed by the little angel who descended from the New Moon Goddess. Of course, this loss is not too big for Long Nail. This guy is not afraid of loss. What is depressing is that he failed to destroy the city last time. Failed to let the name of the long-nailed devil spread to the world of gods. Now, I heard that Sumo is actually going to pull it to destroy a country. The long-nailed demon god's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course I am interested. The last time it wasn't the holy son of the god was too difficult to deal with. I have already destroyed that city. There are not many holy children like that. This time, as long as it is not New Moon Kingdom, I am interested. Obviously, the long-nailed demon god has a shadow on the New Moon Kingdom. It doesn't know, the holy sun that makes it feel difficult is the one in front of it. Sumo nodded with deep sympathy. The holy son of the new moon kingdom can carry the power of a pseudo-god. There are not many such holy sons. Don't worry, this time it is not the new moon kingdom. 55. Hearing that it was not the crescent moon kingdom, the long-nailed demon god became more interested. Sumo said, "Since you are interested, then it's settled. I will be responsible for opening the passage. When you are ready, even if you can't destroy the country, you can destroy a god's temple and the holy sea, and you can make your name great. Rise." Okay. Succubus demon god, I'll do it with you this time. The long-nailed demon god agreed. You prepare first, I'm going to find Lilith. Sumo saw that the long-nailed demon god was fooled, patted its shoulder, and said. After saying that, Sumo fluttered his wings and left. After some more time, Sumo appeared outside the abyss of Banshee Dynasty. Succubus, how dare you come? 35. As soon as he appeared, Lilith's angry voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, Lilith appeared with an angry face. For flowers. Her strength should be almost recovered, and it seems that she still has some diligence. As soon as she appeared, she was still annoyed at the last time Sumo forced her Lilith, and she had the intention to do it directly. Lilith, you can't beat me. Seeing that Lilith was about to start, Sumo stood there with his hands on his back and said lightly. Lilith snorted softly and moved her hands, and a large number of Lilith appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. But immediately, Lilith shuddered. Because Sumo has appeared behind her. A hand was placed on her smooth jade neck and stroked her chin. Look, I said, you can't beat me. Sumo's voice rang in her ears. The hot air she exhaled when she spoke made her ears ticklish. This is the distance only a couple can talk to. Damn it. Lilith knew that she was hit, and without any hesitation, she launched her own banshee howl. Sumo behind her suddenly turned into countless pieces. The Sumo in front was also shattered instantly. Lilith, it's useless. You know you can't beat me. But Sumo quickly reappeared behind her and stroked her pale blue hair. Seam. Also sniffed. You come out. 99. Lilith said angrily. I've always been behind you. Sumo's voice sounded. Lilith turned around abruptly, and Sumo lifted her chin just in time. Go to hell. Lilith shot out brazenly, and Sumo in front of her shattered again. But immediately, Sumo appeared behind her again, and Lilith simply closed her eyes. Because she knew that under the influence of Sumo, she could not distinguish between fantasy and reality. The Abyss Banshee was originally good at mental attack, but Sumo's bloodline ability allowed Sumo to use some of her abilities to restrain her. Since Sumo successfully found a way to restrain her, Lilith has not dared to fight Sumo easily. Until this time. Lilith, are your eyes only on the abyss of the spike? 35. Sumo didn't mean to touch her this time, and the voice sounded behind her. Lilith closed her eyes tightly, ignoring Sumo. But looking at her appearance, once she noticed Sumo's whereabouts, I'm afraid she would take action without hesitation. I know you care about the abyss of that demon hunter. As long as you promise me 2 conditions, I will help you deal with it. 35. Sumo's faint voice sounded again. Lilith snorted softly. But after a few seconds, she opened her mouth. What conditions? 35. A smile appeared on Sumo's mouth. First, return the demon worm abyss to the spikes, and second, I know you have secret sons in some kingdoms, and I need you to show your face. How? Lilith opened her eyes, turned her head, and stared at Sumo for a while. Sumo gradually approached. Lilith's eyes became dangerous again. These 2 conditions you will not suffer. Sumo finally stopped and said lightly. After watching Sumo for a few seconds, Lilith finally spoke. After 10 days, you will deal with it with me, and I will promise you. 99. Sumo snapped his fingers. Deal, but you have to fulfill the second condition first. It's not difficult for you. It is good. Lilith agreed. Okay, then I'm leaving. Sumo's voice sounded. Lilith was about to speak when she felt that Sumo had another taste on her fragrant lips. You. Lilith knew that she had been tricked again. Haha, Lilith, you look so good when you're angry. I'll send someone to inform you in 3 days. Sumo's voice sounded, and his figure was nowhere to be seen. And she was forced again. Damn it. Well, a long horn sounded. The vast army marched towards a fortress in a mighty manner. Eagle's nest. Among the army, Queen Crescent looked at the fortress with a complicated expression. This fortress used to be a line of defense within the New Moon Kingdom. A few months ago, after being beaten by the Kingdom of Horton, the Kingdom of Horton remodeled the fortress and turned it into a bridgehead against the army of the Crescent Kingdom. At this time, this huge fortress has opened all the magic circles. In the fortress, there are mountains of magic stones. These magic stones are the magic circle of the fortress, providing a steady stream of magic power for the magic circle to run. On the upper part of the fortress, there is a thick wall with magic lines carved on it. The muzzle of a giant cannon protrudes from the city wall. These guns are not artillery, but a magic cannon. The magic pattern is constructed inside, which transforms the magic power contained in the magic stone and emits powerful magics one by one. Compared with the magician, their attack method is single and the consumption is huge, but the advantage is that they can attack continuously. The power is also very great. Such a magic cannon, used to garrison a fortress, is very powerful. It can be used to contain a large number of magicians of the opponent. Of course, this thing is also very expensive. The consumption of one shot is too high compared to the magician's skills, and the conversion rate of magic power is too low. 273. Above this fortress, you can also see some flying figures. This is the magician of Horton Kingdom. Not many in number, but each one is powerful. At this time, in front of the fortress, the mighty army of the New Moon Kingdom had already arrived. Mo, how do you fight? On a gorgeous flying boat, the Queen of the Crescent Moon looked at the huge fortress and asked Sumo next to it. They are dragging time so that reinforcements from the other two countries can arrive. Pray to the goddess and take this fortress directly. Sumo said lightly. After saying that, Sumo prayed. This flying ship is very special, already equivalent to a small temple. The temple can be regarded as a signal amplifier, or an antenna, when the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden pray, which enables the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden to better communicate with God. Can also be seen as a locator. Otherwise, how do the gods in the heavens know exactly where you are? The Queen of the New Moon was about to speak when she saw the holy light falling from the sky. After Sumo prayed, the goddess of the Crescent Moon did not ask and immediately lowered her power. As soon as Sumo got the power of the New Moon goddess, the breath on his body rose, and he flew out abruptly. At the same time, the demigod of the New Moon Kingdom, an old man with white hair, also flew out. Strike with Sumo. This demigod is an uncle of the Queen of the New Moon and the strongest in the Kingdom of the New Moon. This fortress cooperates with our demigods, and it will not be a problem to drag them for most of the day. At that time, when they reach the Yade Plain, they will face the coalition forces of the three countries. 99. In the fortress, a general in armor looked at the army of the New Moon Kingdom, who could not see the outside, and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Sumo flew into the sky. In the distance, he could only see a figure. This man is very brave. Is he ready to negotiate? The general snorted softly. Immediately, he saw that Sumo, who flew into the sky, made a fierce shot. A terrifying attack that was so bright and dazzling rushed towards the fortress. The general's eyes narrowed with irritation. Break me. In the sky, the demigods of the Horton Kingdom who were guarding here did not expect that Sumo would act as soon as he came up. The demigod also launched his own attack. Beside him, the Holy Son of Horton Kingdom saw that the situation was not good, and he had already prayed. This time, they did not regard this place as a decisive battle. In the Holy See, at the suggestion of a Templar knight who is making rapid progress and can be regarded as resourceful, they decided to use this place to delay time. A demigod, plus a Holy Son with some high-end combat power, plus this incomparably strong fortress. In their opinion, it is enough to delay most of the day. When the army of the New Moon Kingdom broke through this fortress and rushed to the decisive battle location they chose, the armies of the other two countries arrived just in time. At that time, the army of the New Moon Kingdom will only be besieged. However, Sumo's operation exceeded their expectations. How can the king be fried at the beginning of the game? Although they also have a son, their son does not pray for the power of God until the critical moment. It only takes a few minutes to carry the power of God at a time, and the CD time is at least half a day, so the timing of use must be grasped. This is also the reason why both the protagonist and villain of Horton Kingdom think they have the opportunity to kill Sumo. Boom! The demigod collided with Sumo's attack. Then, the demigod's expression changed. Sumo's attack directly shattered his attack. Boom! The next second, Sumo's attack landed on top of the huge fortress. The magic circle of the fortress could not bear it at all, even if there were too many magic stones in it. However, Sumo's attack has already exceeded its upper limit. Then I saw that the magic circle was broken directly. Immediately afterwards, a terrible attack fell on the fortress. This fortress was blasted into the sky at once. Not good. 99. In the fortress, the face of a protagonist who was supervising the battle changed greatly, and before he could react, the protagonist was blown to ashes. This guy, who got a good position in the royal capital, was originally going to supervise the battle here, and by the way, he would guide the defense. As long as the situation is not right, he is ready to run away. Who would have thought that Sumo would blow up at the beginning of the game? This feeling is like fighting the landlord. They're going to put a pair of threes first. As a result, Sumo didn't even look at it and threw the double king directly. The power of these two kings is so terrifying that even a demigod can't stop it. Directly blew the fortress into the sky. In the face of such an attack, how could the protagonist escape? Huh? There's a protagonist? On the villain panel, Sumo discovered that this blow accidentally killed a bronze-level protagonist. Perhaps it is the effect of high luck, and the crit multipliers of the crit talent have been good recently. 100 villain value. Crit becomes 300. Goddess, the consumption is too high, but the harvest is not bad. 35. Sumo meditated for a moment in his heart, and then swallowed a small part of the divine energy descended by the goddess of the new moon. The effect of this blow is remarkable, and the consumption is so large that the goddess of the new moon can definitely understand. Pseudo-god level? Holy sun, go back. Opposite, in the sky, the demigod was terrified. This demigod never expected that a pseudo-god level combat power would appear on the opposite side. Destroy the fortress in one hit. This is the combat power that can only be possessed by the gods who come to the continent of the gods. Retreat. In the sky, all the fighting forces of the Horton Kingdom retreated crazily. Sumo vibrated power and chased after him. A few more hits were fired. Although the sanctuary of a Horton Kingdom was far apart, it was directly hit by Sumo's attack because it was a little slower to escape, turning it into ashes. Other sanctuaries fled like crazy. Their strategic purpose this time was completely lost. A lot of consumption. Sumo sighed and swallowed half of the divine energy of the crescent moon goddess. Seeing that the rest of the Horton Kingdom retreated, Sumo prayed and asked the crescent moon goddess to take back the remaining power. If he could, he was ready to swallow it whole. However, there are still more opportunities to scour the wool later, so there is no need to be so hungry at the beginning. Although, he only left less than 10% for the new moon goddess. The army of the New Moon Kingdom passed over the fortress that had been destroyed like a tide. On the flying boat, Queen Crescent looked at the completely destroyed fortress and felt a little pity, but she didn't blame Sumo. Sumo said, "Queen, from now on this is the country, and this fortress can be leveled like this." The Queen of the Crescent Moon said, Sumo's words are the most correct for her. The armies of the two countries will be able to reach the final battle site in half a day at most. At that time, the armies of the three countries will join forces and cooperate with the gods behind the three countries to defeat the New Moon Kingdom and kill the Earl of Moshi Land. 99. That's right, half a day at the Eagle's Nest is enough. 99. At this time, on a vast plain, tents were overwhelming, one by one, pulling out a distance of dozens of kilometers. Here, the army of the Kingdom of Horton is located. The plain in front was the final battle location chosen by the Kingdom of Horton. Since the coordination of the other two kingdoms took place later, the armies of those two kingdoms would take half a day to arrive. That's why they have to take the Eagle's Nest Fortress for time. In a gorgeous tent, several silver-level villains were discussing matters under the guard of tens of thousands of private troops around. No, the protagonist told me that Li Hui's avatar was grayed out. At this time, a silver-level villain said. The protagonist can also add the villain as a friend, as long as both parties agree. He's in the Eagle's Nest. Doesn't that mean he's dead? How is it possible? The magic circle of the Eagle's Nest Fortress will take some time to destroy even the demigods. The god behind the New Moon Kingdom can't come for a fortress, right? The expressions of the other silver-level villains changed. Sir, it's not good. There is news from the front that the Eagle's Nest Fortress has been broken. A subordinate rushed back to report. What? Several silver-level villains glanced at them, and their faces showed shock. Boom. Soon, the second fortress built by the Kingdom of Horton that blocked the way 2.7 was also flattened by Sumo. Behind Sumo, the demigod of the Crescent Moon Kingdom, the uncle of the Crescent Queen, originally invited her. Such a small fortress, in the case that the Horton Kingdom has been half abandoned, he, a demigod, can do it. Keep Sumo's powers to use in the final battle. Old Lei, you don't need to take action on such trivial matters. You can rest in peace and leave it to me. Sumo didn't let the demigods make a move. The other party shot. How could he justifiably swallow the power of the new moon goddess? So, Sumo just blasted it all the way. Bang bang, Sumo lamented that the consumption was too high and began to pray to the new moon goddess for strength. The new moon goddess is very generous. As long as Sumo prays, she is satisfied. In this way, just over 3 hours later, the army of the Queen of the Crescent Moon crossed this mountain range lined with fortresses, appeared on the yard plain behind the mountains. There, the army of Horton Kingdom had already assembled after receiving the news. Why so fast? In the army of the Horton Kingdom, no matter whether it is the protagonist or the villain, they never imagined that the speed of the army of the New Moon Kingdom would be so fast. They're starting to realize. The direction of this war, I am afraid, will be somewhat different from what they planned and expected. Whoa. On the Vastiade Plain, 2 large armies advanced mightily. At this time, it was noon. In the sky, the rays of light from various magical techniques to restore physical strength and state turned the top of the 2 armies into colorful. After the army of the New Moon Kingdom arrived, it did not rest, but drove over directly. Horton Kingdom is not prepared to give New Moon Kingdom a chance to rest. A large number of magicians are sitting in flying boats, performing magic above the army. I saw tens of kilometers of wide fronts, one by one phalanx of 10,000 people advancing neatly. In the midst of these tens of thousands of square formations is the Vital Spirit Formation Vehicle, which can form a defensive formation, which is equivalent to a transparent shield, which can block a lot of magic attacks. Such an enchantment vehicle is also a must for kingdom-level wars. Queen, don't be angry. There are some things that need to be retrieved on the battlefield. Above the army, Sumo's faint voice sounded. While speaking, Sumo held the small hand of the Queen of the Crescent Moon. The Queen of the Crescent Moon calmed down and looked at another gorgeous flying ship. It was the flying boat that the King of Horton Kingdom was on. During the meeting between the king and the king just now, the other party deliberately provoked her and mentioned her father and brother, which made the Queen Crescent almost out of control. But she finally took control and didn't lose her temper. In the rear, when the army was advancing, the little angels who came down saw Sumo holding the little hand of the Queen of the New Moon, and all looked away in unison. Opposite, the army of Horton Kingdom is also advancing rapidly. Whoa. The low and penetrating horn sounded incessantly. Immediately afterwards, the high-level magicians on both sides began to bombard each other with a distance of several kilometers. In the sky, for a while, it was filled with all kinds of magic. On the ground, there are also some magicians and enchantresses on guard. Their main task is to defend against some magic that has not been intercepted. The combined forces of the two countries have already accelerated their march, and they can arrive in 2 or 3 hours at most. By then, the army of the Crescent Kingdom will be sandwich biscuits. That's right, defeating the Crescent Moon Kingdom is no longer a problem. What we need to consider now is how to kill the Earl of the Blackstone land. Once the new Moon Kingdom is defeated, the Earl of the Blackstone territory will definitely be the first to flee. Our manpower can now be bypassed in advance. The guy in the Holy See also successfully persuaded the Holy See that the Earl of Moshi territory is regarded as a must-kill target, and there will definitely be an angel to chase after that. Just let the angel be responsible for solving the high-end combat power around the Earl of Moshi territory, and the rest, it's up to you. When the two armies were advancing, on a hill, several silver-level villains stood there, discussing countermeasures. Although the advancing speed of the new Moon Kingdom exceeded their expectations, they still did not feel that this battle would be lost. This time, the protagonist and the villain joined forces, each using their own means to increase the holdings of Holden Kingdom a lot. In their opinion, the new Moon Kingdom will be defeated. The rest is how to kill Sumo. After defeating the army of the new Moon Kingdom, there will be angels chasing and killing the Earl of Moshi land. Let's chase together, Zixiang. Your ring can come in handy. Whether you can grab the head of the Earl of Moshi land is up to you. On the other side, several silver protagonists in the Kingdom of Horton are also planning. There are not many protagonists involved, especially the protagonists who are not in the capital. For those protagonists, the risk of participating is too great, and it is better to develop silently elsewhere. These are the silver protagonists who got along well in the capital and had to participate in the war, and chose to join forces with the villain. Boom. In the sky, the attacks from the high-level magicians of the two countries were overwhelming. The low-strength magicians formed the magician group, who were responsible for cooperating with the ground army's attack. Many angels have descended upon them. On the flying boat, the Queen of the Crescent Moon said. On the opposite side, after knowing that Sumo can play a pseudo-god-level strategy, the god behind the Kingdom of Horton also made a serious investment. A full 10 angels have descended. This cost is not small. Now, the magicians above the forbidden spell level on both sides are already in the midst of a confrontation. Sorcerer-level wizards are supporting them in flying boats. The troops on the ground were advancing faster and faster. The sanctuary of both sides also shot one after another. The demigod-level combat power has not yet moved. Kill. On the ground, finally, 2 large armies approached. Sumo is already praying. Seeing Sumo's movements, the strength of the 10 angels on the opposite side has also been mobilized. Immediately afterwards, in the sky, white light enveloped Sumo. Queen, you're sitting here. After Sumo dropped a sentence, he flew out. Opposite, among the 10 angels, 3 law angels holding magic wands attacked immediately. The demigods of Horton Kingdom also attacked. 35. With the strength of Sumo's body, he easily blocked the attacks of the 3 law angels. The remaining 7 angels with great swords have already rushed over with flapping wings. These angels were male and female, and they cooperated well. 3 angels rushed to Sumo, and 4 angels rushed to the angel who descended from the goddess of the new moon. Apparently, they're going to use 6 angels to deal with Sumo, and the other angels are holding back the angel of the new moon goddess. 6 powerful angels join forces, 3 legal systems, 3 using combat skills, and they cooperate with each other. Even Long Nail, a stupid big man, can't beg good when his strength is suppressed. But Sumo played quite strong with 1 against 6. I saw that he held up a divine light shield with one hand, blocking all attacks, and the other hand slapped an angel. The angel's face changed greatly, and the big sword in his hand moved forward. But it's too late. Boom. A force exploded in front of his chest, and this angel was directly blown into blood mist, even the armor of the human Song. As soon as they fought, the 6 angels were directly dealt with by Sumo. He is only a holy son, how can he use the power of God so terrifyingly? In the rear, among the 3 law-based angels, the one headed by the angel shrank his eyes. The Holy Son and the Holy Maiden can pray to get the power of God, and at the same time, they will also be given a simple method of use by God. Their means are often not too many. Like the Queen of the Crescent Moon, using only 3 moves. The Scar of the New Moon, the Shield of the New Moon, the Breath of the Moon. One is used to attack, one is used to defend, and the other is used to recover, heal, and dispel negative and resist spiritual attacks. 3 tricks, very simple, but also very practical. When communicating with the New Moon Goddess, the New Moon Goddess also passed on the essentials of these 3 styles to Sumo. But Sumo is free to play in battle. He is a demon god, and now that the succubus bloodline has completed its transformation, the use of God's power is much more clever than these angels. The same power in Sumo and in the Queen of the New Moon, the power exerted, I don't know how big the difference is. Be careful. The remaining 2 angels holding great swords no longer approached, and the great swords in their hands slashed. The terrifying sword light of the 2 swords, along with the attacks of the 3 law angels, rushed towards Sumo. Sumo's face didn't change, and it was another shot. An angel learned his lesson, and the big sword in his hand quickly returned to defense. Boom! Sumo's attack hit his great sword, knocking the angel upside down and flying out. It takes a lot of power to hit him like this. Let's suppress him together. The headed angel constantly commands the other angels. In the rear, the other 4 angels also fought happily with the angel who descended from the New Moon Goddess. The 2 demigods were also fighting across the air. The Queen of the Crescent Moon and the Holy Son of the Houghton Kingdom have not moved yet. But the Queen of the New Moon is already praying, not for herself, but for Sumo. I'm afraid that Sumo's power consumption will be too large, and it will not be able to support the battle for too long. During the battle, Sumo also prayed from time to time. Seeing that Sumo is so strong, the goddess of the new moon appears to be very generous, and she has continuously lowered her power. For her, the power consumed by Sumo's battle for half a day is not as much as the power needed to descend to a demigod-level angel. Sumo is naturally not polite either. The power of the goddess of the new moon, basically, is only 1/3 of the power used in battle. The remaining 2/3 were swallowed by him. Rao is so. The 7 angels on the opposite side were also beaten extremely embarrassed by Sumo. In fact, these 7 angels would have followed in the footsteps of the first angel had it not been for a little more wool from the goddess of the new moon. In this way, the divine energy is continuously sent by Sumo into the hidden succubus bloodline, then entered the godhead and stored it. After this wave of battles ended, Sumo felt that he should be able to condense at least dozens of drops of light and dark power. If you operate it a little better and shave a little more wool from the goddess of the new moon, Sumo can even condense hundreds of drops of light and dark power. How powerful is the power of light and darkness? Sumo used a drop of power of light and dark to defeat Barrow and the fallen demon god without a fight. Hundreds of drops all at once, it is really a wave of fat. His strength is so strong, but fortunately, the angels blocked him. 99. Well, when the demigods of the other 2 kingdoms arrive, there will be no suspense, and the arrival of the new moon goddess will not turn the tide of the battle. On the ground, several silver villains in Horton Kingdom watched the battle while discussing. At this time, the battle on the ground has begun. Although each of them sent thousands of warriors, as the heirs and rulers of the Duke family, they naturally did not need to go forward to fight. Look, the demigod-level combat power of Huinha and Bauhinia has arrived. At this time, a silver-level villain pointed to the sky. When the other silver-level villains saw it, they saw 2 flying ships flying in the sky. The demigod-level combat power of the other 2 kingdoms took the lead in flying over. The New Moon Kingdom is finished now. A silver villain laughed. Queen, it's not good. The demigod-level combat power between the Huinha Kingdom and the Bauhinia Kingdom is here. On the other side, on the flying boat, the Queen of the Crescent received the news. Queen, aren't these 3 kingdoms deadlocked? How can they still make 273 moves together? Next to the Queen of the Crescent Moon, the female officer Kathy was puzzled. Saint, do you want to start the summoning ceremony? Beside, Cardinal Phelan asked. The Queen of the Crescent Moon glanced at Sumo and shook her head. No need for now. 55. Need not? Bishop Phelan was puzzled. The Queen of the New Moon nodded affirmatively. No need. Because Sumo told her not to worry about reinforcements from the other two countries. God, it's ready. At the same time, in the abyss, a large group of banshees were there, lighting up two evil magic circles with the blood of demon insects. Above the circle, Lilith stood there. The aura on her body was extremely terrifying. Now, although she is suffocatingly beautiful, the evil aura on her body can really suffocate people. Lilith thought of the Sumo who had forced her twice and snorted softly, and then slammed into two Liliths, which burrowed into the two evil circles respectively. This is one of Lilith's skills. Shadow of the Banshee. Both Liliths are fake, but both may be real. Boom. Boom. Following Lilith's movements, an explosion exploded on a high mountain outside the capitals of the Huanha Kingdom and the Bauhinia Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, Lilith, who exuded a terrifying aura, rushed out. With overwhelming demonic energy, she rushed to the capitals of two kingdoms at the same time. Behind her, there were also a large number of banshees, which seemed overwhelming. However, in fact, there were not many banshees she dispatched, and those banshees were still differentiated through the shadow of banshees. It looks amazing. Not good, such a powerful breath. This is the devil. The devil is coming. Quick, let everyone on the front line come back. In the capitals of the two kingdoms, a piercing alarm sounded. No, there are demon gods attacking the capital. These devil gods, how do you choose this time to do it? Go back quickly. On the battlefield, the two magic flying ships, the demigod-level combat power of the two kingdoms, were anxious when they heard that the demon gods attacked the capital. Below, the few silver-level villains who were smug at the beginning were a little dumbfounded when they saw the magic ship that turned around. Almost at the same time, the two magic flying ships turned around and rushed towards their respective borders at a faster speed than before. There is a space gate on the borderline, which can allow them to return to the capital in a short time. Huh? Why did you run away? Queen, the support from the Huanha and Bauhinia kingdoms has left, and our spies have detected that the armies of these two countries are also retreating. Soon, the Queen of the Crescent Moon also received a report. She has seen it. How did they withdraw? Bishop Farron was puzzled by several other cardinals. He really nailed it. The Queen of the Crescent Moon thought of Sumo, and there was already some small admiration in her eyes. Although I don't know how Sumo did it or guessed it. But such Sumo, in the eyes of Queen Crescent, has undoubtedly become synonymous with omnipotence again. In the sky, seeing the help of the two countries withdrew, the expressions of several angels who were pressed and beaten by Sumo also changed. The 5 angels joined forces, but they were beaten badly by Sumo. The other 4 angels were firmly restrained by the angel who descended from the new moon goddess and could not participate in the war here. The demigod of Horton Kingdom was also restrained by Lao Lao. As for the sanctuary, there is no way to participate in such a war, and they are all bombarding the sanctuary of the New Moon Kingdom. That is to say, the Holy Son of Horton Kingdom has not moved. However, once the Holy Son of Horton has prayed for the power of God, the Queen of the Crescent Moon must follow suit. This Holy Son can only carry the power of a demigod. In the eyes of these angels, the most important thing in withdrawing a helping hand is not the power of a demigod. Instead, the gods of the other 2 kingdoms, I am afraid, will not come. God is the key. If the gods behind their 3 kingdoms all descend, even if they are suppressed, they are equivalent to the combat power of 3 pseudo-gods. On the New Moon Kingdom side, including Sumo, there are only 2. There can be no odds. However, now, as soon as the 2 kingdoms are withdrawn, it becomes the Kingdom of Horton to deal with the Kingdom of the Crescent Moon alone. If there is no Sumo, it will be nothing if you have a hard time. At most, the consumption is a little larger, and it is difficult for the New Moon Kingdom to win. But the problem is Sumo is too buggy. A holy son, not to mention the power of a pseudo-god, can still exert these powers so terrifyingly. Beat them so hard. Sister Na, what should I do? I'm afraid they won't come back again. Among the 3 legal angels, One angel asked the female angel in the middle. This female angel named Lena seems to have a high status, and her strength is stronger than other angels. But the combat power is still at the demigod level. The goddess of the new moon hasn't moved yet, and the gods can't move. We first block him with all our strength. He can't bear the power of gods for a long time. When that time comes, they will be passive. Lena rode. Okay. The two angels next to him were holding staffs and intensified their attacks. The fighting continues. The goddess of the new moon continuously descends on Sumo and supports Sumo's battle. The 5 angels exerted their strength to suckle and finally blocked Sumo. At least it looked like it was blocked. In this way, after 10 minutes of fighting, Sumo is still a ferocious one. Sister Na, it's been so long, why isn't he tired at all? Next to Angelina, an angel was puzzled. His soul purity must be very high, so he can carry the power of God for a longer time and persist for a few more minutes. After Angelina finished speaking, she mustered up her strength and continued to attack. He is dying, and the next step is the appearance of God himself, but without the gods behind the other 2 kingdoms, the defeat of the New Moon Kingdom is probably impossible. On the hill, several silver villains looked at the battle in the sky, and their faces were a little gloomy. There is no army of the other 2 kingdoms and the most critical high-end combat power. Even if the Horton Kingdom defeated the Crescent Kingdom, it would be difficult for the Crescent Kingdom to be defeated. If the New Moon Kingdom is not defeated, even if Sumo can no longer carry the power of the gods, it will be very difficult for them to kill Sumo. After all, Sumo must have retreated with the demigods of the New Moon Kingdom. The goddess of the new moon might even cover the retreat of the army. Damn it. A silver villain was a little depressed. He couldn't understand why the other 2 kingdoms suddenly retreated. There is news. The capitals of the Huanha Kingdom and the Bauhinia Kingdom have both encountered the invasion of the devil, so they had to withdraw. At this time, another silver villain will get the news from the villains in the 2 kingdoms. What? Demon invasion? Another demon invasion. God, what a demon invasion. These devils really pick their time, Grandma. These silver-level villains collapsed. Also collapsed, there are those silver-level protagonists. When I become a god in the future, I have to thank these demon gods. F***K. Why do I feel that the invasion of the demon god is a bit strange? Could it be the Earl of the Blackstone land that provoked it? There is a certain possibility, but guessing these things doesn't make much sense now. We probably won't be able to kill him this time. Several silver protagonists are also very depressed. With a good plan, it seems that the New Moon Kingdom can be defeated. As long as the operation is done well, the possibility of killing Sumo in the chaos is also very high. But because of the invasion of the devil, their plan was completely ruined. Of course, being able to repel the Crescent Moon Kingdom also allowed them to not have to worry about the threat of the Earl of the Blackstone land for a long time. As long as the Houghton Kingdom is still around, the hand of the Earl of the Blackstone land will not stretch that long. High in the sky, the battle continues. Another 5 minutes passed. The 5 angels who fought extremely hard were also about to collapse. Sister Na, why hasn't he arrived yet? An angel was about to cry. Angelina is about to cry. You ask me, who am I asking? Ordinary saints and sons and saints rarely carry the power of God for more than 5 minutes. But 15 minutes passed, and Sumo showed no sign of weakening. This is 2-9, isn't it? Goddess, give me a little more strength, and I'll be able to defeat them right away. In the sky, Sumo fought very hard. Have to work hard. In just 10 minutes, the divine energy he swallowed from the new moon goddess can already condense dozens of drops of light and dark divine power. So, after a few minutes of playing, opposite, a little angel is really about to cry. It's really useless. It's too obvious to dig it further. Forget it, let's solve this. Sumo whispers. After speaking, he secretly crushed a black stone. At the same time, in the abyss, in front of a huge magic circle and a magic insect, Sumo's mental fluctuations came out. Long nails, you can put them on. Lilith has promised to return the demon worm abyss to you in a few days. This time you must destroy the temple. Roar. Succubus demon god, you haven't told me which kingdom it is? The long-nailed demon roared. Horton Kingdom, what, are you afraid? Sumo's mental fluctuations came again. Hey, you have already helped me get back to the demon worm abyss. How can I be afraid of the spikes? Watch me destroy him. The long-nailed demon roared and then slammed into the magic circle. Opposite the magic circle, hundreds of robbers who were bewitched by the succubus sent by Sumo, looting, burning, killing, and looting, had already fallen in a pool of blood. Using these dead robbers to open the channel for the arrival of the spikes is a bargain for them. Boom! Spike rushed out of a deserted village outside the capital of Houghton. As soon as he rushed out, Long Nail's eyes found the capital of Horton Kingdom. Roar! Long Nail roared loudly, and with a dense number of demons, he rushed towards it. This time, the location of his arrival is outside the capital of the Houghton Kingdom. Not much effect on spikes. This guy is too fast. The magic is overwhelming. The Kingdom of Horton, also a kingdom that shines with divine light, also has a divine light monitor at the headquarters of the Holy See. Such a strong demonic energy, as soon as it appeared, naturally caused a harsh alarm sound. In fact, without the need for a divine light monitor, you can see the terrifying demonic energy that is soaring into the sky when you look at the guards on the city wall of the royal capital. Magic attack. The capital of Horton Kingdom was in chaos. In this battle with the New Moon Kingdom, they mobilized a large number of elite troops. In the entire royal capital, it can be said that it is very empty now. Whether it is the number or quality of the defenders, it is not much different from before. The one that sits in the capital is just a sanctuary. Of course, if there is a temple, God can come at any time. But the key is that now another battlefield is also fighting fiercely, and it is impossible for God to come to two places. Unless something like the incarnation of divine power comes. But that is only equivalent to a demigod-level combat power. It is not as good as descending an angel. Quick, start the summoning ceremony. Seeing the spikes aggressively rushing towards the capital of the Houghton Kingdom, in the temple, the maids who received the oracles started the summoning ceremony together. This time, Sumo left enough time for the god behind Horton Kingdom. He placed the location where the spikes appeared, more than 100 kilometers away from the capital of Houghton. When the spikes reached the capital, use the largest magic circle in the capital to block it. The god behind the Kingdom of Horton has enough time to come. When I was in the New Moon capital, the magic circle in the capital was useless, and the reason was because the spikes came from the inside. Killed from the outside, the magic circle covering the entire capital can still be blocked a few times. No, there is a demon in the capital, and the god must come down to fight, otherwise the temple and the Holy See will be destroyed, and we must block him for more time. 9. As soon as the spike moved, on the battlefield, the angel named Lena received a new oracle. Why did these demon gods run out at this time? An angel's mentality collapsed. Originally, it was hoped that at a critical time, God would come. But now, God can't come. He can't hold on for too long. Once he can't, it's time for us to counterattack. Lena rode. The other angels had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue to fight. Roar! On the other side, the long-nailed demon god had already rushed outside the capital, and the weapon in his hand was a blow to the magic circle in the capital. Boom! The magic circle of the entire capital was smashed by him. Break me! The long nail did not stop, and it took a few more hits. After a few blows, finally, this huge magic circle was smashed abruptly. Then, the long-nailed demon god burst into laughter. Today, my long-nailed devil is going to destroy a country. The pattern of long-nailed demon god is obviously much bigger this time. To speak is to destroy a country. Oh my god. 35. Everyone in the Houghton capital was terrified. But the spikes obviously have no intention of dealing with them now. In its view, the most important thing is to destroy the temple. This guy jumped violently and rushed to the center of the Houghton capital. There, in the sky, there is also a huge temple. At this time, the temple has issued a series of attacks. But it couldn't stop the long-nailed demon god at all. There is no other demigod in the entire Houghton capital. Roar, break it. The long-nailed demon god held a huge weapon and slammed into the temple. At this moment, in the sky, a huge opening opened. Then, a god with a radiant radiance descended. As soon as this god descended, he launched an attack to block the attack of the long-nailed demon god. Roar! Didn't the succubus demon god say that there will be no gods coming so soon? The long-nailed demon god was stunned when he saw the coming god. At this time, he didn't realize that he was pitted by sumo. Roar! The succubus and demon gods have helped me get back to the abyss of the worms. I promise the succubus and demon gods. How can I go back on the nails? Your temple, my nails are ruined. Although it was an accident, the spike demon god thought about all the good things sumo had for it. Even helped it get back the worm abyss from the damn it banshee. This guy roared loudly, armed with a weapon, and killed the descending god. Today, let you gods in the heavens know that my spikes are amazing. Long Nail roared, as if he was going to fight with the god behind Horton Kingdom. Seeing that the spikes rushed towards the god behind the kingdom of Horton, dozens of kilometers away from the king, a disguised succubus crushed a black stone. The information was immediately passed on to sumo. After getting the information, sumo was not surprised. The stupid big man with long nails, even if the god of Horton Kingdom descends, he will still go up. This stupid big guy can handle it if something happens. It really does. Now, it's time to harvest. The breath on Sumo's body suddenly changed. He will not use his light and dark power, and still use the power of the goddess of the new moon. Next second. Pfft. An angel who could have blocked his attack was turned into a blood mist by Sumo. Be careful. The expressions of the other angels changed greatly. Sumo's speed also skyrocketed. One hand defends, the other keeps attacking. Pfft. Another angel killed. At this point, the two angels who were holding big swords and blocking the front were all killed. Not good. The expressions of the three angels at the back changed greatly. Angels are not one time. After being killed, the gods of the heavens can also be resurrected. But resurrection requires a lot of consumption. After being resurrected, it will take longer to grow to the current level. Now that three angels have died, this loss is not small. Even if it is finally resurrected, the god behind Horton Kingdom will have to die of distress. The death of the three angels is just the beginning. Sumo has rushed over. Stop him. Under Lena's command, the three law angels attacked at the same time. However, Sumo was too strong and directly broke through the attacks of the three law angels. With just one click, a law-based angel was taken away. Then, the second one. Lena's face changed drastically, and she was about to launch another attack when Sumo had come to her. In Sumo's eyes, red light flashed. The angel who had been fighting for a long time suddenly became confused. With a move of Sumo's hand, Lena was put into a space bag and the little angel was captured alive. So far, the 6 angels who fought against him have all been solved by Sumo. Once the 6 angels were eliminated, Sumo rushed towards the other angels. Quick back! In the rear, King Houghton, who was hiding for dozens of kilometers outside the battle, changed his face greatly. He had no idea that Sumo would suddenly be so strong. Boom! While King Houghton was speaking, another angel was killed by Sumo. Not good. Below, in less than a minute, the situation of the battle has undergone such a big change, and it has also changed the expressions of several silver-level villains. Not only them, but several silver-level protagonists also changed their expressions greatly. Why didn't God come? These silver-level villains were stunned. Seeing Sumo slaughtering and killing in the sky, I can't understand why Sumo is still fine after fighting for so long. Didn't it say that the sun and the maiden were at most 5 minutes? Sumo, it's been almost half an hour. That's okay. The point is, Sumo suddenly became so ferocious, and the god of Horton Kingdom seemed to have disappeared, without the slightest reaction. No, the capital has gone to the demon god, and I'm afraid that God will not be able to come in a short time. A silver-level villain quickly received a message from his subordinates in the capital through a magic letter. What? Demon god again. The expressions of several other silver-level villains changed drastically. Boom boom. And at this time, Sumo has solved all the angels who came, and the situation on the battlefield is reversed in an instant. The demigod of Horton Kingdom, seeing that the situation is not good, has already retreated. The Holy Son of Horton Kingdom is also withdrawing. It's going to be bad. Seeing that all 10 angels were killed, the god behind Horton Kingdom could not come in a short time. On this battlefield, all the protagonists and villains of Horton Kingdom all felt that disaster was imminent. F***K, why did the Earl of Moshi Land suddenly become so strong? It's really unreasonable. As far as I know, other saints can only carry the power of God for a few minutes. He has been doing this for half an hour. You forgot, the Earl of Moshi Land killed a gold-level villain, but he has a gold-level Goldfinger. With his resources, using Goldfinger to improve his strength is too fast. 35. Yes, probably some changes brought about by the gold-grade Goldfinger. What a few silver-level villains don't know is that. At this time, on the protagonists' forum, a live broadcast room appeared, and the content of this live broadcast room was exactly the content of this battle. In a place far away from this battlefield, the protagonist of the last live broadcast in the Firestone Abyss, somehow, came here unexpectedly. The protagonist is very careful, not too close to the battlefield at all, but separated by a distance of hundreds of kilometers. Anyway, his Goldfinger can shoot very far. In addition, he did not put the live broadcast room on the villain forum like the last time. Last time, he didn't know that the powerful succubus demon god was actually a villain. While Sumo is fighting at full strength, it is impossible to reduce the bloodline concentration to open the villain panel. This time, with the powerful villain, the Count of Emo Shirling, in front of him, the protagonist of the live stream naturally did not dare to put it on the villain forum. If this is noticed by the Earl of Moshi Land or other villains in the Horton Kingdom, and he can find his location directly through the live broadcast, he may die. It's the right bet this time. The protagonist of the live stream looked at the ever-increasing number of live spots and was overjoyed. Wealth is in danger. Last time, he discovered that in the Dynasty War in the Abyss, he risked live broadcast and earned a very large wave of live broadcast points, which greatly improved his strength. He is a small silver-level 273 protagonist, and now in terms of strength, I am afraid that it is no less than some gold-level protagonists. After seeing the news of the war between the New Moon Kingdom and the Horton Kingdom on the forum, this guy was moved again. Now, the Earl of Blackstone is the most popular supervillain. If this war could be broadcast live and the Earl of Moshi Land was photographed, how many people would watch it? So, this guy spent several days selling some of the things he got in the lottery, exchanged them for gold coins, rented a flying boat, and ran to the place where the two countries meet. Sure enough, this guy caught it. In the live broadcast room, there are already a lot of people watching this battle. When I saw Sumo slaughtering in the sky, I was also exclaimed in the live broadcast room. Many of the protagonists have only heard of the Earl of the Blackstone Land, but they have never seen it. This is the first time they have seen the strength of the Earl of the Blackstone territory. A holy son can actually carry the power of a pseudo-god. Such a villain is simply too strong. In the sky, the battle continues. However, it was already a one-sided crush. After 10 angels were killed, the demigods of Horton Kingdom had retreated far away. As a demigod, he is naturally not as brave as an angel. If an angel is dead, there is still hope of resurrection. If he is dead, he is dead. Who wants to die? Not only are the demigods retreating, seeing that the situation is not right, some sanctuaries are also retreating rapidly. Sumo glanced at King Houghton, who retreated first, and instead of chasing after him, he shot at the knights of the Temple of the Kingdom of Houghton below. Pseudo-god-level power is too terrifying when no one can control it. Even if those temple knights can join forces to defend, they will not retreat at all. Get out, get out. Whoa. In the Kingdom of Horton, BBCH, the horn of retreat sounded. Everyone started to step back. Kill it. On the New Moon Kingdom's side, the number of soldiers rose high. The cavalry also began to appear in pursuit. The concept of knight and cavalry is naturally different. Some knights have horses, and some knights do not. In the sky, a large number of warriors riding on flying beasts also appeared and launched a pursuit. In a short period of time, because of Sumo's strength, the army of the Kingdom of Horton has already begun a great rout. Such a change in the battle situation was something that no one expected at all. Even the Queen of the Crescent Moon looked a little confused. I don't understand at all why all of a sudden the Kingdom of Horton was beaten like this. She couldn't understand why the god behind Horton Kingdom didn't come. Come on, all the magic ships lift off. Behind the army of the New Moon Kingdom, a large number of magic flying ships rose into the sky. These magical flying ships carry the flag of Sumo. These are dozens of magic ships that Sumo has in his hands. These magic ships, one cannot carry two heavy things, but it is still possible to carry dozens of people. These flying ships are heading towards the battlefield in a mighty manner. At the same time, Sumo quickly swept over the top of the Horton Kingdom after a few blows and destroyed the Knights Templar of the Horton Kingdom. Oh my god. The retreating army of Horton Kingdom was scared back, for fear that Sumo would attack them. But Sumo didn't. Soon, Sumo rushed to the top of a retreating Temple Knights. It's over. There, a Temple Knight showed despair. This Temple Knight is a silver-level protagonist, and he has also become a captain in this group of Temple Knights. There are thousands of Temple Knights in charge. The position is already very good. Attack together. This Temple Knight did not give up, and tens of thousands of Temple Knights dispatched their combat skills in unison. But in the face of absolute power, it has no effect at all. Boom. At the same time that a large number of Temple Knights were killed, this Temple Knight also turned into ashes. Glancing across the villain panel, the harvest is not bad. Crit hit 3 times again, gain 1500 villain points, 90 points of luck. He also obtained a silver-level divine talent, which can be used for fusion. After killing the Temple Knight, Sumo quickly flew in other directions. Quick, run away. In the King's Guard, another silver protagonist was also frightened, and he was about to flee after grabbing a horse. But it's too late. The silver protagonist was caught up by Sumo again. Sumo didn't talk nonsense at all, and killed him and the surrounding people with one blow. In the eyes of others, Sumo is merely creating more chaos in the army of the Horton Kingdom. Another silver-level protagonist was killed. This time, the crit was 2.5 times, and he gained 1250 villain value and 75 luck points. The protagonist in Horton's Kingdom is going to be out of luck. It's been unfortunate. 2 silver protagonists have been killed, 3, and their avatars in the group have been grayed out. Brother is from the Horton Kingdom? What are you still doing? Hurry up and escape. The Horton Kingdom seems to be dying. The Earl of Washerland has to make a lot of money this time around. I don't know how many protagonists will be killed. What are you afraid of? The Horton Kingdom has only lost a battle. As long as God is still there, the New Moon Kingdom will not be able to defeat the Horton Kingdom. In the live broadcast room, the protagonists in it watched Sumo kill each other, and they were quite shocked. At the same time, in their hearts, the Earl of the Blackstone territory was even more terrifying. Some of the protagonists in the Horton Kingdom are already preparing to escape the Horton Kingdom. However, a kingdom is very large, and it takes a lot of time to escape completely. But there are also some protagonists who are not worried. After all, winning a battle is very different from completely conquering a kingdom. Why am I so unlucky? In the Horton Kingdom, the silver-level protagonist who escaped from the Crescent Kingdom and just escaped to the belly cried again. He escaped so hard, he thought he would be fine when he reached the hinterland. But now the situation of the battle has changed, making him feel that even the King Horton King is not necessarily safe. On the battlefield, the rout of the Horton Kingdom is still going on. Although the gold level warning distance is only 5 kilometers, it is enough for Sumo to identify the protagonist in this army. Not long after, all the protagonists were found by Sumo. There are 3 silver level and 2 bronze level protagonists in total, and the number is not large. Of the 5 protagonists, Sumo killed 3, and the 2 bronze level protagonists, after Sumo knocked them out, asked the Queen of the New Moon to find someone to look after them. These two bronze-level protagonists, Sumo is still useful to keep. Rebel. Sumo's eyes turned to the overwhelmingly fleeing army. The protagonist can easily find out, but it is not easy to find the villain. After thinking about it, he woke up a bronze-level protagonist. Don't kill me, boss, I'm just a bronze-level trash, and I don't threaten you in the slightest. The bronze-level protagonist's face turned green when he saw Sumo. Tell me where the villain is, and I can let you go. Sumo said lightly. Okay, I'll take you to find them. My warning distance is 100 kilometers. It's easy to find them. The bronze-level protagonist was overjoyed when he heard that Sumo let him go. Sumo carried him and flew to the army of Horton Kingdom. In that direction. Bronze-level protagonists point in one direction. Sumo flew over. No, here he is. He brought the protagonist, damn it. 99. Come on, don't save the magic stone. In that direction, a flying ship fled wildly. On the flying ship, there are several silver villains in the kingdom of Holden. But Sumo's speed was too fast, and soon he caught up. He's here. Hurry up. Several silver villains were in a hurry, but the speed was already the fastest. Soon, he was chased by Sumo in one fell swoop. Several silver villains are desperate. After half an hour, the battle came to an end. The army of the kingdom of Horton fled some, surrendered some, and many died in battle. Especially the high-end power that is being cared for. Sumo returns to the flying boat where the Queen of the Crescent Moon is. Seeing Sumo's return, the Queen of the Crescent Moon burst into laughter. This battle was won so easily. We can recover the 5 counties and 20 cities. The Queen of the New Moon said happily. No, Queen, gather the magician and bring some knights. Sumo said. The Queen of the New Moon asked curiously, what are you going to do? Sumo looked in the direction of Hoton's capital and said lightly, Queen, today, we will destroy a country. Hearing Sumo's words, a look of surprise appeared on Queen Crescent's pretty face. Destroy a country, what does it mean? At the same time, she still did not fully understand what Sumo meant. Sumo looked at her. It literally means, we take the capital directly and destroy the kingdom of Horton. This time, the face of the Queen of the New Moon, a deep surprise surfaced. Ink. She looked at the man in front of her who fascinated her. She knew that this man would never talk big, let alone brag. From the past to the present, nothing he said has not been fulfilled. However, the Queen of the Crescent Moon still finds it too amazing. Destroy the kingdom of Horton? This is too difficult. Again, this is not tribe-to-tribe war. It is a war between two huge kingdoms with a population of 100 million. Behind these two kingdoms, there are still powerful gods in the heavens. It is too difficult to destroy a kingdom. If you don't get the god behind this kingdom, even if you knock down a kingdom, you will probably be dragged into the quagmire of war. Then, it will be dragged abruptly. This war has become the way it is now, and the results achieved have greatly exceeded the initial estimates of the Queen of the New Moon. In her opinion, there must be no problem in regaining lost ground. Even, you can also charge some interest to the Kingdom of Horton. As for more, she never thought about it. After destroying the Horton Kingdom, she didn't even dare to dream. The Queen of the Crescent Moon took a deep breath and looked at Sumo with her overly beautiful eyes. Once you enter the hinterland of Horton Kingdom, it will be difficult for the goddess to come. If she comes now, the goddess will not have enough time. There are still only 4 demigod-level angels who can help you. Are you sure? The Queen of the Crescent Moon looked at Sumo and asked. The Kingdom of Horton is illuminated by divine light, and it is too difficult for other heavenly gods to descend in the hinterland of the Kingdom of Horton. Therefore, in Kingdom Wars, few people directly take the capital. They are all fighting from city to city, using their own divine light to disperse the other's divine light, eroding little by little. Passing power to the sun is not affected, but using the sun to fight against the other's god? The odds are too low. Therefore, even the Queen of the Crescent Moon, who trusts Sumo extremely, should confirm with Sumo. Sumo looked at the Queen of the Crescent Moon and said, Trust me, Queen. 35. After confirming it in Sumo's eyes, Queen Crescent nodded. Mo, what to do? You arrange it. 5. She chose to trust Sumo unconditionally. Even if Sumo is going to do this seemingly impossible thing. Sumo was not polite and made arrangements immediately. Although the battle here is over, there are still many things to do, and the army will continue to advance to recover all the lost ground. These things to the sanctuary responsible for the line. It is only necessary to leave the bishops. These bishops bring some sanctuary and temple maids to be responsible for starting the summoning ceremony at critical times. Sumo arranged for the Queen of the Crescent Moon to use a flying ship with a large amount of high-end combat power to go straight to the capital of Horton Kingdom. He owns dozens of flying ships. There are more than 100 flying ships in the Crescent Kingdom. More than 100 flying ships, lightly loaded, can carry more than 10,000 people. These things were quickly arranged. Then, more than 100 flying ships rose into the sky and rushed towards the capital of the Horton Kingdom. According to the speed of the flying ship, it should be possible to reach the capital of Horton Kingdom in the evening. What are these flying ships going to do? I don't know. The anchor will follow and take a look? 66. At this time, in the live broadcast room of the protagonists of the live stream, the protagonists became courageous. The protagonist of the live stream has some intentions. But he didn't dare to go. If he followed, if he was discovered, his life would not be saved. The flying ship is in the sky, but it is easy to find. Not to mention, he didn't know where the other party was going. Therefore, after hesitating again and again, the protagonist of the live stream still did not dare to follow. To be on the safe side, after the battle, he quickly closed the live broadcast and moved his position. Although the live broadcast ended, the protagonist forum was completely lively. This battle made many protagonists see the horror of the Earl of Moshiland for the first time. Looking at it this way, the Earl of the Mwasher territory has completely mastered the power of the kingdom and also has the gold-level Goldfinger. I don't know how fast his growth is. That's right, it's only been a month and it's so powerful. I don't know how terrible it will be in the future. I hope that several protagonists will be born in the protagonist. Otherwise, the Earl of the Blackstone Land will be unstoppable. 39. This wave of Horton Kingdom has lost too much. I heard that the protagonist of Horton Kingdom has joined forces with the villain, but it seems that they have been wiped out by the Earl of the Blackstone territory. Terrible. 55. On the protagonist forum, many protagonists were frightened, especially some low-level protagonists. Those who are far away are fine, some who are close to the New Moon Kingdom are already shivering. Damn it. In the capital of the Horton Kingdom, a voice sounded. In the sky, the god of Horton Kingdom looked at the ruined Holy See and the dilapidated shrine. His calm face had already turned ashen. After fighting for so long, he finally drove the spike demon god away. But the Holy See headquarters is also destroyed. The long-nailed demon god seemed to want to fight him desperately, but this big fool was cunning. Its real purpose is the temple and the headquarters of the Holy See of Horton. Under the successive attacks of the long-nailed demon god, most of the temple has already been destroyed. The large-scale, originally looking majestic headquarters of the Holy See was also completely destroyed. In the headquarters of the Holy See, those extremely devout clergymen were affected by the war and suffered heavy casualties. On the contrary, they were ordinary people in the royal capital. Because they retreated quickly, the spikes didn't look down on them, and there were no casualties. In this battle, the god of Horton Kingdom suffered heavy losses. His own strength is also huge, and it is not easy to lower it in a short period of time. At this time, he saw that in the distance a large number of flying ships flew back. One of the flying ships belonged to his holy son. The front line is over so soon? Although the god of Horton Kingdom was depressed, he still consumed a bit of divine power to maintain the majesty of the god. He ascended into the sky, his body exuding a faint holy light. At the same time, he began to search for the prayers of the previous believers through the Godhead. During the fierce battle before, he had no time to listen to prayers. However, hearing this, the god of Horton Kingdom's face was not calm. Because, from prayer, he learned the news of the defeat of the front line. Not only was the entire line defeated, the Holy Son of the New Moon Kingdom also killed 10 of his angels in a row. The Knights of the Temple of the Horton Kingdom also suffered heavy losses. How so? At this moment, Ra is the supreme god in the hearts of hundreds of millions of people in the Horton Kingdom, and he is about to collapse. In his opinion, even if Su-Mo was strong before, he couldn't last long. It's not a problem for the angels he descended to hold some time. Even if the goddess of the new moon comes in person, it will be able to delay for some time. What's more, the goddess of the new moon doesn't know the situation in the capital of Horton. If he doesn't move, the other party may not move. The front line should be in an advantageous state. How could it suddenly reverse? That holy sun. There was anger in the eyes of the god of Horton Kingdom. All of this is probably because of the newly appointed son of the new moon goddess. Indistinctly, he also felt that this wave of 3 kingdoms facing the invasion of demon gods at the same time was a little strange. Damn it. After the god of Horton Kingdom threw a sentence, he opened the channel to return to the heaven. The longer God descends, the greater the oppression and the greater the consumption. He has already felt the powerful repulsive force of the world of gods, and after staying for so long, his strength has almost been suppressed to the level of a demigod. Now it would be too dangerous for him to continue to stay in the continent of the gods. What's more, this time the consumption is so large, he must return to the heaven quickly and recover. What happened? A large number of flying ships returned to the capital. On a flying ship, King Houghton looked at the Holy See headquarters that had been almost moved to the ground, and the half-destroyed royal palace, his face ashen. Soon, he learned what happened from the defenders of the capital. The devil. King Houghton was depressed and broken. The time of the demon god's arrival was too coincidental. It not only destroyed the capital, but also led to the defeat of the front line. How about the withdrawal of the troops? Did they all pass through the space gate? Although depressed, King Houghton could only grit his teeth and accept the status quo and start arranging things. In this battle, the Horton Kingdom has been severely damaged. At this time, he did not know that a huge fleet of flying ships was already on its way. Gold-level Krypton gold system. On the other side, on a flying boat, Su-Mo smiled. After killing 3 silver-level protagonists, a total of 4,250 villain points were obtained. Adding in the 300 villain points from killing the bronze villain before, Su-Mo gets 4,550 villain points. He had several hundred in his hand before, and Su-Mo used these villains to upgrade the Krypton gold system to the gold level in one fell swoop. In the gold-level Krypton gold system, things were refreshed again. Su-Mo looked. After the Krypton gold system is upgraded to gold, the things inside are much more advanced. There are also some domain abilities, sanctuary experience books, and even demigod potions, which can be used to increase the chance of sanctuary breaking through demigods. With the gold-level Goldfinger, it is very easy to become a demigod, and it is not too difficult to become a false god. It just takes a little longer, because there are not many things that are useful to false gods in the gold-level Goldfinger. After upgrading the Krypton gold system to the gold level, Su-Mo has 4 gold-level Goldfingers. If there is another Shinhao system, it will be perfect, and you can use this gold Krypton gold system to manufacture demigods in batches. Su-Mo whispers. He still has a lot of gold coins, but the gold-grade Goldfinger also has a large demand for gold coins. There is also a Lord system now. It is estimated that the gold-level Krypton gold system can be swept away several times. But his gold coins are not endless after all. Up to now, the gold coins spent by Su-Mo, if converted into the currency value before the crossing, have already reached tens of billions. This matter is not urgent. Su-Mo closed his eyes and cultivated his spirit. A few hours later, the Queen of the Crescent Moon arrived. It was approaching the Houghton capital, and the flying fleet had been discovered by the air cavalry patrolling around the Houghton capital. Queen, attack directly. Su-Mo looked at Houghton's capital and said to Queen Crescent Moon, enemy attack. In the capital of Houghton, a harsh siren had already sounded. Again? There's no end to it. A defender collapsed. First it was the demon god, and now there is such a densely packed spaceship. No, it's not just the flying boat, because on the flying boat, densely packed magicians have already flown out. Being able to fly, this is all existences above the Great Magic Guide. Sky. So many great wizards. Some of the defenders were terrified, but fortunately, many high-level magicians from the Horton Kingdom also escaped through the space gate first. In the sky, Suemo has obtained the power of the Queen of the Crescent Moon and flew out. At the rear, there are several angels who have descended in advance from the goddess of the new moon. In the capital, King Houghton soon received the news. How dare you come here? King Houghton was not worried. Even if the temple was destroyed, they still had a small temple on the flying boat. Hold on for some time, enough for God to come. Here, he is not afraid of Suemo. This is the place with the strongest divine light in the Horton Kingdom. It is extremely difficult for other heavenly gods to descend directly here, unless they use some sorcery or the like. Go straight to the capital? How dare you come up with such a stinky chess game, and when the gods come, they will just kill you all. King Houghton thought bitterly. Boom. Suemo has launched an attack, and behind him, several angels and a large number of magicians also launched an overwhelming attack at the same time. Stop. The magic circle in the capital stood up again. Although the magic circle was broken, it was not destroyed. However, with the cooperation of Suemo and many magicians, it couldn't last long. In the capital, the Holy Son of Horton and the demigods, along with the sanctuary they fled back, poured energy into the magic circle one after another. The Holy Son of Horton has obtained the power of the god of Horton Kingdom and has the strength of a demigod. They want to delay the time so that the god behind the kingdom of Houghton will come. However, even if they injected energy with all their strength, the magic circle was already crumbling. Can't stand it. Holy Son Horton's expression changed. Boom. In the next second, Sumo's attack shattered the magic circle again. Not good. The magic circle is broken too fast. Why hasn't God come yet? In the rear, King Houghton's face changed drastically. He didn't know that it wasn't that the god of Horton Kingdom was unwilling to come, but that in the battle with the Spike Demon God, he consumed too much. The battle had only ended a few hours ago, and the difficulty of his arrival had also become greater. Boom. Suemo has already killed in. Facing Suemo, who killed 10 angels in a row, Holy Son Horton could only bite the bullet. Your strength is definitely not at its peak. Houghton's son can only bet. He carries the power of God once and requires at least 20 hours of interval time. He didn't believe it. Suemo was able to carry it again in just a few hours. But right away, he regretted it. Because of Sumo's terrifying attack, his attack was defeated in one hit. It's over. Despair flashed in Houghton's eyes, and then Suemo killed him with one blow. The son is dead? 35. At the rear, King Houghton's eyes shrank. At this time, a bright holy light appeared. Finally, the god of Horton Kingdom is coming. When King Houghton saw it, he was depressed again because several angels had descended. After the angels came, they killed them. The passage has not disappeared, and it is still struggling and expanding. Obviously, the god of Horton Kingdom is coming down at all costs. For flowers. A holy son died just after fighting. How can it go on like this? Suemo kills the Holy Son of Horton with one blow and chases after the demigod of Horton Kingdom. The demigod's face was horrified, and he retreated frantically. But the attacks of several angels have locked him. At a critical time, on the opposite side, the angel of the kingdom of Horton rushed over. Sumo's expression remained unchanged, and he launched attacks one after another. An angel was killed by him before he could react. Then, the second, the third. In a short period of time, under the horrified eyes of King Houghton, the angel who finally descended from the god of Horton Kingdom was killed by Suemo. The demigods of the Horton Kingdom have long since lost any fighting spirit and retreated madly. Suemo chased the past. Court death. In the passage of the heaven, a furious voice sounded. After spending a huge price, the god of Horton Kingdom has finally come again. However, as soon as he came, he found that he had become a bear commander. The few demigod-level angels who finally descended were killed again. The number of demigod-level angels under him is also limited. A dozen or so were killed today. Even if it can be resurrected, it will take an unknown amount of time to restore the strength of a demigod. The reason why the Crescent Goddess only descended on 4 demigod-level angels was also because, a few months ago, during the war between the 3 kingdoms besieging the Crescent Kingdom, her demigod angel was almost killed too. Oh, I thought you didn't dare to come down. After Succubi prayed to the goddess of the new moon to replenish her power, she killed him. Behind him, the 4 angels of the new moon goddess saw the gods of the Horton Kingdom and killed them one by one. During the months of war, the gods of Horton had killed too many of their sisters. Seeing Succubi kill him, the god of Horton Kingdom snorted softly. His divine power surged in his body, and one after another terrifying attack was sent out. In his opinion, even if Succubi can carry the power of a pseudo-god, it is not enough to use this power to fight him. But soon, the god of Horton realized that he was very wrong. Succubi exerted the divine power bestowed by the goddess of the new moon too perfectly, fighting against him without losing the slightest. Several demigod-level angels also showed no signs of weakness and kept attacking. He is a powerful celestial deity, but the rhythm of the battle was suppressed by the Holy Sun Succubi and several demigod-level angels. Die. The god of Horton Kingdom was angry and began to spare no effort to kill Succubi. Otherwise, over time, it won't be good. A holy sun dare to be so arrogant. Luo. He was restless. At the same time, it was extremely frustrating. If it wasn't for a fight with a demon god, how could he be so passive? However, nothing is if. Seeing that Succubi actually suppressed a god, many magicians in the New Moon Kingdom were all in high spirits. They launched an attack one after another, and the magician in the Kingdom of Horton was miserable. The Queen of the Crescent Moon murdered King Horton with murderous intent. This guy is the culprit that caused the death of her relatives. King Horton's face changed greatly, and he let a sanctuary lead him to escape. But even if you can escape, the current Queen of the New Moon is a demigod with strength. In the Horton Kingdom, other demigod-level combat powers have disappeared, and the only Dharma god has been restrained by Lei Lao. The king doesn't kill the king, Queen Crescent Moon. You can't kill me. King Horton shouted as he fled. What awaits him is a new moon scar from Queen Crescent Moon. A dignified king, just like that, was killed by the Queen of the Crescent Moon. After personally slaying her father's enemy, Queen New Moon let out a sigh of relief. She finally got her revenge. Originally, she thought she would never have a chance. Her eyes turned to Succubi, and the tenderness and love in her eyes became more and more intense. Damn it, a mere mortal dares to challenge the power of the gods. In the middle of the battlefield, the god of Horton Kingdom was completely furious. In the past, even if he came to the world of gods, he always had an indifferent face. High above. See the gods as ants. Don't bother to say anything at all. But now his mentality is already unstable. If you change it to any celestial god, your mentality will probably be unstable. A dignified god was beaten like this by a holy sun. Not to mention, today's war has already cost him a lot. More than a dozen angels died, the army suffered heavy losses, the headquarters of the Holy See was turned into ruins, and the temple was also destroyed. The sun is also dead, and even King Horton, he can't keep it here, but his core sight. If the new moon goddess comes, his mentality will be balanced. But the new moon goddess did not come. Only Succubi, a little holy child, cooperated with several demigod-level little angels to suppress him. How can this guy's mentality not collapse? I don't know. If the god of Horton Kingdom knew that the one who fought against him was actually a powerful demon god, would his mentality be balanced? The battle continues. Soon, the new moon goddess and Lei Lao also joined the battle. Because the demigod of the Horton Kingdom saw that the situation was not good and had already escaped. This time, the god of Horton Kingdom was completely besieged. Succubi kept praying while fighting. In such a battle, the consumption is indeed huge. However, Suemo swallowed the sacred energy of the Queen of the Crescent Moon, and it was also rude. Up to now, the sacred energy he swallowed has probably been able to condense more than 100 drops of light and dark divine power. So, Suemo didn't rush to attack and continued to swallow while fighting. In this way, after fighting for more than half an hour, the god of Horton Kingdom was already feeling a little furious. He couldn't figure it out too soon. Why is Suemo able to carry the power for so long? Are you not afraid of losing your body? After fighting for such a long time, the gods of Horton Kingdom felt that the rejection from the world of gods was getting bigger and bigger. But he was unwilling to retreat like this. Opposite, Suemo is more and more brave. How can he not be brave? The harder he fights, the more divine energy he swallows. After this battle, his harvest was several times more than expected. The role played by this guy is not small, otherwise, Sumo's consumption is much greater, and there is no way to pocket so much. Damn it, I must kill you someday. After another 10 minutes of fighting, the god of Horton Kingdom finally couldn't hold on any longer. After he put down the harsh words, he tore open the passage and returned to the heaven. Seeing that the god of Horton Kingdom was driven away, each of the 4 demigod-level angels couldn't believe it. Without a goddess, they actually cooperated with Suemo and beat a god away. And as the god of the Horton Kingdom ran away, the capital of the Horton Kingdom, this century-old ancient city, was officially captured by the Crescent Kingdom. What? He captured the capital of the Horton Kingdom. This news soon was known to the goddess of the new moon in the heaven. When knowing the news, the pretty face of the new moon goddess was also covered in shock. Even she was stunned by this news. SHI.PS. This chapter is changed. The rhythm was wrong before. The plot will be put later. I'll go. This will be beaten down? When the capital of the Horton Kingdom was completely captured. Outside the capital of the Horton Kingdom, a person screamed. This person is exactly a villain in the capital, but he is just a bronze-level villain. He is not a noble, but a teacher of a magic academy. Therefore, he did not participate in this war. Instead, he was going to take the opportunity to deal with the protagonist who was still in the capital. Don't say, he really let him kill one. When the flying ship of the New Moon Kingdom arrived in the capital, the villain noticed something was wrong and quickly slipped out. But he did not leave, but hid outside and observed. With this observation, the villain discovered that the capital of Horton was actually beaten down like this. This shocked him. Not just him. The expressions of the 2 bronze-level protagonists still hidden in the Horton capital also changed drastically. There were originally many protagonists in the Horton capital. However, after a month of fighting, some bronze-ranked ones died. In this war, there were also a few who did not participate. It's like the protagonist who sweeps away the monks, hiding in the Holy See. There are 2 protagonists who are more tragic than 11. When the long-nailed demon attacked, they were affected and immediately died. It's incredible. The King Horton has been beaten down by the Crescent Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Horton is about to be destroyed. Everyone run away. A bronze protagonist who is still alive shouted on the forum. The protagonist's words immediately aroused a great response on the protagonist forum. At this time, many protagonists did not sleep. Due to the live broadcast room of the protagonist of the previous live stream, there are also many protagonists who pay attention to the war between the 2 kingdoms. Many people want to know what will be the final result of the war between the 2 kingdoms. Now they know. The capital of the Kingdom of Horton was actually beaten down. For a while. On the protagonist's forum, wow, became lively. A large number of protagonists came to ask for details. When they found out that it was the Earl of Mwasher Land who beat the god of Horton Kingdom away, they all exclaimed in surprise. F***CK, how does this make us play? This is too bad. Although he is relying on the power of God, but he can exert such combat power, the current protagonist encounters a dead one. I guess that things are not so simple. The protagonist of Horton Kingdom is going to have bad luck. The protagonist forum was lively again. Some of the protagonists in Horton's kingdom were anxious to escape overnight. Not only the protagonist forum, but also the villain forum became lively. The protagonist of the live stream did not put the live broadcast room on the villain forum this time. However, many villains also know about this war. In the New Moon Kingdom, there are also some villains who participated in the war. With the help of these villains, many villains also know the result of the border war between the two countries. All of them were a little surprised at first. But now, the Crescent Kingdom has gone a step further and won the capital of the Houghton capital. The villains were shocked. This Earl of the Blackstone territory is invincible, Brother Mo. If it goes on like this, I am afraid that no one can control him in that area. 5. Isn't Brother Mo also the king of the underground? As long as the protagonist is found by Brother Mo, he will basically die. Brother Mo, come on, surpass the Earl of Moshi Land. 66. In a villain group, the gold-level villain Mo is being touted by some people. However, Brother Mo's face was not very good, although other villains kept touting him. But seeing Mo so defiant, Brother Mo faintly felt that it was basically impossible for him to catch up with Mo. In fact, besides Mo, there are several villains ahead of him now. These villains are also ruthless characters. I am afraid that this wave of the Earl of the Blackstone Land will use the New Moon Kingdom to sweep the protagonist of the Houghton Kingdom. Well, his development will be faster. Looking at it this way, I have to quickly grasp the power of the kingdom level. The Holy See has already recognized me, and the king has been overtaken by me. Unfortunately, I can't carry the power of God like the Earl of the Blackstone territory. 99. Another high-quality villain group is also talking about this. The villains in this group are basically gold-level villains. When the ordinary villains were exclaiming, although they were also a little surprised, they were generally much calmer. Don't worry, Holy Son, we will do what you have arranged. 35. The airships left the capital one by one. Each of these flying ships is led by at least legendary combat power. Their purpose is very simple. On the one hand, to destroy the temples and churches in the Houghton Kingdom and other cities. In this way, it can make Houghton Kingdom unable to cast divine light. On the other hand, it is responsible for promoting the New Deal of the Queen of the Crescent Moon. Under the leadership of Mo, the Queen of the Crescent Moon issued several new decrees, which were enough to disintegrate the foundation of the god of Houghton Kingdom's belief in a short period of time. As long as there are no believers, the Houghton Kingdom will be completely taken away by the Crescent Kingdom. Of course, they also have an important mission. That is, through Sumo's knowledge of the identities and positions of some protagonists and villains from several protagonists, they directly arrest these protagonists and villains before they have reacted. Most of the news that the capital of the Houghton Kingdom was taken could not be hidden. The two protagonists who are still hiding in the capital have been captured by Mo. But the protagonist in the Kingdom of Houghton may not react so fast. It's just now night, and it's not very likely that they will leave overnight. The night road in this world is not very easy. Mo should be able to get some protagonists in this wave of arrests. Dozens of flying ships flew in all directions. Mo sits in the royal capital. The Queen of the Crescent Moon is still dealing with matters in the Houghton capital. The four angels have already returned to the heaven. Now, the lights in the Houghton Kingdom are bright, and after the Queen Crescent issued the New Deal, it is also full of people's voices, and many people are afraid that they will not sleep all night. The Queen's New Deal is actually very simple, and the main thing is the land. Divide the land, and for ordinary people, the wind direction will change in an instant. Mo also took this opportunity to deal with some of the villains in the Kingdom of Houghton. In the flying ship, the magic circle has already been activated. Mo was inside, silently condensing the power of light and darkness. 380 drops. 9. At midnight, Mo was condensed. The power of light and darkness has condensed 380 drops. With so much light and dark divine power, the harvest of this wave is quite good. After Mo condensed the power of light and darkness, he received the news. The protagonist has already been caught. More than one. The team he sent has already captured several protagonists in the Kingdom of Houghton. Operating in the Kingdom of Houghton is much simpler. In the case that the high-end combat power of the Houghton Kingdom has been almost wiped out, with the prestige of Mo now, It is only necessary to send out the strong and directly capture it. As for the reason, with his current status, he doesn't need any reason at all. Some of the protagonists were caught before they could react. Due to Sumo's confession, the legend or sanctuary involved in the capture did not give these protagonists the opportunity to inform them and directly knocked them unconscious. As a result, the news of successful arrests kept coming to Sumo. There must be some mistakes here. After all, Sumo knew some of the situation through the eyes of the succubus, from the several bronze-level protagonists he caught. But after a night, how can I catch some? This night is bound to be very lively. In heaven, in the kingdom of God illuminated by holy light, the goddess of the new moon sat there happily, listening to the prayers of the believers. She was in a pretty good mood. In a short period of time, she has added a lot of believers. This was something she had never dared to think about before. In her mind, Sumo's appearance appeared again. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Goddess Sia is here. At this time, an angel came to report. Sia? Let her come in. 99. The new moon goddess said. The 7 goddesses of the moon have been at odds for a long time. However, the new moon goddess did not completely quarrel with any goddess. From time to time, some goddesses would still visit her. With the voice of the new moon goddess, the kingdom of God opened. A goddess with a cold temperament walked in. This is the goddess Sia among the 7 goddesses of the moon. Vera. Seeing the new moon goddess, Sia goddess smiled. Sia. The new moon goddess stood up. Goddess Sia stepped forward and chatted with goddess new moon. The topic of small talk is nothing more than some recent changes in the heavens, some changes in power, and so on. Chatting and chatting, the goddess Sia said, Vera, I heard that you took down the king of the Horton kingdom? Hearing the words of goddess Sia, goddess new moon was a little puzzled. Sia, how did you know? The goddess Sia said, the guy behind the Horton kingdom is talking about fighting against you. My people just heard it, but don't worry, he doesn't dare to come to the moon. The goddess of the new moon just understood. She hummed softly. Goddess Sia became interested. Vera, how did you do it? Did you find a way to come to the capital? She did not expect that the queen of the new moon would do such a thing quietly. Directly won the capital of a kingdom. Under normal circumstances, unless other heavenly gods allow it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to directly descend to the hinterland where the divine light shines. Especially the royal capital. That's why Sia has such a deep interest. If the new moon goddess found a way to avoid the divine light, it would be incredible. The new moon goddess shook her head. No, Sia, this was taken by one of my holy sons, and I didn't come. Son. There was a trace of doubt in the beautiful eyes of the goddess Sia. A holy son takes a capital? She didn't really believe it. If you want to win the capital, you must at least be tough with the gods. Although the Son of God can carry the power of God, can he be tough with God with the power of God? How is this possible? The new moon goddess said, Yes, I recently found a holy son. He has something special. He can carry the power of pseudo-god level for a long time, and he can exert his power perfectly. And such a son? Goddess Sia is more interested now. Her saintess can only carry the power of a demigod. Just like the saint, it would be good to find a few in the entire kingdom. Not only must one be religious, but the soul itself must also be extremely pure. In fact, there are some strict physical requirements. The new moon goddess actually found a false god-level holy son. Not only that, but this son is also so excellent that he can use the power of God to perfection. Such a holy son is not uncommon. Vera, what is the name of this holy son? Goddess Sia asked curiously. The new moon goddess said, he was originally an earl in the kingdom. Sia was a little fascinated by what she had learned about Sumo. Vera, your holy son is so good. I'm a little bit moved. How about half of me? After listening, Goddess Sia said jokingly. Seeing her appearance, the goddess of the new moon gave birth to a hint of vigilance. Although it is difficult for a god to snatch someone else's holy son and daughter, Goddess Sia is not such a person. But now Sumo, in the eyes of the new moon goddess, is an authentic baby, and she can't let other gods take it away. Therefore, the goddess of the new moon immediately decided that when Sumo was finished, she would give Sumo some rewards. Depends on what Sumo needs. This little angel. Go back to the abyss and deal with it. In the airship, Sumo put the captured angel back into the space bag. This angel possesses demigod-level power, and although he stunned her, he couldn't deal with her for the time being. After returning to the abyss, Sumo's own strength is fully activated, and she can easily know what she wants to know from her. After putting the angel in place, Sumo looked at Goldfinger again. This time killed 3 silver-level protagonists. 3 Goldfingers. A divine talent has been fused by Sumo. One is a silver-level knight talent. Not only has a very strong fighting spirit affinity, but also has a 4-fold increase in the harvest of fighting spirit. This is the talent of the protagonist in the Palace Guard, and it is useless to Sumo, so I will leave it for now. There is another, is the protagonist of a ring stream. Silver Ring. The sanctuary's soul inside, when Sumo went to catch the protagonist, had already killed him. It's just right. Sumo blended it with the silver ring on his hand. After fusion, the villain value required to upgrade the silver ring in his hand is reduced by 500. In his silver ring, Grandmother Lois is still in it. Lois's strength has recovered well recently. As the soul in Goldfinger, her loyalty to Sumo is no problem. Sumo throws her something to restore her strength from time to time, and it would be convenient if she could restore her full sanctuary strength and occasionally drive her to do something. Shiwei and the others are succubuses after all, and they can't make unscrupulous shots. Several silver-level villains have been caught, but not killed. These few villains Sumo killed worthless. Of course, it is impossible to let them go. Anyway, the situation is under control now, just right. To feed some protagonists, and then solve these protagonists, you can get a lot of villain value. This is also the reason why Sumo has to deal with the villains in the Kingdom of Holden. He doesn't just have to tackle the protagonist in Hoten's kingdom. And while the iron is still hot, take advantage of the fact that the villains in the Horton Kingdom are also taken care of. There are also some villains in the New Moon Kingdom, but those villains are nobles after all, and they are basically counts at least. Without proper reasons and excuses, Sumo is not easy to do. It was different in the Horton Kingdom. Just after the Horton Kingdom was conquered, these villains joined forces to deal with him before. Sumo can use the power of the New Moon Kingdom to get all these villains by making any excuses. Let's feed some bronze-level protagonists. In this way, the benefits can be maximized. Just look at this wave, how much villain value you can get. The next day, Sumo received a detailed report. The number of protagonists caught is not much. After all, unlike the New Moon Kingdom, Sumo's intelligence organization has been conducting a thorough investigation for more than 10 days. A total of more than a dozen protagonists have been caught, and among them, I am afraid that there are still some who have caught the wrong person. There are also a lot of villains caught. Most of these villains are bronze-level villains. Among the protagonists of Hoten Kingdom, some cautious protagonists will not reveal their identities and positions. But they all communicate with each other what villains they have. Most of the time passed, and the high-level magicians of the New Moon Kingdom captured about 20 villains from the cities of the Holden Kingdom. At the same time, these high-level magicians also destroyed the temple in the Kingdom of Horton at a speed like thunder. Once the temple is destroyed, the original god of Horton Kingdom will not be able to illuminate the divine light. After the Queen Crescent issued the New Deal, the Crescent Kingdom quickly gained the support of a large number of civilians in the Kingdom of Holden. Numerous temples belonging to the Crescent Goddess are being built. To completely occupy the Kingdom of Horton, this time is definitely not enough. These things are not in the scope of Sumo's concern at all. After all the temples in the Kingdom of Horton were destroyed, the goddess of the new moon has been able to descend, and she has also descended on the angels to sit down. The rest is left to the goddess of the new moon to solve by herself. This afternoon, the protagonist and villain who were caught were sent back. The news still spread. I'm going. The Earl of the Blackstone territory is too ruthless. Not only has he captured a lot of protagonists, but even the villains have not been spared. Hey, He is indeed a ruthless man. Even the villain will be killed when he is ruthless. This is the courage a villain should have. I know what he's going to do. He must be preparing to use these villains to feed the protagonist and then kill the protagonist. Can you still do this? 666-inch. On the forum, immediately, there was another heated discussion. During the heated discussion, all the protagonists who were caught were awakened. You have no choice. Sumo looked at these protagonists, thinking of ways to maximize profits. There are 15 protagonists in total. There are 29 villains in total. 3 silver-level villains and 26 bronze-level villains. Almost 8 silver-level protagonists can be fed out. Another crit, if you are lucky. The income of this wave of villain value should be able to break 10,000. Gold-level crit talent. When the crit villain value is at least 1.5 times, the maximum should be 5 times. If the crit hits the normal harvest, the upper limit is higher, which is 10 times. It is a pity that this crit talent is only at the gold level. In addition to the limitation of the crit multiplier, the harvest of too high power level cannot be crit. Gold level Goldfinger, corresponding to the upper limit of strength, is between demigods and pseudogods. Like Sumo's Divine Harvest, you can't crit. You killed a silver-level protagonist and gained 500 villain value and 20 luck. You killed A. In the end, in the Kingdom of Holden, the protagonist and villain caught in this wave contributed a total of 13,000 villain points to Sumo after the critical attack. A bit higher than Sumo expected, because the crit hit a 5x and a 4x. The influence of the luck value has already begun to manifest. The most obvious thing is that with the increase of Sumo's luck value, the probability of a high multiple crit from a crit talent crit increases frequently. After this wave of protagonists and villains are settled, this time, the harvest in the Kingdom of Horton has basically been settled. This wave of harvest is still good. The power of light and darkness has reached more than 300 drops. The villain value also increased by a wave, breaking through 10,000 again. In addition, some Goldfingers have also been obtained, which can be kept for later compilation and integration. There must be many protagonists in Horton Kingdom. Sumo didn't give up on the search. Nancy's intelligence organization has entered the Horton Kingdom and started a carpet-like search. Mo, the goddess wants to see you. 35. After Sumo got all the gains, the Queen of the Crescent Moon said to Sumo, "The goddess of the new moon wants to see Sumo again. Uncle has completed the analysis of the space gate of the Horton Kingdom, and it can be used initially. You can go back to the capital through the space gate, and I will be in charge here." The Queen of the Crescent Moon said to Sumo, "It is good." Sumo agreed. So Sumo passed through the space gate, and after 2 transfers, he returned to the new moon capital. Entered the temple again. Shortly after entering the temple, Sumo saw that the projection of the new moon goddess descended. But this time, not only the new moon goddess, but also a goddess and a half beside her. Mo, this is the goddess Sia. On the crooked crescent moon, the goddess of the crescent moon walked down from it and said. Sumo looked at the goddess Sia. Sia also looked at Sumo with her eyes that were brighter than the moon. For eyes facing each other. Sia's eyes also lit up. Sumo's eyes are a little too attractive. The eyes are pure and clear, just like a newborn baby, with the kind of innate spirituality. As a result, Sia even forgot that Sumo, a mortal man, looked at the gods, which was an offense in itself. Seeing the strong interest in Sia's eyes, the new moon goddess suddenly regretted it. The goddess Sia kept begging her, wanting to see the miraculous son of the goddess Crescent Moon. The new moon goddess is still very at ease with the Sia goddess. But as soon as Sia came down, she stared at Sumo nonstop. This made her worry. If goddess Sia really didn't care about her feelings, what would she do if she ran to pry her corner in the future? Although this possibility is very small, it still makes the new moon goddess a little worried. Okay, I won't interfere with your communication. Sia didn't talk to Sumo after watching Sumo for a long time. Instead, it retreated to the crescent moon. The projection also turned into countless light spots and dissipated. Seeing that goddess Sia was gone, goddess New Moon felt a little more at ease. She didn't notice that in front of Sumo, she didn't deliberately maintain the majesty of God. Even after the goddess Sia left, she did not deliberately hide the apparently relaxed expression on her face. This was impossible before. No believer could see the change in her expression, even the queen of the crescent moon. But here in Sumo, the goddess of the new moon is subconsciously making an exception. Mo, thanks to you this time, I can satisfy you with whatever you want, and even if you want to marry Queen Crescent Moon now, I can also agree. 5. The goddess of the new moon looked at Sumo and said, "Here at Sumo, she makes an exception again. He actually agreed to the marriage of the Son of God. There is no precedent for this in the world of gods." Sumo said, "The goddess doesn't need to be polite. It's good to help the goddess, and the reward is nothing." Hearing Sumo's words, the heart of the new moon goddess couldn't help but be touched. She thought of when she wanted Sumo to be her son before. Various benefits were promised. But Sumo has no intention of being tempted. Can last. Sumo heard her confession that she needed Sumo, and Sumo agreed. This time, she wants to launch an attack on the kingdom of Horton. Also needs the support of Sumo. Sumo accomplished such an incredible feat, even the goddess Sia was shocked. But Sumo doesn't want any reward. Seem. Purely to help her. At this moment, even the goddess of the new moon, the softest part of her heart, was touched. Her eyes could not help but become incomparably soft. She looked at Sumo. Sumo seemed to sense her gaze and looked at her. For eyes facing each other. Sumo's eyes, as always, are pure, and there is no such thing as love in them. But this time, inexplicably, as soon as the goddess of the new moon met Sumo's gaze, her heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. From the beginning till now, the feeling that Sumo brings to her is so special. Sumo in front of her is not at all the posture of a saint child and a saint before God. It's more like talking to her on an equal footing. As a result, when the goddess of the new moon thinks of Sumo, she will never look at Sumo with a high mentality. In front of Sumo, she will not even deliberately create a sacred atmosphere. Otherwise, shall I bless you alone? The goddess of the new moon did not let the emotional changes show, said. Blessing alone? Sumo actually wanted more divine energy, but as a holy son, it was difficult to speak. At this time, the expression of the new moon goddess changed slightly. Because at this time, goddess Sia was in the kingdom of God, talking to her. Vera, your holy son is definitely not simple. Goddess Sia seems to have discovered, said. Why? Asked the goddess of the new moon. Don't you think it strange? Why can he carry your power for so long? Why can he carry the power of a pseudo-god? Goddess Sia said again. This question, the new moon goddess does find it strange. But because Sumo has done so many things one after another, she didn't think much about it. She just thought that this was Sumo's special place. Otherwise, how could Sumo do so many impossible things? Sia, there is nothing strange. This is what makes him special. 35. The new moon goddess said. Goddess Sia moved her long legs and walked around in front of goddess Crescent Moon. She seems to have come to a conclusion. Vera, in the heavens, even the saint sons and daughters of some power masters can hardly bear the pseudo-god level power for such a long time, but your saint son can. Why do you think? Goddess Sia said. The new moon goddess frowned. Sia, what do you want to say? Sia said, in my observation just now, his soul is too pure. I feel that if he is willing to communicate with me and I lower the power, he can also carry the power of the pseudo-god. Vera, you know this means what? The face of the new moon goddess changed. A son of God, unless there is a change in belief, cannot carry the power of another god. But there is an exception. Sia's words made new moon goddess think of this exception. Because she felt strange before, Sumo gave her the feeling that she was not very religious. Why is the soul so pure? Now, she finally found the answer. Sia, are you saying that his soul is inherently pure? The new moon goddess spoke her mind. The goddess Sia nodded. It should be like this. Among the 10 billion people, there is no one who is born with pure soul. The new moon goddess took a deep breath. Innately pure, there is absolutely no trace of BBCH, impurities in the soul. This is not pure because of piety, but pure. Even purer than a baby's soul. Vera, not only that, he gave me the feeling that he was too calm, didn't have the slightest touch in the face of Shui. Don't you think it's strange? Goddess Sia's voice sounded again. Sia, you mean? The new moon goddess has a guess. The goddess Sia looked at her and said, Xinue, he has an innate spiritual sense on his body. Such a pure soul can resist the spiritual sense of divine power. Goddess Sia paused for a while and then said word by word. Xinue, this holy son of yours is likely to be the reincarnation of the great power who fell in the past. If he can reach his level, his strength in the past is probably far more than the master of power. Her words made the goddess of the new moon pick her eyelids. Powerful reincarnation? The new moon goddess is not calm now. At this time, she was a little dazed. What is this all about? She just got a son with amazing potential. Just now, she also had a strong affection for the birth of this holy son. Even subconsciously, there is still a trace of throbbing. But the goddess Sia suddenly said, Is this holy son a powerful reincarnation of the Lord of Power? This makes the new moon goddess calm down. Goddess Sia said again at this time, Don't you want to reward him? You simply give him 100 drops of non-attribute divine power and see if he accepts it. If he accepts, my guess may be true. 35. The new moon goddess took a deep breath and suppressed her complicated emotions. She decided to give it a try. Goddess. In the temple, Sumo's voice sounded. She just seemed to be in a daze for a long time. The goddess of the new moon came back to her senses and looked at Sumo. The emotions in her eyes were a little complicated. However, as soon as she met Sumo's eyes, the heart of the new moon goddess was inexplicably settled. With a move of her hand, a passage in the temple opened. A lot of divine power was sent down. The new moon goddess finally said, Mo, next, the gods of the Horton Kingdom may take revenge on you. These divine powers are given to you. You should keep your self-defense. The goddess of the new moon stretched out her hand, with a large group of divine power in her hand. A total of 100 drops of divine power without attributes. But such divine power is still very difficult for Saint Sun and Maiden to use. Unless the strength of the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden reaches the level of a demigod. The power of the goddess of the new moon before the descent itself is only after the divine power has been diluted before it can be used by the saint child and the saintess. This is direct divine power. Also take out 100 drops at a time. So precious. Goddess, what are you giving me divine power? After Sumo's eyes swept across the group of divine power, he did not take it. The goddess of the new moon seems to have something to say. You have helped me so much, you must let me help you. 35. Then, she handed the group of divine power to Sumo, without telling Sumo that this divine power was not used by a demigod at all. Sumo's eyes turned to the new moon goddess. There is sincerity in the eyes of the new moon goddess. Her sincerity is not disguised, but true. Because she really wants to reward Sumo, even if Sumo really might be the reincarnation of the great power. Sumo pondered for a while and finally, he stretched out his hand and took over the divine power. 100 drops of divine power. Even if the new moon goddess is testing, Sumo has to see what the new moon goddess is going to do. Are you suspicious of him? Or have another idea? He really took it. The new moon goddess took a deep breath. Seeing that Sumo took over the divine power, she felt that Sia's guess was most likely true. Thank you, goddess. 99. Sumo took the divine power, put it away, raised his head, and looked at the goddess of the new moon. At this time, the heart of the new moon goddess was no longer complicated. Do not know why. After meeting Sumo's clear and bright eyes, in the heart of the new moon goddess, there was a throbbing inexplicably. She looked at Sumo. Then, he stretched out his hand and put it on Sumo's shoulder, with sincerity in his eyes, shining brightly. She said, Mo, don't worry, I will help you too. Sumo. Vera, how is it? I'm talking about it, right? In the kingdom of God, the goddess Sia asked when she saw the return of the new moon goddess. The goddess of the new moon shook her head. Sia, you guessed wrong. He will confiscate it. What? Goddess Sia showed a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She trusted her own observations. But the goddess of the new moon said that Sumo confiscated divine power. This made her a little unsure again. At the same time, she guessed that the goddess of the new moon was deliberately covering up for Sumo. However, seeing that the new moon goddess did not say anything, although the Sia goddess was extremely interested, she did not continue to entangle this matter. It's empty? Inside the castle, Sumo's voice sounded. After the meeting with the crescent moon goddess, Sumo returned to the castle. As soon as he returned to the castle, Sumo took out a pile of gold coins and swept away the contents of the gold-level Krypton system. This time, several million gold coins were spent. The gold-level Krypton system still can't stand Sumo's money. As for the various restrictions set by the Krypton gold system itself, for Sumo, it is even less of a restriction. Tens of billions can create a demigod. After seeing what was exchanged, Sumo whispered. After cleaning up with millions of gold coins, it was exchanged. It is enough to create a demigod in a short period of time. As a Goldfinger, it is really powerful. Although a few million gold coins are many, they are far from the value of a demigod. There are so many people in the New Moon Kingdom, and now they are only a demigod. With a few million gold coins, a demigod can be created in a short period of time. In Sumo's view, it is simply too cost-effective. Therefore, this Krypton gold system, as long as there is money, the value is still good. With a gold-level kryptonite system, you can mass-produce demigods. If you upgrade to the legendary level, as long as you have enough money, you may be able to manufacture false gods in batches. Sumo pondered for a while, put some things into the space bag, and said, Nancy, send someone to give these things to Melina. 5. Yes, master. Nancy took the space bag. Sumo picked out some useful things for Nancy. Nancy, these are useful to you. You can improve your strength. The things exchanged in the Krypton gold system are not very useful to the devil. Thank you, master. Nancy is very happy. After Nancy left, Sumo released Lois from the ring and gave her something. After arranging these things, Sumo returned to the abyss again. In the abyss, the number of succubus is growing at a high speed recently. The resources seized from the Flint Abyss were continuously provided to the Nightmare Tree. Every day, a new succubus is born. The succubus dynasty is also developing at a high speed. After Sumo returned to the succubus dynasty, he completely absorbed the 100 drops of divine power given by the new moon goddess. Then, he started to use the 100 drops of divine power to condense the divine power of light and darkness. The concentration of these 100 drops of divine power is much higher than the previous divine energy. Since it is an attributeless divine power and there are no restrictions in it, Sumo quickly mixed the 100 drops of divine power with his own divine power and condensed nearly 200 drops of light and dark divine power. Thus, the amount of light and dark power that Sumo possesses exceeds 500 drops. 500 drops of light and dark power. So many light and dark divine powers are stirring in the Godhead, exuding a powerful divine aura. Try to see if it can be further agglomerated. Sumo whispers. Next, he has one more step to do. Originally, Sumo was going to further improve the power he mastered after the bloodline was upgraded. The most critical step in the improvement of God's power is to increase the power of God. Condensing the divine power further, the higher the divine power, the greater the power. Divine power condensing is not simple. Once the divine power condensing is successful, it means that this god has come to a new level or stage. Now Sumo is ready to further condense these light and dark powers. He tried. The sacred succubus bloodline was completely released, and the temperament in his body mixed the holy and the evil. In the Godhead, light and darkness also coexist. Sumo constantly invests drop by drop of light and dark power, compressing and condensing these light and dark powers. At the beginning of the process, time seems to cost money. It lasted a full week. Finally, the entire succubus dynasty was shocked. Success! Sumo smiled. A new drop of light and dark power appeared on his fingertips. This drop of light and dark power is still light and dark power, but the purity is much higher than before. This drop of light and dark power was condensed by sumo using more than 60 drops of ordinary light and dark power. 60 or so drops condensed into one drop. In terms of power, there has been a qualitative leap. Sumo swallowed this drop of light and dark power. In his body, a powerful breath began to emerge. This breath, compared with the breath that Sumo released with all his strength before, was not only 100 times stronger, but dozens of times stronger. God's strength has increased again. Feeling that Sumo's body is stronger than before, many succubuses in the succubus dynasty are happy for Sumo. God, the letter of the Banshee dynasty. At this time, a succubus flew up and handed Sumo a letter. Sumo took the letter and opened it. Succubus, don't forget your promise. Nyen. Lilith's voice rang out. Sumo naturally didn't forget, because today was the time to make an appointment with Lilith to deal with the demon hunter. That is also an extremely powerful abyss demon. Just right. Take this demon-hunting spider to see how far his strength has grown in this wave. Sumo's wings shook, and he left the abyss and headed for the abyss of the Banshee dynasty. Not long after, he entered the abyss of the Banshee dynasty. As soon as Sumo arrives, Lilith shows up. She has been waiting for Sumo for a long time. However, as soon as she saw Sumo, there was a hint of suspicion in Lilith's eyes. Because, in her perception, Sumo seems to be a little different from before. Although Sumo didn't release her demonic breath, the current Sumo inexplicably gave her a more dangerous and uneasy feeling. If you look closely, Sumo's charm seems to have also increased. Anyone who stares at Sumo for a long time will lose their minds. He got stronger again? Lilith couldn't help thinking. After getting to know Sumo, every time Sumo appears, Lilith feels different. Such as Sumo, the speed at which she became stronger, also shocked her. For flowers. Lilith, do I look good? At this time, Sumo's voice sounded. Lilith snorted softly. I have fulfilled both of your conditions, now it's your turn. It seems that the demon worm abyss has been returned to the long-nail demon god. Sumo said lightly, let's go find that demon-hunting spider. Seeing that Sumo didn't mean to miss her appointment, Lilith felt relieved. She vibrated her power and flew towards the abyss. Follow me, I'll take you to find it. The demon hunter spider's divine body is very strong. Don't let it get close. Its spider web can bind divine power, so be careful. You, a bronze-level villain, also want to hit Grandpa's idea? When Sumo and Lilith went to find the witch hunter, in the world of gods, a rather arrogant voice sounded. A man in aristocratic costume was stomped on the ground heavily. Stepping on him was another man. I'm not convinced. Why do you have so many legends and sanctuaries? 35. The man who was stepped on the ground collapsed. After crossing, he became an earl, a bronze-level villain. 0. Although the villain level is not high, but his strength is not bad, the private army in his hand has more than 2,000. This month, he also successfully killed a protagonist and obtained a gold finger. Relying on gold finger, his strength has also improved a bit. The villain gets gold finger. If it suits him, his strength will improve very fast. They have better resources. This time, he found a protagonist passing by nearby, and he brought his subordinates over to rob him. Who knows, the protagonist actually lured him out on purpose. When he arrives with 2,000 subordinates in a mighty slaughter, next to the protagonist, a sanctuary suddenly appeared, and there were several legends, which directly stunned the earl. Well, let's make it clear to you, haven't you heard that money can make a ghost run the mill? Grandpa is a god, I've already killed 9 villains like you, and if I kill another one, it's up for grabs. The protagonist said triumphantly. After speaking, he took out an expensive magic scroll and threw it at the villain. Boom. The villain was directly blown into a blood fog. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want, haha. The protagonist is in a good mood. His system is the Shinha system, which allows him to continuously brush gold coins. His development was slow when he started at the bronze level. After he accumulated some capital and invested a lot of money, he invited a legendary combat power. This is not the legendary soul in the ring, but a real legend. Then he used his own bait to kill 5 bronze-level villains. In one fell swoop, the system was upgraded to the silver level. Then it got out of hand. Recently, this guy repeated his old tricks, looking for bronze-level villains everywhere, and led them out to kill them. In just a few days, he has killed 4 more bronze-level villains. Kill another one, and he, a small protagonist who started at bronze level, can also be on the record list. This made him a little proud and hummed a little tune. What he didn't know was that the bronze-level villain he had just killed had posted a small amount of information about him on the forum before he died. This information is not much. After all, the villain doesn't even know his name. But in the information, a key, it's there. In the abyss, Lilith's voice sounded. Sumo has seen it. Front. A huge, black demon-hunting spider was devouring food in the abyss. Its food is a large number of evil creatures living in the abyss and ravines. This demon-hunting spider is extremely powerful and can also be regarded as a kind of demon god. It has no divine power, and it has reached the level of a demon god purely with its powerful combat power. Unlike other demon gods, this demon hunter's range of activities is mostly in the abyss. Mainly hunt the evil creatures in the abyss and ravines. Occasionally, when it finds a weak devil, it will also become an extremely good hunter, hunting the devil. This is generally not the case. Lilith has been wanting to deal with the Witcher spider for a long time, because this demon hunter blocked her way down. In the abyss, the further down, the more benefits. The abyss where Sumo's succubus dynasty is located is already at the very bottom of the abyss. There are countless abyss above. Those abyss are even poorer because they are in the upper layers. The energy of the abyss is too thin, and the density of abyss creatures is also low. For the demon god, it's not very attractive. Around the demon-hunting spider was a dense web of cobwebs, with a large number of evil creatures hanging on the web. This guy is eating happily. As long as you can influence it for a few seconds, I can defeat it. 290. Lilith said. However, before her voice fell, Sumo flew out. As soon as Sumo moved, the Witcher noticed it. As soon as the guy's legs rubbed, he plunged into the darkness. In Sumo's body, the power of light and darkness surged. The divine power of light and darkness at this time is naturally a dark attribute. Next second, the overwhelming attack will cover the space in front. Demon hunters are extremely good hunters. They are best at stealth, and the best way to deal with their stealth is to cover attack. Squeak. The demon hunter was blasted out, and it was a spider web spit out at Sumo. Sumo's face remained unchanged, and with a flick of his finger, the green flames rushed towards the spider web. The cobweb that could bind divine power burst into flames, and it burned out in the blink of an eye. But the demon hunter had already rushed over with the flame of the succubus, and the 8 spider eyes stared at Sumo faintly. It is extremely dangerous to be approached by it. Even a stupid big man like Longspike is afraid of being approached by the demon hunter. Be careful. Lilith also shot, but it was too late. Just waiting for you. Sumo snorted softly, and the light and dark powers were fully driven. Boom. A terrifying divine attack struck out instantly. Squeak. Then I saw that the demon hunter, known for its extremely powerful divine body, was blown away by Sumo's blow. Still in the air, this guy's limbs moved, and in the void around Sumo and Lilith, dense spider webs appeared. These cobwebs were thicker and stronger than those spit out by the demon hunter before. No, it has already set a trap here. 35. Lilith's face changed. Demon hunters are really cunning and can switch freely between prey and hunter at any time. No problem. Sumo's light and dark power surged again, and this time, he finally drove the condensed light and dark power. Product 35. Another hit. The demon hunter that was knocked into the air just stabilized its body. In this hit by Sumo, it sensed a strong threat. This guy's reaction is very fast. To dive into the dark. But it's been a while. Sumo's attack covered it all at once. Then I saw that this monster hunter, which was very strong before, was instantly killed by Sumo's blow. At this time, the surrounding cobwebs have also attacked. Lilith was about to make a move when a green flame appeared, and those sturdy cobwebs burned out in an instant. The demon hunter? Is this dead? Seeing the witch hunter killed by Sumo, Lilith's pretty face that coexisted with evil and seductive was full of shock. She didn't expect that Sumo's strength was so powerful. This demon-hunting spider, even she felt extremely troublesome. No one dared to deal with it, for fear of confessing here. Even if Sumo is willing to help, she has only a certain degree of certainty to drive him away from this area. But who knows? When Sumo comes, he actually killed this demon-hunting spider in seconds. At this moment, this evil and powerful banshee was also deeply shocked. Among the demon gods, she also belongs to a powerful group, but it is not that she has never seen the world. But even she has never seen a demon as irrational as Sumo. Lilith took a deep breath. At this time, Sumo had already flown towards the corpse of the demon hunter. Lilith saw this and followed. Be careful, the demon hunter is cunning, it may play dead. 35. Lilith reminded. Sumo quickly flew in front of the demon hunter, which had a big hole punched by Sumo in its body. There is no such thing as a godhead in its body. This guy is strong and relies on its heart. In the abyss, there are also many similar demon gods, which do not condense the godhead at all, but replace them with the heart of the demon god. In this way, their divine bodies can become extremely powerful. Spike is such a demon. As soon as Sumo's hand moved, the corpse of the demon hunter started to burn with green flames. This demon-hunting spider was not pretending to be dead, but was really killed by Sumo with the light and dark power he had just condensed. If he condensed the light and dark power at the beginning, it was regarded as elementary. Then he used dozens of drops of primary light and dark power, and the recondensed light and dark power has risen to a level, becoming an intermediate light and dark power. The power is dozens or hundreds of times greater. Really dead. Aside, Lilith confirmed the death of the demon hunter. She looked at Sumo's eyes, and there was still an undisguised look of surprise. With one move of Sumo's hand, the heart of the demon hunter was drawn. This heart is a good thing. It is also the most valuable thing on this demon hunter. Sumo put it away. He looked at the beautiful Lilith, getting ready to speak. Suddenly aware of something, he suddenly launched an attack. Boom! Sumo's attack hit the sky. There, a blood-red light was shattered by Sumo's attack. What? Immediately afterwards, a soft whistle sounded. It was only at this moment that Lilith realized the crisis. Feeling the terrifying aura of the demon god behind the whispering sound, his complexion also changed. Innate demon god. 9. Her eyes became sharp. This is the look she only has when she feels a strong threat. Because the existence that came was a congenital demon god. Innate demon god, that is to say, as soon as the opponent is born, he has the strength of the demon god. Such a demon is the darling of the abyss. The pedigree is also very high. Since they are born, even if they do nothing, their power will continue to grow. In the abyss, the innate demon gods are a special group. Their strength is naturally strong and weak. Some guys who eat and sleep all day long and sleep and eat because their innate demons are naturally incomparable with some hard-working congenital demons. But there is no doubt about that. Even the weakest innate demon god is incomparably powerful and cannot be underestimated. Each of them also has its own unique skills. This is what they have when they are born, and no one else can learn it. Even though Lilith belongs to a powerful group among the demon gods in the abyss, she still has no confidence in front of the congenital demon gods. After Sumo delivered a blow, he raised his head and looked up. There, it is rapidly turning red at an alarming rate. Soon, everything around was dyed blood red. A lot of blood-colored hair appeared, and these hairs rose rapidly, holding up a woman with a pair of scarlet eyes. This woman looked cruel and evil, and her evil level was greater than Lilith's. She is the blood witch of the innate demon god. Lilith quickly gave Sumo a voice transmission. Blood witch. Sumo has never heard of this name. However, Sumo took a hint of interest in her. Because next to the blood witch, there is an incomparably huge bubble. The blood sorceress apparently also took a keen interest in Suemo. She sat up, her two bloody legs folded together, but there seemed to be a faint hint of picking beans in her eyes. "You killed my pet, tell me, what are you going to pay for it?" The blood sorceress stared at Suemo with her scarlet and gorgeous eyes and said, "Pet? She should be the witcher's spider she was talking about. If you keep a powerful demon hunter as a pet, the blood witch's strength is probably a little formidable." Suemo's face didn't change. "What do you want?" There was a hint of playfulness in the blood witch's eyes. "Otherwise, give me this little banshee beside you." "Sister, I haven't drank the blood of a banshee for a long time, especially the blood of the devil." There was anger in Lilith's eyes. Even if the opponent is a powerful innate demon god, as an evil and powerful banshee, she will not back down. Suemo said lightly, "Not good." 95. "If you refuse like this, aren't you afraid that your sister will get angry?" The blood witch's eyes also became dangerous. "Isn't my sister angry just now?" Suemo slowly walked towards her. This sentence made the blood witch giggle to laugh. Beside, Lilith was puzzled by Suemo's actions. However, she vaguely knew why this blood witch, who was known for her cruelty in the abyss, even the devil could not avoid, became so kind here in Suemo. Because the blow from Suemo just now made the blood witch jealous. His strength is probably comparable to that of the innate demon god. Lilith couldn't help but come up with this idea. This discovery was 2.7, which shocked her more than Suemo killed the demon hunter in one blow. "Why, are you coming over to spend spring with my sister? Isn't my sister very beautiful?" Seeing Suemo walking over, the blood witch put on a sultry pose and said, "Suemo has approached." The blood witch didn't care. On the contrary, an invitation to Suemo. It seems that even if Suemo wants to have S*X with her now, she will not refuse. Finally, Suemo came to her. "Elder sister." Suemo spoke up. The blood witch looked at him with interest. "You are beautiful." Then Suemo said solemnly. While speaking, he has quietly burst the bubble next to the blood witch. "You picked up blood 500, strength 50, agility 30, spirit 50, skill fragment *1, blood witch's little secret *1. 35. On the villain panel, the hint of the right hand of God came out. Cuckoo. Hearing Sumo's words, the blood witch seemed very happy and laughed happily. "It's been a long time since the demon god praised my sister like this. I gave this to you as a token of love from my sister. When my sister is ready to get married in the future, you must come to be the bridegroom, lol." The blood witch handed Suemo a strand of blood-colored hair. Suemo just took it, and in the light of laughter, the surrounding blood quickly receded, and the blood witch quickly disappeared without a trace. After the blood witch disappeared, Suemo looked at the blood-red hair on his hands, which was nothing special. The only function should be through her, to be able to summon the blood witch, or communicate with the blood witch. After he sealed it with divine power, he threw it into the space ring. The blood witch is very cruel. She may not be as kindness when she gives you something. Beside, Lilith reminded, "You seem to care about me?" 35. Looking at Lilith, Suemo showed a smile. Lilith snorted softly, her eyes turning evil again. But right away, she felt that her lips. It was given by Suemo again. Not only that, but this time, Suemo went too far. Lilith's eyes suddenly widened. The power in the body couldn't help but boil, like a volcano about to erupt. When the volcano was about to erupt, Suemo quietly disappeared. "Lilith, don't thank me." Suemo's voice came from far away. Lilith looked at the place where Suemo disappeared. Although she was embarrassed and angry, she looked at it carefully, and it seemed that there was a bit of complexity. Blood witch's little secret. The 12th of every month is when the blood witch is weakest, and you can get more attributes at this time. 5. In the abyss, Suemo has opened up the blood witch's little secret. The 12th, is it today? Suemo thought. The attributes I picked up from the blood witch today are quite amazing. Especially blood. In this way, today's blood witch is not yet in its prime. And Suemo feels that, not long ago, she should have had a fight with someone. Otherwise, the harvest of picking up attributes at one time should not be that big. Sumo opened the skill fragment again. Bloodthirsty eyes. This skill fragment is a Blood Witch's skill fragment, containing almost 1%. The Blood Witch can ignite the blood in other people's body with her eyes, causing the blood of others to boil to death. This skill is quite powerful. After putting away these gains, Sumo returned to the succubus dynasty and took out the ring. Inside, the captured little angel Lena was still in a coma. A faint red light appeared in Sumo's eyes. After a while, Lena woke up, but there was confusion in her eyes. Then, Sumo asked. Soon, Sumo knew what he wanted to know, and he also had some understanding of the heavens. The god behind the kingdom of Horton, whose name is Horton, is a star god in the heaven. Star gods are gods who live on some special stars. And like the 7 goddesses of the moon, they live on the moon. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Sumo decided to try it out to see if he could completely change Lena's beliefs and become a fallen angel. His eyes lit up, and he carefully made up an extremely real fantasy for Lena. Barbara, she's handed over to you. Send someone to watch her. Sumo said to Barbara. Yes, God. 39. Barbara rode. After arranging things in the abyss, Sumo went to the wild continent again. In the wild continent, the expansion of the elf tribe is very fast. A large number of tribes were conquered by elves. In the middle of this, I also encountered once a large orc tribe of more than 10,000 people. A god's will emerged. Then I was scared off by Sumo again. Adele, this ring is for you. Take it for self-defense first. Sumo gave Adele the silver ring with Lois. Lois's strength has recovered well, and this ring is of little use to Sumo now. Use it for Adele first. Although she doesn't have the authority to ring and can't level up, but with Sumo's order, it is enough for Adele to summon Lois to fight. Thank you, Master. Adele said respectfully. After watching the situation in the wilderness continent, Sumo returned to the New Moon Kingdom once again. This time, Sumo stayed in the abyss for 7 days at a time. In 7 days, the silver-level work clock system was about to collapse by Sumo. There is absolutely no reward for it. Who made this punch card system? The higher the position, the higher the reward. In contrast, the reward of the sign-in system is fixed, only related to the gold finger level and the check-in time. Sumo opened the villain forum, ready to take a look at the recent changes. Shinhao system? At this glance, Sumo saw a villain's post. In this post, the owner of a Shinhao gold finger is mentioned. Sumo came with a little interest. He is missing a god system. He looked again, and soon, he sent another post from the villain. The content inside is also small and incomplete. But Sumo quickly recognized. This post was also sent by the villain who was killed by Jinhao Lu Goldfinger. The area where he travels, so coincidental? Sumo looked at the location mentioned in the 2 posts and got a little interested. After thinking about it, Sumo left the castle and came to the abyss. The owner of this Shinhao system, he decided to go and see for himself. Soon, Sumo found a passage. Appeared in a cave. This channel has not been used for a long time. One that Sumo found by accident. In the world of gods, there are still some passages that are infiltrated by demons like this, but because the gods are shining in each kingdom, generally there is no big movement. This area is far away from the New Moon Kingdom. However, this area happens to be the general area where the protagonist of the gods is active. Haha, another one. On the other side, Sumo just came out when a loud laugh broke out. Laughing out loud, it is the protagonist that belongs to the gods. This guy within 50 kilometers of Sumo. However, because Sumo's early warning distance is shorter, he has not found each other yet. He doesn't seem to find me? Is it possible that the villain is very high? 99. The protagonist finds that Sumo doesn't seem to be flying towards him, thinks. After thinking about it, he decided to go and have a look. On the other hand, Sumo's succubus bloodline is released. However, what is presented now is the sacred side, without the slightest demonic aura, and the divine light from the sky cannot shine. He restrained his breath to avoid causing too much movement. Due to the full release of the succubus bloodline, the villain panel also disappeared. Huh? Missing? The protagonist of Shinhao Lu said lightly. The villain disappeared so fast? He ran out of the warning range so quickly. Chase. He immediately asked a legendary mage to take him after him. Legendary mage, in fact, is not short of money. But he couldn't resist giving too much. This legendary mage was stuck on the bottleneck for a very long time. The kind that requires a lot of resources to break through. On the other side, after Su-Emo restrained his breath, he also flew into the sky, and his powerful mental power swept in all directions. He was going to use this method to forcibly find the other party. Originally, Su-Emo was going to spend a little time. However, I know if the luck value is too high, and it is because of good luck recently. After only a few minutes of flying, Su-Emo noticed that, ahead, a guy, led by two legends, flew over. In the dark, he also hit a sanctuary. Good guy. This is the protagonist of the godlike style, right? To be able to invite two legends and a sanctuary. How much did this cost? Sumo's heart moved, and his figure disappeared. Since his succubus bloodline was completely released and the villain panel disappeared, the protagonist of Shinhao Lu did not find Su-Emo and continued to fly towards Su-Emo. Near. This guy. Hit Su-Emo with one head. No promise. Su-Emo stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Who? The protagonist of Shinhao Lu was stunned. Both legends shot at the same time, but they soon regretted it. A terrifying aura appeared on Sumo's body, and one by one, the two legends were killed. The sanctuary hiding in the dark was frightened and did not dare to move at all, thinking that he could hide. Su-Emo didn't waste time and directly killed this sanctuary to avoid future troubles. Now he has transformed his bloodline into a divine side, using the power of light and darkness. Even the divine light will not be disturbed. Seeing that the legend and sanctuary, which he had spent a lot of money on, were killed, the protagonist of Shinhao Lu was frightened. Su-Emo didn't give him a chance. After a minute, Su-Emo got the protagonist's god system. The hero system of the protagonist is a silver level. The level is not high, but the gold coins are still very sick. You only need to complete some small tasks every day, and you can continue to brush gold coins. Although gold coins are not omnipotent, as long as they are used well, just like this guy, they can also have a great advantage in the early stage. Pity. This guy met Su-Emo. With such bad luck, Su-Emo managed to find Yong without much effort. After incorporating the Shinhao system, Su-Emo took a look at the functions of this system and did not rush to upgrade to the gold level. Now, this system has a lot of gold coins every day. With the gold coins in his hand, he can spend some time. In the Kingdom of Holden, Su-Emo has gained more than 10,000 villain points and it is useless. He was going to save a deposit and after saving 50,000, he would upgrade to a legendary gold finger. Even with a gold-level gold finger, the help to him is still limited. The legendary gold finger should be of some help. This gold coin is easy to come by. After using the Shinhao system to swipe a lot of gold coins, Su-Emo whispered. The gold coins of this system are simply the same as not wanting money. If this is placed in a small capacity market, it will cause inflation in minutes and depreciate the value of gold coins. However, this system is a perfect match with the Krypton gold system. A constant brush of gold coins. A constant swallow of gold coins. The current Lord system also needs to consume gold coins. This system comes at just the right time. With the Shinhao system, using the Krypton gold system and the Lord system, Su-Emo can be more open. I took a look at the Krypton gold system. After being swept away by Su-Emo last time, the things in the Krypton gold system have not been refreshed. Su-Emo closed the system panel and returned to the passage where he came. He hit the passage hidden in the cave a little, and then returned all the way back to the abyss. This channel may still be useful in the future. Soon, Su-Emo returned to the castle again. Soon after returning to the castle, Su-Emo received a letter from the Holy See of the Crescent Moon. So, Su-Emo came all the way to the Holy See of the Crescent Moon and entered the temple. The crooked Crescent Moon descended. The goddess of the Crescent Moon dropped the 303 projection again. The new moon goddess seems to be in a good mood. It is estimated that it is because of the very smooth situation in the kingdom of Horton. The situation in the Houghton kingdom, Sumo knew, because the Queen Crescent was writing to him every day. After destroying the temple in Horton's kingdom by means of thunder, Horton's divine light was greatly affected, and it became more difficult for him to come and cause trouble in person. These days, Horton keeps unleashing followers to make trouble. But the new deal of the Queen of the Crescent Moon has made Horton fewer and fewer followers. Under the suggestion of Sumo, Queen Crescent launched another feast to report Horton believers getting land, and a large number of Horton's devout believers were reported. In just over 10 days, most of Horton's believers have been disintegrated. Therefore, the new moon goddess is in such a good mood. These divine powers are given to you. After the projection of the new moon goddess came, he came to Sumo and stretched out his hand. Sumo saw that in the hands of the new moon goddess, there was a mass of divine power without attributes. Give me? Sumo looked at the goddess of the crescent moon. The new moon goddess nodded. Well, this is what I just condensed. 95. After finishing speaking, she shoved that ball of divine power into Sumo's hands. There are a lot of divine powers in this group, and there are a full 100 drops. The belief that the Crescent Kingdom provides me every month, I can condense more than 100 drops of median divine power. After the Horton Kingdom is won, the monthly income will double, and I will give you 100 per month in the future. Drop your magic power. 99. The new moon goddess looked at Sumo and said happily. Sumo's hand played with the 100 drops of divine power and asked, Goddess, why is this? The new moon goddess blinked and said, I said I would help you. Don't you think I'm just talking? 35. Her action made this goddess, who used to show her, BBCH, holy side, also seem rather playful. Ever since the goddess Sia came down, the goddess of the new moon has changed. The last time I gave 100 drops of divine power and seriously said to help Sumo. This time, the new moon goddess seems to be real. Okay, Holden is doing something again. I'll deal with it. Every month from now on, I'll send my divine power down to you. After the new moon goddess finished speaking, the projection turned into a spot of light and quickly dissipated. Sumo looked at the place where the goddess of the crescent moon disappeared, pondered for a few seconds. After putting away the 100 drops of divine power, Sumo left the temple. Whoosh whoosh. In the wild continent, fierce battles are going on. Tens of thousands of elves, along with warriors from other tribes, are fighting against some strong lion men. In the sky, there are also some colorful dragons that send out magic from time to time. This is a fairy dragon, very small, only a few meters. But the magic they emit is very powerful, and they have strong resistance to magic. Under the three-dimensional offensive of the elves. Soon, the lions couldn't take it anymore. The strength of the elves is too strong, and the bows in their hands are powerful enchanted bows. Behind the lion tribe, a large number of lions are praying around a totem. This lion tribe has more than 100,000 people, and in the eyes of some new gods, it is still very good. So, shortly after these lion men prayed, the totem lit up. Roar! With a silent roar, a powerful will descended from that high totem. As soon as this will came, the surrounding air was shocked. Immediately afterwards, the will charged towards the elf army with a mighty will. However, this will has not yet arrived. Above the elf army, a stronger and more domineering will appeared. The will that descended from the totem suddenly trembled. Then, at a faster speed than before, he fled back. Another coward. In the New Moon Kingdom, Sumo's whisper sounded. This time, as the elves' expansion pace accelerated, there were more and more tribes who were sheltered by the gods in the heavens. Basically, for the smaller tribes, the gods behind them only collect money and do nothing. Let them perform a little miracle every now and then. But let them come down and fight. That would certainly be unwilling. A small tribe, a year's contribution of faith to these new gods, may just mean a drop of divine power. Their divine power is incomparable with that of the new moon goddess. Only a drop of divine power a year, if they come to the power, It takes years of accumulation. How can they be willing? Even in a tribe with a population of tens of thousands, the god behind it is often just a will. Queen, the lion tribe has taken it. 55. Soon, the elf queen Adele received the report. The lion tribe has a population of more than 100,000. After winning this tribe, Sumo's kingdom on the wild continent has already taken shape. The total population has exceeded 1 million. There are various races in it. The number of elves, on the contrary, is the least. However, the elves are the strongest. There are still some large tribes in the east. If we take them down, we will be able to make the kingdom of God even bigger. 99. The elf queen Adele did not stop and continued to expand with the elves. Sumo has given her some miracle tree seeds. Whenever a tribe was conquered, Adele planted a tree of miracles, which she used to gather faith. In addition, after the upgrade of the Tree of Miracles, there is another function. That is to perform miracles, and it can also be used to perform simple blessings on believers. Shiwei was still staring in the dark. Although now Adele has the silver ring given by Sumo, Lois in it can also exert her sanctuary strength. But in the wild continent, the sanctuary is not necessarily safe. Shiwei is there and can provide Sumo with a fast approach to deal with emergencies. Haha, I have become a cardinal of the Holy See. You all work harder. Well, I did a good job in the army. According to the current simulation, there is no big problem for the time being. A villain wanted to deal with me, and I found a way to solve it through the simulation. Everyone will work harder and try to master a few more kingdoms, and then we can attack the Earl of Moshi. When the elf tribe was expanding rapidly, a group of protagonists was very lively. This group of protagonists is a group with hundreds of emulator protagonists. If I can't get around you, then I'll solve you. In the Holy See of a kingdom, the voice of the protagonist of the gold simulator sounded. A month and a half later, the protagonist of the gold simulator is also desperate. Every time I simulated, I was blocked by Sumo. Not only him, but also the protagonist of a golden simulator was added to the group of protagonists. The two golden simulator protagonists face the same situation. There are also a lot of silver simulator protagonists who also encounter this situation from time to time. In contrast, the bronze simulator protagonist, the situation is better. Because bronze-level simulators often do not have access to the level of Sumo. These simulator protagonists can not only get rewards through simulation, it can also avoid some dangers in advance. If a bronze-level simulator protagonist is targeted by a silver-level villain, if he simulates it several times, he can often find life and even find a way to fight back. But the weird thing is that the two golden simulator protagonists, no matter how they simulate, can't find life in the Earl of Moshi land. While desperate, they also started the layout. So far, their strength has been very good. Therefore, while simulating, they began to gain experience through the simulation and penetrated into the interior of their respective kingdoms. For example, the protagonist of the most open gold simulator joined the Holy See. According to the route simulated many times in the simulator, he can quickly become a bishop or even a cardinal. Not just him. He also launched other simulator protagonists. A huge plan was drawn up. The plan is to activate all the protagonists of the simulator and do everything possible to control the kingdom-level power where they are located. After they have completely mastered the power of the kingdom, they will launch at the same time to strangle the Earl of the Black Stone Land. They called this operation Breakout Operation. Led by two golden simulator protagonists, hundreds of simulator protagonists unite. All started. Maybe it's because there are many people cheering each other up, and the hundreds of simulator protagonists are full of energy. Experiences are exchanged in it every day. Everyone seemed to have seen the moment when they killed the powerful Earl of the Black Stone Land. Master, she is in the small hall. After parting with the Crescent Moon Goddess, Sumo returned to the castle. In the castle, there is a waiting guest at this time. When Sumo came to the castle, he saw a little lowly who was only 1.34 meters tall and looked extremely pink. She is obviously a little lowly, but her figure is extremely hot. On her back was a large sword. Seeing Suemo, little Loli stood up, straightened her waist, with a hint of color on her little face, and said, "I'm already a swordsman." "Suemo, I know." Little Loli came to Suemo, raised his head, and looked at Suemo with big cute eyes. "However, I'm using what you gave. The sense of accomplishment is halved." She grumbled. Seeing that little Loli was in front of him, Suemo couldn't help but stretched out his hand and touched her little head. Little Loli's body froze. "Don't touch my head. I have to go back to the dwarf kingdom first, and the king will force me to be king again. Take your hand away." Suemo finally retracted his hand and said, "Lorraine, do you want to become a sword god?" "Sword god?" Little Loli Lorraine's eyes lit up. "Of course I want to, but the distance from the sanctuary to the demigod is not short, and if it's not more than 10 years, basically don't think about it." 99. She said. Suemo took out something and handed it to her. "These may help you." Little Loli Lorraine took a look. Her eyes lit up again. "Where did you get these things?" "No, I can't take yours for nothing. You wait for me. When I come back from the dwarf kingdom, I will be your countess. I am the dwarf princess. You will not suffer of." Little Loli Lorraine patted her chest and said. Seeing her small appearance, Suemo thought it was interesting and reached out his hand again to touch her small head. Lorraine wanted to become a swordsman, and Suemo traveled with her on the mainland for a while before she became a demon. Not now, after we get married." Lorraine didn't know what to think. She stepped back and said vigilantly. Suemo laughed. Lorraine blushed. "I'm gone. I know that I can't be too close to you." After speaking, she hurriedly left Sumo's castle. "Master, here comes the Holy See." 35. Lorraine just left, and the messenger of the Crescent Holy See came again. The goddess of the new moon had just seen him and came to him again. It seemed that something was wrong. Suemo pondered for a while and went to the Holy See. "Goddess Sia wants to lend me a few days?" Soon, Suemo knew the reason why the Crescent Moon goddess was looking for Suemo this time. The goddess Sia saw that the goddess of the new moon won the kingdom of Horton. Also very excited. The gods of the heavens naturally want a bigger kingdom. This kingdom is not infinite and cannot exceed the maximum area that a god's divine light can shine on. The shining area of divine light is related to the strength of God. Like the new moon goddess and Sia goddess, their current strength has long been able to support a larger country. There is no problem in doubling the size of the country. But now that the continent of the gods has almost been divided up, it is very difficult to expand the kingdom. If one does not do well, after a fight with other gods, the kingdom fails to expand, and it will take many years to make up for the lost power. That's blood loss. This time, the goddess of the crescent moon can win the kingdom of Horton, thanks to Suemo. Holy sons like Suemo are not to be found in the celestial realms, not even in the vast empires of some mighty lords. The Holy Son and the Holy Maiden who can carry the power of false gods may exist in the Lord of Power. But there is almost no CD that can carry the power of false gods for such a long time. There is only one Suemo. Coupled with Sia's brain supplement, Goddess Sia wanted to borrow Suemo from Goddess Crescent Moon. She also wants to expand the kingdom. Mo, don't worry, it won't be free. I have already arranged the conditions for you. As long as you help her win a kingdom, she will give you 500 drops of non-attribute divine power at one time, and at the same time, she will give you 80 drops every month in the future. Divine power. The new moon goddess explained her purpose and said to Suemo. What? She also helped Suemo negotiate terms with Goddess Sia. Give Suemo 500 drops at once, 80 drops per month. This business is not impossible. Suemo pondered for a while, then said, Goddess, can you tell the Goddess Sia I have a small request? I'm here, you say it. Behind, the voice of the Goddess Sia sounded. She also descended to projection. Goddess Sia looked at Suemo with an undisguised interest in her eyes. Suemo said, Goddess, there are some people I'm looking for in the Sia Holy See. They are not important to the goddess. I hope the goddess can give them to me. I thought it was a request, that's fine. Goddess Sia answered happily. Then make a deal. Suemo stretched out his hand. Goddess Sia was stunned for a moment. Glancing at the goddess of the new moon, whose expression did not change, she had no choice but to stretch out her hand and hold it with Sumo's. Deal. 35. With the killing of Sumo's hand, Goddess Sia's heart beat a little faster, and this was the first time she shook hands with the opposite S*X. Huh, Vera, you said no. He dared to reach out to the goddess. Still so calm. After returning to the heavenly realm, the goddess Sia blushed slightly, her eyes lit up. She became more and more sure of her guess. However, when I thought of my hand, Suemo actually shook it. Huh? Why isn't she angry? Beside, the goddess of the crescent moon neither denied nor admitted. Sia, you said that this time, if you also win a kingdom, will they also come here? The new moon goddess said. Goddess Sia hesitated for a moment and said, maybe, Vera, you can agree to other goddesses, but you can't agree to Dark Moon. It's all because of her. Otherwise, our sisters wouldn't be so stiff. The new moon goddess sighed faintly. In the past few days, Sia Kingdom has been preparing for war for a long time. After Suemo agreed, Sia Kingdom had already started with all-out efforts. This time, the target of the goddess Sia is a former ally of Horton Kingdom, the Huanhe Kingdom, which failed to support the Horton Kingdom last time. It is also a very large kingdom. After staying in the castle for a day and, by the way, will come to the wild continent and scare away a new god in the heaven, Suemo set off. After passing through the space gate in the Crescent Kingdom, Suemo soon appeared on the southern border of the Crescent Kingdom. Further south is the Sia Kingdom. Sumo's flying ship entered Sia Kingdom all the way, and after a while, it came to a space door. Here, someone has already been waiting. After Suemo put the spaceship into the space bag, he teleported directly to the royal capital of Sia Kingdom from this space door, which was rarely opened at ordinary times. Ask for flowers. MD, Sia Kingdom also has to fight with others. I don't know if the protagonist is cowardly and wants to take the opportunity to kill us. No, these protagonists don't have such great ability now. They should be worried. Yes, there are chaos on the battlefield. We are looking for opportunities to kill them. You said, will it have something to do with the Earl of the Blackstone Land? Impossible. Even though the Earl of Moshi territory is the holy son of the new moon, his hand cannot reach the Sia Kingdom. When Suemo set off, in Sia Kingdom, in a villain group, some villains were also chatting. The Sia Kingdom is preparing to launch a kingdom war. Most of these villains are nobles, and they also want to send troops to participate in the war. Naturally, they know it. Naturally, they did not know why Sia Kingdom took the initiative to launch a war. As soon as the war starts, the villains will definitely find an opportunity to do it. There are many protagonists who have been killed these days, so everyone should be careful. It's an eventful time. Who knows why the king started a war this time? Ding Hao, haven't you been the king's close minister? Have you heard anything? I heard that it seems to be the meaning of the goddess Sia. 0. Hey, another villain has arrived in the capital, a new villain, and he seems to be riding in the Holy Sea's carriage. Another protagonist group is also talking about this war. Chatting and chatting, the protagonist discovered that a new villain had entered the city. The Vatican's carriage? There have been quite a few villains in the capital these days. After he arrives at the Vatican, Wu Ping, go see who he is. A protagonist said. It is good. The other protagonist said. The carriage slowly drove into the headquarters of Sia Holy See. The Archbishop of the Holy See of Sia and the Saintess of the Goddess Sia had already been waiting there and came to greet them in person. The Saintess of the Goddess Sia will no longer be the king. I'm going. This villain is a bit of a cow. The Archbishop and the Saint have come out to greet him. Immediately, I will know who he is. Not far away, a high-ranking cleric watched from a distance. This clergyman is a protagonist hidden in the Sia Holy See. Be sure to figure out his identity. This villain is probably not ordinary. Don't worry, no matter how unusual it is, ordinary villains can't affect the Holy See. 5. In that group of protagonists, the protagonists all paid attention to this matter. Son of the new moon, welcome and welcome. Below the carriage, the red carpet has been laid. Several servants came to help Suemo get off the carriage. After Suemo got off the carriage, He chatted with the Archbishop of the Holy See Sia. F***K. On the other side, the protagonist who was in charge of watching Sumo had his eyes widened. His mouth was also wide open, and looking at his appearance, he was obviously a little frightened. Because, on his protagonist's panel, it reminds me that the villain that the Holy See of Sia has come to greet. He is actually the Earl of Moshirland, who is #1 on the villain list. F***CK, worst of all, he's the Earl of Blackstone. The protagonist was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses and said in the protagonist group, "What? Damn it. The Earl of Moshirland has come to Sia Kingdom. Don't scare me, I just became the presiding judge." In that protagonist group, the frying pan was all at once. The protagonists in Sia Royal Capital got the news, and they all freaked out. Don't worry too much, the Earl of Moshirland may be a guest. As the Holy Son of the New Moon, it is normal for the Holy See to receive him ceremoniously. Seeing that the protagonists in the group panicked, a silver-level protagonist came out to stabilize the situation. The words of this silver-level protagonist will make the hearts of the other protagonists calm down. Yes, does he still have a way to get the Holy See to hand us over? Brother June, you are all cardinals. Let's see if you can find out. What is he doing here? 6. In the protagonist group, the people inside have made plans. At this time, after taking a bath and changing clothes, Sumo has entered the temple of the goddess Sia. With other gods, borrowing the sun simply doesn't work. The son of a god, for other gods, it is impossible to communicate, and it is even more impossible to give down power. Although goddess Sia is sure that Sumo can do it, she still has to try it first. As Sumo entered the shrine soon lit up. Sumo prayed. The object of this prayer is the goddess Sia. In the kingdom of God, the goddess Sia has long been ready. Soon, she heard Sumo's prayer 303 and opened the channel smoothly. The two sides successfully completed the communication. In the next second, the goddess Sia descended on her power, and the power on Sumo's body increased rapidly. In a short time, the power carried by Sumo reached the pseudo-god level. Success. 35. On the face of the goddess Sia, the smile is like a flower. Sure enough, she guessed it. She is more sure of her guess. In the mood of joy, the goddess Sia descended on the projection in the temple. Compared with the new moon goddess, she is more lively. Coupled with her brain tonic, her attitude towards Sumo was natural at the beginning. Mo. I'll call you that too. Do you have any strategy for this time against the Huanha kingdom? Goddess Sia asked. But Sumo mentioned something else. Don't the goddess think that the devil is very active recently? Goddess Sia, well, it's really active. I heard that during your attack on Horton, the capitals of those 3 kingdoms all went to the demon god, and the new moon kingdom was also invaded by the demon god a while ago. 39. She didn't think too much about it, let alone Sumo. It just feels that the devil deliberately finds this opportunity to shoot. Sumo said, it has been almost 100 years since the last large-scale invasion of the Abyss. 100 euros. This number made Goddess Sia think of something. 100 years. I'm afraid I don't know how many demons in the Abyss. No wonder they are so active. I'm afraid it won't be long before a large-scale war will be provoked. Goddess Sia seemed to understand. Sumo gave her a thumbs up for her brain-boosting ability. He continued, does the goddess know why the new moon kingdom was not invaded by the devil during the Great War? Goddess Sia looked at him. She didn't know that the crescent moon goddess hadn't told her these things. Sumo didn't sell the secret. That's because before the war, the new moon kingdom eliminated a wave of demon gods in the country. There are not enough believers, and the demon gods can't come here if they want to make trouble. 99. Goddess Sia's eyes lit up. However, it's not easy to find the dark son of the demon god. Goddess Sia hesitated and said. Sumo showed a confident smile. Since the goddess trusts me, this matter will be handed over to me, and the goddess can just watch. Goddess Sia was also happy to save her worries. Okay. This matter was settled quickly. Immediately afterwards, the Archbishop of the Holy See of Sia, Bishop Mita, received an oracle from Goddess Sia. Soon, Bishop Mita called together many bishops to hold a meeting in a room at the headquarters of the Holy See. Bishop Mita called us for a meeting, which may have something to do with the arrival of the Earl of the Mwasher land. Among these bishops, a cardinal sent a message to the protagonist group while walking. He is a silver-level protagonist. In a short period of time, he achieved the position of cardinal. Only one step away from the cardinal. In the Holy See of Sia, it is considered a high authority, and several silver-level protagonists can't deal with him at all. If he wasn't worried about affecting his reputation and promotion, he would be ready to take action against other protagonists in Sia Kingdom. Soon, the protagonist entered the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Suemo was standing at the front of the room. Sure enough, the Earl of Moshiland is also there. After the protagonist posted a sentence in the protagonist group, he looked at Suemo. Although he was sure Suemo didn't dare to do it here, but his heart was still a little frightened. After all, Suemo's bad name is too loud. This is Cardinal Moss. 55. At this time, Bishop Mita introduces the protagonist to Suemo. Moss walked over, and although he was apprehensive, he still bit the bullet and stretched out his hand to Suemo. Holy Son of the New Moon, it's my pleasure to meet you. 99. After Suemo glanced at him lightly, he also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Moss. But Moss soon felt that something was wrong, because in Suemo's hands, a stream of energy entered his body directly. Moss stepped back. Son of the New Moon, what do you mean? He thought Suemo was going to take the opportunity to kill him by force. What happened? Bishop Mita did not understand the situation. Suemo said lightly, Bishop Mita, the devil's penetration of the Holy See of Sia is really deep. Let the magician come in, and you look at what's wrong with this bishop. Bishop Mita's expression changed. Son of the New Moon, you spit blood, come, let the magician check me. 55. When Moss heard Suemo's words, he was not afraid and said loudly. Soon, several high-level magicians came in, and at the same time, a sanctuary also came in. The Holy Son of the New Moon uses sacred energy. If there is no problem with the bishop, there will be no response to these sacred energies. After the sanctuary and the magicians checked said, the Earl of the Blackstone land actually used such an excuse. We look up to him a little bit. Don't be careless, this might just be his first move. 99. 66. In the protagonist group, after Moss explained the situation at the scene, the other protagonists discussed. In the room, a few minutes later, the divine energy still hadn't noticed the anomaly. Moss also put down his worries and prepared to find Suemo theory. But this time, the scene that was staged on that lance was staged again. After the divine power of light and darkness entered his heart, he suddenly changed his attributes, and suddenly a thick dark aura erupted. How is this possible? In the room, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Holy Son, thanks to you, I didn't expect the infiltration of the devil to be so powerful. Yeah, fortunately you found it, otherwise we were fighting in front of us, and a demon god suddenly appeared in the back, which is unimaginable. Let's carry his body down. He actually wanted to attack the Holy Son, but luckily the Holy Son reacted quickly. More than a minute later, at the headquarters of the Sia Holy See, the touts of the bishops sounded. The protagonist who did the cardinal has been killed by Suemo. This guy is more cooperative than Lance. Seeing that he is being forced into a corner by Suemo, he has to fight Suemo desperately. Suemo looked at the many bishops in the Holy See of Sia and said, the devil has infiltrated the level of cardinals. There must be other secrets in the Holy See of Sia. Blockade the headquarters of the Holy See and find them all. Okay, I'll give the order right away. Bishop Mita has given an order. At this time, the protagonists of Sia had already exploded. He actually got the military brother directly in the Holy See. He is a cardinal. F***CK, this is the Holy See of Sia, how did he do it? These protagonists, one by one, shouted there. Originally, the main character of the cardinal was still in the group saying that the problem was not a big deal. But whoever thought of it, the situation changed in an instant. The head portrait of the cardinal's protagonist suddenly turned gray. This is the highest-ranking protagonist in the Holy See. Succubi just arrived at the Sia Holy See and actually killed the protagonist? Still killed at the Holy See headquarters. This protagonist is still a cardinal protagonist. The key is to kill with confidence. Is there any reason for this? He can kill people in the Holy See of other gods, which makes 2.7. How do we play? A protagonist cried. This moment. Only then did these protagonists truly appreciate the horror of the Earl of the Black Stone Land. These protagonists all survived the struggle against the villains this month. In the eyes of other villains, they are also the kind that are extremely difficult to kill. But when Succubi came, he did one of the most difficult things to do. Is this the Earl of Moshiland? Among the protagonists, a protagonist outside the capital is not worried about his own safety. But he was also taken aback. The supervillain who ranks first and dominates the list is really not that simple. Powerful and domineering. Come on, it's such a big deal. Must escape, as far away from him as possible. The protagonist made up his mind and prepared to escape overnight. He's already freaked out by Succubi. It's worse, let's run away. I have a feeling that disaster is imminent. Oops, the Holy See headquarters is blocked. There's no escape. Several protagonists in the Holy See were also terrified and prepared to flee. But soon, they discovered that the headquarters of Sia Holy See had been blocked. They became lambs to be slaughtered. The harvest is not bad. 10 minutes later, at the headquarters of Sia Holy See, Succubi smiled. Several protagonists of the Holy See headquarters have been eliminated by him. The goddess Sia herself also promised Succubi. So, to deal with the other protagonists, Succubi didn't make any excuses and just took it away. Interestingly, although it was to deal with the protagonist, Succubi also found 2 real dark sons of the devil in the Holy See of Sia. This time, Succubi directly dealt with a total of 5 protagonists, 4 silver and 1 bronze. These protagonists hiding in the Holy See, Goldfinger, have something in common. To be the protagonist of a cardinal is a priesthood system. A silver protagonist is also divinely gifted and is a temple knight. There is another person who has become the presiding judge, and his Goldfinger is a lottery system. There is also a silver-level sign-in system. Through these protagonists, Succubi has some understanding of the general identities of other protagonists in Sia Kingdom. In particular, several of the silver-level protagonists have learned a lot of information. Some bronze-level protagonists often chat with several silver-level protagonists in order to hug their thighs and also reveal their identities and approximate locations. Therefore, the next step is to use the Holy See of Sia and take advantage of the opportunity to clear the Devil's Dark Sun, to clean up another wave. With such a cleaning, there is definitely no way to clean up all the protagonists. Especially at this stage. Many protagonists have a certain strength, and they will run away when the situation is wrong. 303 but can find some after all. After obtaining these 4 silver-level Goldfingers, Succubi first incorporated the divine talents. Then merge with your own divine gifts. After fusion, it becomes a sacred talent of silver level plus. Succubi has discovered that this divine talent, when he uses divine energy, can be of some help. The help is not particularly great because the level of this divine talent is still a little lower. If the level is too low, it will not be of much help to the power of too high level, and it may even be of no help. The check-in system was also incorporated by Succubi and merged with the previous check-in system. For the other systems, Succubi is going to be reserved first. The protagonist of the royal capital was wiped out by him. What should we do? I don't understand why the Earl of Moshiland is still so arrogant in Sia Kingdom. Is it true that no one can control it? The number 1 villain, what do you say? 35. I suggest leaving Sia Kingdom. I always feel that disaster is imminent. After the protagonists in the capital of Sia were emptied, a large number of protagonists in Sia's protagonist group began to discuss worriedly. They guessed right. It is indeed a disaster. After the goddess Sia was successfully fooled by Succubi, Succubi cleaned up a wave of demon gods in the Holy See of Sia. The goddess Sia is convinced of Succubi's words. The Holy See of Sia is also quite cooperative. Thus, in the kingdom of Sia, an operation to investigate the dark son of the demon god began vigorously. Before this trip to Sia, Su-Mo had already made some preparations. The real demon god Dark Sun must be found out. As a succubus, as long as Su-Mo catches a demon, he can use this demon to find others. He is a demon himself, and he knows the characteristics of these demon gods too well. This action was very fast. Goddess Sia is more anxious than Goddess Crescent Moon. The intensity is also greater. The method Su-Mo took was still to stuff those protagonists into it through his own authority. Some protagonists have already fled after the protagonists in the capital were cleared. But there are also some protagonists who are reluctant to hold their positions and feel that it is okay to stay away from the capital. The protagonist who escaped may not be able to escape, because this time Su-Mo has figured out their identities. Soon, the protagonist was caught. Everyone, run quickly. The temple knights of the Holy See of Sia arrested me and said that I might have colluded with the devil, and it is definitely the ghost of the Earl of Moshi Land. Run, there was a wave like this in the New Moon Kingdom. 35. F***CK, isn't the Earl of Moshi territory the Holy Son of the New Moon? Why can he control the Holy See of Sia? In the Sia Kingdom, a large number of protagonists complained incessantly. These protagonists are not only complaining in the group. On the forum, it also attracted the attention of many other protagonists. Look, the Earl of Moshi Land is moving again. Hey, how come he is so fierce when he arrives at Sia Kingdom? I am in the Holy Moon Kingdom, shivering. Isn't that saying that Brother Pheasant will be slapped when he goes to northern Myanmar? Why can the Earl of Mo Shirling extend his hand to other kingdoms? On the forum, many protagonists were a little surprised after seeing this news. Su-Mo ran to Sia Kingdom and was able to use the power of a kingdom to crush those protagonists. Really surprised many protagonists. This F***CK, even if it is separated by several kingdoms from Sia Kingdom, I feel like I'm going to suffer. I feel the same. This Earl of the Blackstone territory is simply invincible. G-Duo protagonist was shocked enough. Soon, not only the protagonist complained bitterly. Some bronze-level villains were also taken advantage of by Su-Mo. It is very cooperative to have a bronze-level villain. Because this guy really colluded with a demon. This is an Earl. More than a month has passed, and this bronze-level villain feels that his good days are not long. He missed another protagonist. I thought of using demons. Not to mention, he really killed 2 protagonists and grabbed 2 gold fingers. Then, this time, it happened to catch him. The silver-level villain, Su-Mo, also took the opportunity to get one. This wave of cleaning lasted for 5 days, and in these 5 days, Sia Kingdom had also completed the preparations for the war. 5 days later, Su-Mo's harvest on this trip was very good. This wave of cleaning, the number of protagonists cleaned up is actually not many. Up to now, the protagonist himself has been killed by some villains. The protagonists who can live to this day are quite cautious, but still let Su-Mo catch 8. Of these 8 bronze-level protagonists, Su-Mo fed 2 silver-level protagonists with several villains. Counting the 4 silver-level protagonists at the beginning, this time I have managed 6 silver-level protagonists, plus 7 bronze protagonists. The villain value gained over 10,000 villain value again after the crit attack. Now, the number of Su-Mo's gas transport value has exceeded 5,000. The multiplier of the crit, twice the crit, is very little. Basically 2.5 times, 3 times the main. For times 5 times, but also from time to time. In this way, the villain value required by Su-Mo to upgrade the legendary Goldfinger is nearly half. On the forum, the discussion on this matter is still very lively. Many protagonists and villains were surprised by Su-Mo's operation. It is said that it is difficult for a strong dragon to suppress a local snake. But Su-Mo broke this law, which shocked many protagonists and gained a new understanding of the horror of the Earl of Moshi Land. Su-Mo came to the front after pocketing all the gains. Next is to win the Huanha Kingdom. P.S. After coding a chapter, the author sometimes likes to revise the manuscript. I will edit it and upload it later so that some brothers who are waiting for the update will spend money unjustly. front of a huge fortress, the army of Sia Kingdom arrived overwhelmingly. Above the fortress, more than a dozen angels, the holy son of Huinha, a demigod, and a large number of sanctuaries were already waiting there. The actions of the Sia Kingdom have not been concealed from the Huinha Kingdom. Holy Son, they seem to be preparing to adopt a war of attrition, using fortresses to consume us. On the flying boat, Saintess Sia said. Su Emo looked forward. This time, the Huinha Kingdom adopted a completely different fighting method. There was no assembled army. It seemed that they were going to use their high-end power, adding fortresses one by one, to consume the army of the Shiwei Kingdom. This should have learned the lessons of Houghton Kingdom. How to fight, Holy Son. An angel flew over. Goddess Sia's demigod-level angel was not damaged, and she also descended a dozen times ahead of schedule. Su Emo said lightly, "Go directly." After speaking, he prayed. Following Su Mo's prayer, soon, a white holy light enveloped Su Emo. The goddess Sia brought her power down. At this time, on the opposite side, the situation suddenly changed. I saw that a radiant channel opened. No, more than one. 3 channels, open at the same time. The opening of these 3 passages filled the entire battlefield with a strong divine aura. Seeing that these 3 passages were opened, Saintess Sia raised her hand. In the rear, the summoning ceremony has also begun. Immediately afterwards, on the side of Sia Kingdom, 2 passages were also quickly opened. The goddess Sia is also coming. There is also a passage, which is the goddess of the new moon. Goddess Sia has already talked her into moving. This battle is indeed different from the battle in the Houghton Kingdom. The 3 kingdoms of Horton, Huinha, and Bauhinia are adjacent to each other. The gods behind the 3 kingdoms also live on the same star. The loss of the Horton Kingdom has taught the Huinha Kingdom a lesson. A completely different approach was taken. After the army of Sia Kingdom reached the border, they did not gather the army. Instead, 3 powerful gods descended directly. Due to the full preparation, 3 powerful gods descended very soon. On the side of Sia Kingdom, Sia Goddess and New Moon Goddess also descended one after another. The bodies of the 2 goddesses exude a faint holy light. This made it impossible for other people to see their appearance at all. However, I don't know if they did it on purpose or not. Su Emo can see their appearance. Ink. The goddess of the new moon came to Su Emo, and this was the first time she came to Su Emo with her body. In the last war, she didn't come at all. Su Emo solved the fight. After the main body came, the new moon goddess looked a lot brighter. She is a relatively graceful goddess. The goddess Sia next to her looks cooler. Vera, we've all descended on the body, and he's still staring. But why does he keep staring at you? Next to the new moon goddess, Sia Goddess quietly transmitted her voice. Seeing Su Emo keep staring at the goddess of the crescent moon, Goddess Sia was inexplicably a little unconvinced. Isn't she a goddess and beautiful? Son of the new moon, this time there is no demon god. I will let you know what the real power of a god is. At this time, on the opposite side, a voice sounded. Su Emo looked at him, and a god was looking at him with extreme hatred. This guy is the god behind Horton Kingdom, the star god Horton. For Su Emo, he hates it to the bone. If it wasn't for Su Emo, his kingdom would not have been taken away. After the kingdom was taken away, he lost the source of divine power. If he couldn't get it back, he could only go to the wild continent to find a way. Because the continent of the gods has already been divided up. Without his own followers and a large enough army, even if he wanted to grab some weaker god's kingdom, it would not be possible. It may be possible to do damage, but it is too difficult to snatch it over. After all, the coming of God is limited. Mo, these divine powers are given to you. You can use them with confidence. The goddess Sia stuffed Su Emo with a ball of power without attributes, said. Su Emo took over the divine power. We can't help you in the Huinha King capital. We can only consume their strength as much as possible now, Mo. I didn't expect the 3 of them to be together. Are you sure? The new moon goddess asked in a low voice. Su Emo said lightly, "It's okay, goddess, go straight on." After that, Su Emo rushed out. He gave it to me. Star god Horton snorted lightly and sent an attack to Su Emo. Goddess Crescent Moon and Goddess Sia looked at each other, and both shot together. Behind them, the angels also rushed out. Boom boom. In the fortress, the magic cannon also began to roar. The demigods and sanctuaries on both sides also began to take action. The battle suddenly became extremely fierce. Go to hell. A series of terrifying attacks were launched by the star god Horton and then blocked by Suemo. Suemo snorted softly and made a strong shot. His attack was equally fierce. He did not use his own power, otherwise, even in the case of being suppressed, the power of light and dark divine power would be even greater. It's enough to use the power you get from the goddess Sia. The more star god Horton hit, the more ugly his face became. Last time, he had just played a game with the long-nailed demon god, and the consumption was not small, and his state was affected. This time, he was in full bloom. However, when Suemo fought against him, it was not that he did not fall behind. No, the rhythm of war has come to Sumo's side. He is already at a disadvantage. Damn, where did this holy sun come from? Star god Horton was puzzled. He doesn't understand. Why is there such a terrifying son of God in the world of gods? This unscientific. In his understanding, even the holy sons of some power lords can also have pseudo-god level power, and they are not as defiant as Suemo. A holy son, why so cruel? He hated, and it wasn't just Suemo who took his kingdom. I still hate such a heaven-defying son. Why is it not my own? Don't look at how he hates Suemo so much, but if Suemo now says he wants to be his holy son, this guy will probably dance with joy. Of course, this is impossible. Boom boom. In the sky, it was flooded by the attacks of 6 pseudo-god level combat powers. The battlefield of the demigods is far away from here. As for the sanctuary, one by one has long been far away for fear of being affected. For flowers, the army of Sia Kingdom did not advance, but retreated. The idea of the Huanha Kingdom was to consume the army of the Huanha Kingdom through high-end power. Among the kingdom-level wars, Suemo is an exception. Otherwise, if you want to destroy a kingdom without enough army, it is simply unrealistic. Wars in other kingdoms are fought city by city. In order to let your divine light shine in the past, you can only come when you encounter an emergency. Only Suemo can take the capital directly and solve the war quickly. On the battlefield, the new moon goddess and the Sia goddess are also going all out, wanting to consume more of the power of the 3 opposing gods. They want to consume our strength, let them consume it this time. It depends on whether he dares to take the capital directly. Star god Horton couldn't take Suemo, but was suppressed by Suemo instead. Depressed there. But he also expected that Suemo would not dare to take the capital directly this time. After all, last time the other 2 gods were restrained by the demon gods and couldn't come to support him. This time, at least one of the gods of the Huanha Kingdom will support him. That's him. He doesn't have a kingdom anymore. Even if the demon god ran out to make trouble again, he wouldn't be able to contain him. Attack their army. Star god Horton shouted when he found out that he couldn't take Suemo. Retreat. Saintess Sia was very decisive and ordered the army to retreat. The 2 goddesses also tried their best to stop them. However, the army of Sia Kingdom was still affected by the attack of the gods, and the casualties were not small. After playing like this for nearly an hour, the gods on both sides reached their limit. Up to now, every second they consume is at least 1 drop of divine power. This consumption is too cruel. Not only is the consumption ruthless, but the strength is still being suppressed. Haha, this fortress is for you, come on, holy son of the new moon, I will wait for you in the capital. If you don't dare to come, just fight one fort after another, and watch your army hit the capital, and there are still some left. How many? After letting out a loud laugh, the god of the Huanha Kingdom returned to the heaven. Star god Horton and Valhenia also returned to the heaven. The 2 goddesses couldn't stand it any longer. Soon, the 5 gods all returned to the heaven. Boom. The huge fortress was destroyed, but the soldiers of the Huanha Kingdom had long since withdrawn. How about the loss? 35. Suemo asked the holy maiden Sia. Hundreds of thousands died and more injuries. Holy son, they should be this tactic, using fortresses to consume our army. So many fortresses have been hit, and I don't know how much will be lost. Saintess Sia was a little sad. Then go straight to the capital. Sumo said lightly. Holy Son. Goddess asks you not to force it, they have 3. Saintess Sia whispered. I know. 39. Sumo looked back. More than 100 flying ships were ready. More than a dozen angels of the goddess Sia flew over. Let's go to the Huanha royal capital. After Sumo finished speaking, he flew into a flying boat and sat on it. The more than a dozen angels of the goddess Sia looked at each other, did not speak, and followed them into the airship. More than 100 flying ships flew mightily towards the Huanha king capital. Boom. A terrible explosion sounded. Ha ha, destroy it. The name of my spikes will spread throughout the world of gods. 5. When the flying fleet was bound for the capital of Huanha. In the capital of the Huanha River, the stupid big man with long nails came in. Destroyed in the Huanha royal capital. The temple has been destroyed by him. The headquarters of the Holy See was also damaged a lot. Sumo didn't plan to make the spike demon god appear. These 3 guys have changed their strategies. There is no army on the front line at all. Even if the spike demon god appears at the beginning, it will not have much effect. It's a big deal for them to ignore the front line and go back to deal with the spike demon god. However, these 3 guys worked so hard on the front line and didn't hesitate to use up their strength, and Sumo didn't mind letting them lose more. Now the appearance of the long-nailed demon god is very fatal to the Huanha kingdom. The gods of the Huanha kingdom had just fought a battle and had not had time to rest. It has to be passively operated. But he is coming, but not so fast. This gives time for the spikes to break. In order to prevent the long-nailed devil from completely destroying the capital, Sumo specially instructed Sansenki to destroy the temple first. If the sturdy temple is destroyed, the god of the Huanha kingdom should be able to descend. The long-nailed demon god is still quite listening to Sumo's words. Really? After the temple was destroyed, the god of the Huanha kingdom descended with several angels. Why are you the devil again? The god of the Huanha kingdom saw the spike and recognized it because the star god Horton had mentioned it. Ha ha, my spikes have been hit all the way from the new moon kingdom to this place, and the name of my spikes will become the source of your nightmares. The long-nailed demon roared the sentence Sumo taught him and attacked the god of the Huanha kingdom. How unlucky. The god of the Huanha kingdom was very depressed. Now his loss is too great. Just had a fight. In a short time, it had to come again. Not only was the combat power in the world of gods affected, but the consumption was huge, and it also made him feel too distressed. Every second is magical. But the long-nailed demon god is here. He has to fight again. Otherwise, the Huanha king will be destroyed. He knows the devil too well. Once he shows weakness, the long-nailed devil may have to take an inch and further destroy a country. After only 10 minutes of playing, he couldn't hold on anymore. The combat power is constantly declining. If it wasn't for the assistance of the angels who came down, the spikes would not have been stopped at all. After 10 minutes of fighting, the divine power consumed will take him many years to accumulate. Horton, go down and help me. I'll give you the divine stone. The will of the god of the Huanha kingdom to stay in the heavenly world called out to the star god Horton. Star god Horton did not delay and descended directly. It's you again. I let you run last time. Don't try to run this time. The long-nailed demon god saw Horton, his eyes lit up, and he launched an attack with a roar. Star god Horton was so depressed. Almost frustrating. Now that he has no country, no income, the use of divine power is a little less. Even if the god of the Huanha kingdom gave him the godstone, he still felt distressed. After 10 minutes, he couldn't hold on anymore. So, the god of the Bauhinia kingdom went down again. Roar, you are still coming to the will battle to see if I don't kill you. The long-nailed demon god fought more and more vigorously, roaring and killing him. Although the god of the Bauhinia kingdom blocked him, his heart was bleeding. Comes too often, now it's an authentic 1 drop per second, and it keeps increasing over time. After 10 minutes of playing, more than 700 or 800 drops of divine power will be gone. This is only the consumption brought by the arrival, and the consumption is also not small when fighting with the long-nailed devil. Hey, remember, Lousy's name is Spike, and I'll come to you again. An hour later, the long-nailed demon god couldn't stand it anymore, and after a loud roar, he fled back to the abyss. Seeing that the long-nailed demon god escaped, 3 gods in the heaven let out a long breath. The god of the Huanha kingdom was about to cry. He not only has to bear his own divine power, but also bear the burden of the other 2. After all, people are here to help him. Think about it this way. This time, he obtained a divine stone equivalent to tens of thousands of drops of divine power. The Godstone is condensed by faith, and a piece of the lowest Godstone can be used to condense a drop of the lowest level God power. If it is a high-level divine stone, one piece can condense a drop of higher-level divine power. The grades are corresponding. Why did this devil come so coincidentally twice? Could it be their ghost? The god of Horton Kingdom felt more and more strange the more he thought about it. If it's them, it would be a good thing, but I don't think so. This devil is the one who attacked the New Moon Kingdom, and they're the best at taking advantage of it. The Shinto of the Bauhinia Kingdom. As soon as his voice fell, outside the capital of the Huanha Kingdom, the overwhelming demonic energy appeared again. Another one? How come? I just obviously destroyed the passage. There are other passages. Damn it, if the temple is not destroyed, it will not be so difficult to cooperate with the angels. It's the same as last time. The 2 demon gods seem to have made an appointment. This devil is stronger, let the angels be careful. 6699. In the heavenly world, the expressions of the 3 gods changed again. Outside the capital of Huanha, Lilith rushed towards the capital with a terrifying aura. How to do? The 3 gods looked at each other. They regret it now. You shouldn't spend so much time above the fortress before, otherwise, you won't be so passive now. It happened 3 times in a short period of time. That consumption is not ordinary. I've been separated by half an hour, so I'll go first. The god of the Huanha kingdom can only come down hard. He had to descend all the demigod-level angels in his hands. Without the temple, the consumption of such a coming will be even greater. Lilith didn't hold back this time. Although her strength was suppressed, it was even more difficult to deal with than the spikes. The gods of the Huanha kingdom had to show more power to contend with the laws of the world of gods. In order to be more powerful, it took him 10 minutes to hold on, but he couldn't hold on anymore. So, the will battle continued. After 1 round, Lilith was finally beaten away. Who? The star god Horton breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly went to destroy the passage that Lilith came from, and then returned to the heaven. The god of the Huanha kingdom cried. Heart is bleeding. When these 2 demon gods ran out, tens of thousands of drops of divine power were gone. The Huanha kingdom can contribute more than 1,000 drops of divine power to him in 1 year. This number is actually quite small. But now, all of a sudden, tens of thousands of drops of divine power are gone. This is so many decades of accumulation, and it's gone straight to the boil. No, more than that. Because a few decades ago, Huanha kingdom didn't have so many people. It takes a long time to cultivate a kingdom. But it doesn't seem to be over yet. Because in the north of the royal capital, a terrifying demonic energy erupted again. The god of the Huanha kingdom is really crying now. Again. Who? Your kingdom has been targeted by us. Ho ho ho, today this country we are doomed. After the new demon god rushed out, he attacked the capital of Huanha. This demon is the one that Su-Mo found through the long nail demon, and his strength is not very strong. After entering the world of gods, he was suppressed even more fiercely. But it can also reach the threshold of false gods. If this guy comes first, a dozen angels will be able to drive him away. But come here now, this guy will be able to use it. Those angels consumed a lot of money in the previous battle, especially in the battle with Lilith. As soon as this guy came, even if a dozen angels surrounded him, he couldn't stop him. The god of the Huanha kingdom had to come again. Damn it. He was about to collapse. An hour later, finally, the demon god was also driven away. He 2.7 just destroyed the channel. Boom. To the south of the capital, another demon god appeared. This devil is the one that Lilith went to find. The 4 demon gods, the passages to which they descend, are all provided by Sumo, who made the succubuses bewitch some heinous robbers and use sorcery to provide them. Sumo is the devil. He won't kill innocent people indiscriminately, but when needed, he doesn't mind using some people who should be killed to achieve his goals. Hey, today this country we are doomed. After the fourth demon god appeared, he rushed towards the capital. The god of the Huinha kingdom has already disregarded his face and threw out a very high-quality sentence. There are tears in my eyes. Why? Why are these demon gods staring at his kingdom one by one? One by one. His kingdom is peaceful in his eyes. Has it been penetrated to this point by the devil? Who has the ability to open so many channels of the four devil gods? He didn't understand. But don't stop him from crying. Don't bring such a bully. Comments. He went to the Huinha king's capital. In the heavens, the voice of the goddess Sia sounded. The new moon goddess is also in the kingdom of the goddess Sia. There was a trace of worry on her pretty face. Although Sumo's performance is very strong, but there are three people on the opposite side. Vera, don't worry, I trust him. On the contrary, goddess Sia is not worried. Not only is she not worried, but she is also curious. I don't know how he will take down the Huinha royal capital. Those three guys are not easy. 5. She has full confidence in Sumo. I'm going. There's a villain. In a small town in the Huinha kingdom, a protagonist hiding here saw the warning prompt, and his face changed. Because there is a villain nearby. He was about to leave here before the other party noticed him, when he saw a densely packed spaceship flying past in the sky. When the flying ship is approaching, where the villain is, it seems to be on the flying ship. I rubbed it. The protagonist was frightened, thinking that the villain had dispatched such a big battle to deal with him, this bronze little trash. But the flying ship did not stop and flew over his head directly. Soon, it disappeared from sight. Cool. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. His back was soaking wet. It should be a very high-level villain. Fortunately, his warning distance is limited. The protagonist thought. After thinking about it, he talked about it in the group of protagonists of the Huinha kingdom. Holy Sun, you have guessed it right. There is no obstacle on the way. 5. 3:37 on a flying boat, the voice of Saintess Sia sounded. Sumo gave a soft unhindered all the way. The Huinha kingdom did not block anything at all. Probably no, block cannot block. After all, the team of this flying ship is too strong. In this way, in the afternoon, this huge fleet of flying boats had already arrived at the capital of the Huinha kingdom. In the capital of Huinha, the alarm sounded loudly. What happened? I'm going, so many flying ships? This is Sia Kingdom. Sia Kingdom is calling. Soon, the news that Sia Kingdom called had spread all over the capital. I'm going, Sia Kingdom called? F***CK, I really guessed it. What's even more terrifying, I feel that the villain he ping encounters is probably the Earl of Moshi-land. Hey, what should we do? What should we do? What should we do? First the demon god, and then the Earl of the Blackstone. Why are we so unlucky? When the news of the war came out, we should have left the capital. The villains are all staring. How do we go? In the royal capital of Sia Kingdom, in the protagonist group, the protagonists all panicked. In fact, it wasn't just them panicking. The villain in the capital of Sia is actually panicking. After all, the Earl of Moshi-land killed even the villain. BBCH. It's not just the protagonists and villains that collapse. There is also the god of the Huinha kingdom. It didn't take long for the demon god to toss. For demon gods, tossing for hours. After 2 or 3 hours of rest, Sumo killed him. The god of the Huinha kingdom was forced to open business again. The 4 demon gods have caused him too much loss. This loss he cannot make up for in a short time. However, for this old-fashioned god, he still has some accumulation. Therefore, he still has the power to fight. I'll go down first, and if I can't solve him, then you guys will come down. 39. They were originally planning to come with the 3 of them. However, after being tossed by the demon god, the god of Huinha kingdom felt that it was a waste of power. So, he was going to come alone first. Moreover, the demon gods attacked one after another, which also made him think of a way. That's a real fight with Sumo. The three of them came one after another. He couldn't believe it. The time succubi persisted, the three of them were there. In the sky, when the flying ship of the new moon kingdom approached, a beam of light appeared. The god of the Huanha kingdom has descended. Behind him, there are more than 10 angels who have already descended. Saint New Moon, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come. The Huanha kingdom adjusted its mentality. However, perhaps his mentality had collapsed, and he said these words, but he was not as imposing as before at the top of the fortress. Succubi looked at him lightly. Just you. The god of the Huanha kingdom snorted softly. It's enough for me to kill you alone. After speaking, the god of the Huanha kingdom took the lead in launching an attack. I just got depressed at the demon god. He wants to get it back here at Succubi. Boom. In the sky, the god of Huanha kingdom and Succubi started a war. As soon as they fought, the god of Huanha kingdom felt that Succubi's attack seemed to be a little too violent. And he, because he had spent too much power before, was a little timid when he fought. A little reluctant to power. It was completely suppressed by Succubi. Drag. 95. The god of Huanha kingdom made up his mind and dragged Succubi. If it doesn't work, let's go with the three. The angels and sanctuaries on both sides also started a war. The god of the Huanha kingdom wanted to attack the others in the Sia kingdom, but this time Succubi brought the strong ones. Another angel stared at him, but he didn't get it so easily. In this way, after fighting for more than half an hour, the gods of the Huanha kingdom couldn't hold on anymore. He had come too often before, and it was only half an hour before he felt that the suppression of the world of gods had become extremely ferocious. Substitution. He returned directly to the heaven. The star god Horton descends again and fights Succubi. Damn it, if it weren't for those demon gods. Holden is equally depressed and aggrieved. He was beaten badly by Succubi before. Now he can only defend with all his strength. After finally persisting for half an hour, the god of the Bauhinia kingdom came again. For an hour and a half, he definitely couldn't hold on. The god of Huanha kingdom hummed in the kingdom of God. Time passed little by little. The god of Bauhinia kingdom is quite powerful, but still can't help Succubi, but Succubi has mastered the rhythm. Finally, 20 minutes. The god of the Bauhinia kingdom could hardly hold on anymore. But Succubi is still alive and well. How is it possible? How did he do it? The god of the Huanha kingdom has collapsed again. It's all to blame for those demon gods. 35. He scolded the demon gods who had been killed for a few days again. It's not the demon gods who have been killed in a few days. They can last for at least an hour. They won't be so timid when they fight. It is really too much consumption before they dare not spend too much divine power with a single blow. Let's go together. The god of the Huanha kingdom regretted again, regretting not being able to go together before. Now, they didn't have much time to rest, and when they came again, they could only last for a few minutes. A few minutes is enough. The god of the Huanha kingdom and the star god Horton descended excitedly again. This time, 3 gods descended at the same time. Kill him directly. The god of the Huanha kingdom has no nonsense. They only have the last few minutes. Be careful. Saint Sia worries about Succubi. The 3 aggressively attacked Succubi. Succubi snorted softly and then, outrageously launched an attack. How dare you fight back? 35. Kill him. All 3 gods were angry. Succubi's attacks just don't cost money, and they keep coming. After the previous tossing and turning, they all came to a dead end. The 3 gods, facing the attack of Succubi alone, were beaten and could only be passively defended. Damn it. 35. The god of the Huanha kingdom is crying. It's all to blame for that damn demon, Long Nail, and your sister's nail. 39. The god of the Huanha kingdom scolded the Long Nail demon god. So frustrating. So depressing. So unbearable. He was a dignified devil, and he was about to vomit blood. This feeling is 100 times more depressing than losing. Not only him, Horton is the same as the god of Bauhinia kingdom. The god of the Bauhinia kingdom is very sorry and should not be involved. Because he feels that after this fight, the back half of his body will be depressed. Damn it. Unwilling, The god of the Huanha kingdom could no longer hold on and had to leave. The other two gods were completely unable to hold on. Also had to leave. God was beaten away, it's over. Seeing that the three gods were actually driven away, the protagonists and villains in the capital were desperate. As soon as these three gods ran away, there was no suspense in the battle in the capital. After just over an hour, all the fighting was over. The capital of the Huanha kingdom, just like this, was captured by Sumo in the extreme depression and humiliation of the three gods. He took the capital. When I got this news, in the heavens, the goddess Sia blossomed with joy. How did the Earl of Moshiland do it? I read the news on the forum and said that there was a demon who made trouble before. Even if there are demon gods making trouble, he will have to deal with three gods in the end. This is simply invincible. How does this make our protagonist play? Don't be afraid. He relies on the power of God after all. As long as we grow up and become gods ourselves, we can still fight with him. On the protagonist forum, when the news that the capital of the Huanha kingdom had been taken down spread to the forum, there was a heated discussion again. Many protagonists exclaimed. The protagonists in some surrounding kingdoms shivered there. Damn, this holy moon kingdom can't stay anymore. I knew I wouldn't be coming to the capital. What the hell, it's not easy to escape now. In the capital of a kingdom, a protagonist muttered. Although he is now in a good position in the capital. But he really didn't dare to escape from the capital now. Several silver villains are staring at him. These villains are so stupid. The Earl of Moshiland is going to kill you, and you will finish the game together. The protagonist was depressed enough. Everyone stabilized their mentality. I don't believe it. There are hundreds of us, and we can't fight him alone. That's right, let's work harder. When the time comes, we'll give him a big wave. No, a big one. I suggest uniting more protagonists who are threatened by him and deal with him together. 9. That's a good idea. The Earl of Moshiland doesn't know how many gold fingers he has. Once he kills him, the gold fingers will explode all over the place, and there are definitely a lot of people staring at him. 99. The group of emulator protagonists with hundreds of people was also very lively. These protagonists cheer each other up one by one, with the momentum of not giving up if they don't kill Sumo. I am afraid that this wave of Earl of Moshiland will kill a lot of protagonists and villains. Brother Mo, how much have you earned this time? Can you catch up with him? The record is over 30, and I just got promoted to a gold finger. It is difficult to catch up with him in terms of power, but I am confident in terms of strength. 5. 666. Brother Mo has actually risen to gold finger. I have to kill a few silver villains, right? Brother Mo V5 tilde operator. In the other villain group, the gold level villain Brother Mo is a bit lustful. This wave, his actions are not small. Although compared with Sumo, he is still a younger brother, but the current Brother Mo, the first target, is not Sumo anymore. But on the villain leaderboard, a few ahead of him. Didn't even make the top 3, still want to surpass the first? Boom. When the forum was lively, the Huanha kingdom, in a city, the temple was completely destroyed. After winning the Huanha capital, the Sia kingdom adopted the same strategy as the New Moon kingdom. A large number of people were dispatched to destroy the temple of the Huanha kingdom overnight. Destroy a few more temples, and there will be flaws in the divine light. Once all are destroyed, the divine light cast will become extremely weak. Combined with the strategy of dividing the land, it is enough to disintegrate the basis of belief in the god behind the Huanha kingdom. With New Moon kingdom's homework ahead, Sia kingdom's copying the homework was much easier. It is easier for Sia kingdom to do these things. Because the strength of Sia kingdom has not been damaged, there are more sanctuaries and more angels. Naturally, these things have nothing to do with Sumo. Sumo is taking stock of his gains. After winning the Huanha kingdom, the protagonists and villains in the capital were all taken care of by Sumo. Several silver villains were going to run. But in the Huanha royal capital at that time, the flying boat could not lift into the air at all, and it was extremely dangerous to fly into the sky. He could only walk from the ground. As a result, the capital was in chaos and there were too many people on the ground. In the end, of the 4 silver villains, only one escaped. The other 3 were caught by Suemo before they could escape. There are also some bronze villains, also caught by Suemo. The silver-level protagonist in the royal capital was also captured. There are also several bronze protagonists. There are not as many protagonists in the original New Moon capital because some protagonists have been killed by the silver villains. Through these protagonists and villains, Suemo smoothly knows the positions of other protagonists and villains. This time, the probability of catching the protagonist will be smaller. Because many protagonists ran away overnight. The villains also ran overnight, especially some who grabbed Goldfinger. The strength of the villain in the early stage does not depend on his own strength, but on identity, status, and power. The protagonist runs easily. If they don't have Goldfinger, it's going to be hard to get out. However, under the threat of Suemo, several bronze-level villains agreed to cooperate. Suemo asked the people from the Holy See of Sia to bring a bronze-level villain on several flying boats. Through their early warning distance along the way, you can always meet some protagonists. Many protagonists do not have flying boats, and even on horseback, it is impossible to run far in one night. On the second day, the harvest was good. Although the protagonist ran all night, but through several bronze-level villains, he really bumped into a few. A total of 5 protagonists were caught, and a few villains were also caught. In the end, after turning over the fertilizer, another critical strike. Sumo's villain value income once again broke 10,000. The probability of high critical strike multiplier is getting higher and higher. 99. Suemo made a discovery. The effect of air transport value is becoming more and more important. Suemo feels that if his luck value is still negative, the probability of finding the protagonist may also become very low. 35,000 villains worth. 35. After this wave, the number of Suemo villains exceeded 35,000. Just over 14,000, you can upgrade to a legendary Goldfinger. After getting all these gains, Suemo left the Huanha Kingdom. Soon, Suemo returned to Sia Kingdom. Reappeared in the temple of the goddess Sia. Soon after Suemo appeared, the goddess Sia came down and projected. For flowers. On the face of the goddess Sia, there was an incomparably bright smile. This smile can be described as an authentic allure. Thank you. The eyes of the goddess Sia are also like a crooked moon. Goddesses are welcome. 39. Suemo said, "This is the divine power promised to you." The goddess Sia handed Suemo a ball of divine power. A big group. Suemo took a look and saw that there were quite a few divine powers in this group. Well over 500 drops. There are already 1,000 drops. Goddess, you have given too much. Suemo said. Hearing Sumo's words, Goddess Sia's eyes brightened. Up to now, she was extremely sure of her guess. Otherwise, how could Suemo, a holy son, need divine power? Otherwise, how could Suemo know the amount of these divine powers so accurately? It must be the reincarnation of a once powerful deity. If it was just the reincarnation of a powerful god, Goddess Sia, as a goddess of Tsundere, would not be able to flatter or something. 0. To curry favor with a reincarnated deity who has not yet grown up. It would be better to curry favor with those celestial giants. As a proud goddess, she would not do such a thing. However, I don't know why, after meeting with Suemo a few times, Suemo gave her a very special feeling. The first time they met, Suemo almost attracted her. As if Sumo's body has a fatal attraction. It made her curious about Suemo and wanted to know Sumo's story. This battle is much smoother than I imagined. The extra 500 drops is an extra reward. Goddess Sia said. Thank you, goddess. Suemo was no more polite. 1,000 drops of divine power, even if you have a kingdom with a population of over 100 million, will take more than half a year to accumulate. With so much divine power, more than 2,000 drops of primary light and dark divine power can be condensed. If more than 2,000 drops of primary light and dark power are further condensed, more than 30 drops of intermediate light and dark power with greater power can also be condensed. The goddess Sia said, "You're welcome. If you still need other things, such as things that enhance the divine body, I can also collect them for you. Vera and I have very good personalities. Sumo gave a and put away his divine power. After the goddess Sia finished speaking, she didn't know what to think and said, after this battle, Inwe and the others may also be moved, and they also want to ask you to take action. There is no problem with them, but if it is Dark Moon, you have to be careful, you'd better not agree. 5. Dark Moon Goddess? Sumo's heart moved and asked. Sia nodded. Well, it's her. She is the most powerful one among us, and I can't tell you too much. In short, you have to be careful of her. Sumo made an O and didn't ask any further. If you keep asking, Goddess Sia probably won't say anything. Goddess, the Holy Moon Goddess is visiting. It was guessed by the Goddess Sia. When Sumo was in the temple and saw the Goddess Sia, the Goddess of the New Moon welcomed another visitor. Dark Moon Goddess. In the palace, Sumo sat there, whispering. As far as Sumo knows, the 7 goddesses of the moon used to be very united and unanimous. At that time, all the other kingdoms around their kingdom were trembling, for fear that they will unite to expand. Although they can't be like Sumo, they can directly take the capital and hit the key points. However, when the 7 goddesses united, one city were pushed across, and the power was also very great. It just takes a very long time and consumes a lot of power. And once the kingdom war has been played for a long time, there may still be uncertain factors. But I don't know when, they will no longer be so harmonious. The reason for this, no one knows. Sumo's understanding of the 7 goddesses of the moon only gradually increased after he came into contact with the goddess of the new moon, and he also does not know the reason for this. But this time, the words of the goddess Sia made Sumo feel. The discord between the 7 goddesses of the moon seems to be caused by the goddess of the dark moon. This discovery. Let Sumo have some guesswork. Will it be her? Sumo thought. His mind went back to 10 years ago. Damn it, succubus, I must kill you. 95. In a huge demon castle, there was a roar of a demon king. This is a 10th order demon king. This demon king occupies an abyss alone. In the upper layers of the abyss, there are a lot of demon kings like this. They do not belong to any demon dynasty. They occupy an abyss by themselves and live happily in it. In the eyes of the devil, these abyss are extremely barren, and they are not interested at all. These demon kings are doing their own tyrants in it, and there is a feeling that the sky is high and the emperor is far away, and the world is free for me. At this time, Sumo was still a big demon of the 9th order. However, he is about to reach the 10th order. So, Sumo is going to use this 10th order demon king to temper himself. Although this demon king's bloodline is not high, the 350 power is there. Boom boom. The two sides fought a war. With the strength of the 9th rank, Sumo challenges the 10th rank. The pressure is extremely huge. A careless may even confess. But his succubus bloodline is not low at this time. It also allowed Sumo to play a super powerful battle. He fought the 10th order demon king for an hour, but still no winner. This 10th order demon king was also furious and roared again and again. Damn it, tilde operator. Finally, Sumo found an opportunity and killed the 10th order demon king in one fell swoop. After killing the 10th order demon king, Sumo let out a long howl. A powerful aura emerged from his body. He also finally rose from the 9th order demon king to the 10th order demon king in one fell swoop, becoming the 10th order demon king. And on this day, it happened to be the 10th year of his transmigration. In 10 years, he became a 10th order demon king. This speed, compared with other demons, is too fast. But actually, Sumo didn't really grow that long. Because Sumo spends more time on upgrading bloodlines. Bloodline is not the same as specific realm and strength. But bloodline is crucial to demons. His succubus bloodline was not high at the beginning, so Sumo spent a lot of time collecting resources to upgrade his bloodline. After the bloodline rises, the subsequent growth will be extremely fast. Sumo is very happy after becoming the 10th order demon king. In the distance, the demons who belonged to the previous demon king were all terrified, and they squatted on the ground one after another, expressing their submission to the new demon king. At this time, in the sky, suddenly, a figure fell. Sumo's response was quick, and with a stretch of his hand, he caught the figure. Humanity. Sumo saw that this figure, in appearance, was actually a human. Not just a human being, but a woman as well. A woman who is too beautiful to describe with any pen and ink. After traveling for so long, Sumo has never seen such a beautiful and perfect woman before or after her travel. Even some elves that exist in the world of gods are far inferior to this woman. At this time, the woman was extremely weak, and it seemed that she was almost in a coma. When she felt the devil's breath on Sumo, she mustered up her last strength and wanted to attack Sumo. How could Sumo give her a chance? Directly blocked all her power. At this time, Sumo has risen to a very high level of succubus blood and trembled. The devil. The change of the succubus lineage let Sumo know that there is an extremely powerful demon god coming. In the woman's eyes, she suddenly panicked. This devil is here to find her. Sumo reacted. Don't move, I can save you. After Sumo flicked a sentence, he quickly threw the woman into a space bag and then put the space bag on his chest, covered with a powerful demon king breath. Then, Sumo felt that a powerful will was quietly sweeping through this abyss. The devil king Bachi is dead. From today onwards, this king is your new master. Do you all hear the name? Sumo pretended to be nonchalant and let out a roar at the demons crawling below. Got it, Demon King. Many demons breathed a sigh of relief. In the upper layers of the abyss, there are some demons of low blood, and they rarely live in groups. They don't care who the new devil is, as long as the devil doesn't kill them, that's fine. What are you still doing, repairing the damaged parts of the castle to this king? After Sumo roared, he flew into the castle. The extremely powerful demon gods will passed quietly, and no abnormality was found. After entering the castle, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after the demon gods were left, Sumo quietly set up a magic circle. Then he opened that space bag. After opening it, Sumo discovered that the woman in the space bag had passed out. The woman was in a coma for a long time. I didn't wake up until the third day. After waking up, seeing Sumo, her beautiful face was full of vigilance. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died a long time ago. Tell me, who are you, and why is the devil looking for you? 5. Sumo said lightly. It is absolutely possible that the will of the devil will come to this woman. To be able to make a demon god miss. This woman is definitely not easy. You must know that even the 10th Order Demon King is like an ant in the eyes of the demon god. Don't care at all. What's more, how could the demon god be accessible to ordinary people? A demon king wants to take the initiative to find the demon god, but if he searches for dozens or hundreds of years, he may not be able to find it. Go to some demon dynasties with demon gods behind them? You can't pass the demon dynasty. What qualifications do you have to meet the demon god? A human actually ran into the abyss and provoked the devil. The identity of this woman makes Sumo curious. The woman lay there silently, without speaking, ignoring Sumo. Sumo didn't ask any more questions when she saw that she didn't give in. But on the side, silently consolidating his strength. He just broke through the Demon King, and he still needs to consolidate. Coincidentally, after killing the Demon King Bachi, all the resources stored in this guy's castle belonged to Sumo. There are a lot of abyss fruits that were very precious to Sumo at that time. And some other resources. Sumo was in the castle, silently consolidating. Women don't talk every day, and they don't seem to be hungry. Just lying there silently in a daze. Sleeping more often, sleeping like a sleeping beauty. Eat or not. I've eliminated the demon energy in it. Another day passed, and Sumo handed her a fruit. The woman did not eat. Sumo tried his new skills while eating devil fruit. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Here we go again. Sumo found that almost every other day, the will of the devil passed by. At this time, he will hide the woman. This also made him more curious about this woman, and actually made the demon god find it reluctantly. The time for a woman to fall asleep gradually decreases every day, and slowly, her attention on Sumo also increases. She seemed to notice that Sumo, the demon king in the abyss, was somewhat different from other demons and other demon kings. There are still 4 days before the passage becomes weak. After 4 days, I can send you out of the abyss. I don't need you to repay anything. It's been a long time since I've seen a human being, so let's take it as our fate. On this day, seeing the woman looking at him, Sumo said lightly. Hearing Sumo's words, the woman's expression changed a bit. She should be puzzled why Sumo let her go. However, she did not speak. Sumo continues to build on his strength. Time passes day by day. The woman's injuries appear to be recovering, and she has been able to sit up. She curled up there, knees bent, looking out the window from time to time, and Sumo from time to time. He looked helpless. In the look, from time to time, there is also confusion. Finally, the 10th day is approaching. At this time, Sumo, who had just become a demon king, could not go back and forth between the abyss and the world of gods too freely. He also didn't find too many passages. He needs to wait for the opportunity to leave the abyss when the passage is the weakest. 10 days passed, and the woman had been sitting on the bed. This makes Sumo more convinced that she is not simple. She didn't eat anything, drink any water, or go to the toilet or anything. 10 days passed, and she didn't have any sweat on her body, and she still looked flawless. It also has a faint scent. If it was an ordinary woman, how could it be possible? This is definitely a very high level of strength, replacing food with energy, and being able to achieve absolute control over his body. The passage is getting weaker. I'll take you out early tomorrow morning. Sumo said to the woman sitting there. The blood moon is dimming. This means that in the world of the gods, night has come. There is no sun in the abyss, but through the change of blood moonlight, it is basically synchronized with the day and night of the world of gods. Sumo's strength is also almost consolidated. He is going to go out for a walk and take her away early tomorrow morning. After walking around in the abyss, Sumo returned to the castle again. However, this time back in the castle, Sumo felt something was wrong. In the castle, it was dark. The darkness of the 5 fingers is not seen. Such darkness is actually nothing to Sumo, who has reached the Demon King level. Even with his eyes closed, he can know everything around him. So, Sumo went into the dark. But this time, things were a little different. Darkness shrouded everything, even Sumo's perception of the surroundings was limited. Immediately after, Sumo felt that behind him, someone appeared. This person's hand was placed on his back, and in the palm of his hand, there was a ray of palpitating power. Sumo reacts. It's that woman. She is a god. 35. Feeling the horror of that ray of power, this thought flashed through Sumo's mind. This woman is a god. It seems that he is still a god of heaven. A god of the heavens actually ran into the abyss. At this time, the woman's palm has a ray of divine power. This should be her last strength. Once she detonated, ordinary demon kings would definitely not survive. Sumo didn't panic because he wasn't an ordinary demon king. In addition to divine power, this woman's divine power is too weak. The injury she suffered was not light, and it was the limit for her to be able to adjust this trace of divine power in a few days. Is that how you treat your savior? Sumo said lightly. The woman did not speak. Sumo turned around. Then he stretched out his hand, grabbed the woman's hand, and placed it on his chest. When attacking from the front, the power of your divine power is more powerful. 35. Sumo said. The woman still didn't speak. Her hand was on Sumo's chest. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. After 10 seconds passed, the woman moved. But she didn't attack. Instead, a delicate body flung itself into Sumo's arms. Cold lips printed on Sumo's lips. This night was extremely long. Also incredibly wonderful. A goddess who became the woman of Sumo, who was still the Demon King. Thinking about it now, Sumo feels that this matter is not so simple. Women aren't just for retribution or something. Because, during that process, Sumo felt that there was a dark power inside the woman. This power polluted her own power. In that process, the woman passes this energy through that way. Little by little, it was transmitted to Sumo's body. This also makes Sumo's strength even further. Above the Demon King is a demigod. But actually, Demon King realm is a big realm. The Demon King and the Sanctuary are all 10th order. However, there is a difference between a Demon Lord and a Demon Lord. In the realm of the Devil or the Sanctuary, the farther you go, the more powerful you will be after you become a god. In the human world, there are some subdivisions. Sanctuary Tier 1, Sanctuary Tier 2, Sanctuary Tier 3. The highest, currently the Sanctuary Tier 3. Because the most powerful sanctuary has only come this far. Such a sanctuary has only appeared once in history. Sanctuary 3rd Order, not a demigod, the combat power displayed is not weaker than a demigod. After this woman transmitted that dark energy to Sumo, Sumo spent a lot of time digesting it. He came directly to the 4th rank of Demon King. This is an unprecedented Demon King in the Abyss. Then, Sumo half became a demigod 2.7, also the strongest demigod. That night was actually more than one night, but day and night. Finally, Sumo fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the woman had disappeared. Since then, Sumo has never seen this woman again. I haven't heard the slightest bit of news from her. Until Sumo became a powerful demon, still don't know who she is. Vaguely. Sumo only remembers that, at certain moments that night, a crooked moon mark appeared on the woman's forehead. 10 years have passed. Sumo didn't go to her on purpose. He chose the goddess of the crescent moon, more for divine energy. At the time, laying out in the Crescent Kingdom was indeed the easiest for Sumo. However, the mark on the woman's forehead made Sumo feel that this woman may be one of the 7 goddesses of the moon. Or maybe not. Moon imprint is not patented. After hearing Goddess Sia mention it today, I think of the name of Goddess Dark Moon and the discord between the 7 goddesses. Sumo vaguely felt that if the woman at the time was one of the 7 goddesses of the moon, it is very likely that it is the goddess of the dark moon. The woman at the time was obviously using the power of the abyss, but she was obviously out of control. The 7 goddesses of the moon, it is very likely that disputes and differences have arisen because of her behavior. After all, it is not a good thing for a celestial god to actually touch the power of the abyss. Dark moon, her strength attribute, should be the dark side itself. Therefore, she will try to contact the power of the abyss. I don't know if it's for shortcuts. Although the 7 goddesses of the moon were unhappy, they all kept the secret. So, no one knows this. If that woman is the dark moon goddess, then this guess should be the closest to reality. Comment this time in the heaven. In the kingdom of the goddess of the new moon, a goddess with a dignified appearance was chatting with the goddess of the new moon. This goddess is the holy moon goddess. The temperament of the holy moon goddess is different from that of new moon and Sia. She is like a kind big sister next door, and her voice is quite gentle. The kingdom of the holy moon goddess is the holy moon kingdom, north of the crescent kingdom. It is also the northernmost country among the 7 goddesses of the moon. Her intention this time was very simple, and she also wanted to borrow Sumo. Goddess Sia guessed right. After she used Sumo to win a kingdom at almost no cost, the other goddesses of the 7 goddesses of the moon were also tempted. Kingdom expansion is a headache for many gods. Unless you have a crushing advantage, once you start a kingdom-level war, it may become a protracted war. That would be very difficult. Some kingdom-level wars have been fought for a few years, and even if a kingdom is finally captured, the loss is huge, and I don't know how long it will take to make up for it. The appearance of Sumo obviously provides a shortcut. Sister Mina, do you want to win the Bauhinia kingdom? In the kingdom of gods, the new moon goddess asked. The holy moon goddess said, well, the Bauhinia kingdom is adjacent to my country, and my country has developed quite well in recent years, but there are too many mountains, and the population is almost too large. The Bauhinia kingdom has many plains, which is just right for me. The goddess of the new moon was somewhat envious. Sister Mina, your country is well governed. The concept of each god is different, and the development of the kingdom is also different. Some gods are high above, and they themselves do not understand the governance of the kingdom, so they seldom take care of the specific affairs of the kingdom. There are also some gods who will pay more attention to these. such as the Holy Moon Goddess. The area of her kingdom is not as large as that of the Crescent Goddess, and there are many mountains and hills in it. 11. This also greatly limits development. However, the Holy Moon Goddess is better at governing the kingdom and will send down oracles from time to time. She occasionally sends blessings on a large scale to make the land more fertile and the climate more favorable. She even came down in person, expending her divine power to divert a large river that was flooding every year, eliminating the flood. Under her rule, the population of her kingdom surpassed that of the Crescent Kingdom. The people in the kingdom are also more religious. However, the topography and area are still very limited. The east of her country is next to the sea, and if you want to expand, you can only go west and north. The Bauhinia kingdom in the west is naturally the first choice. The Holy Moon Goddess said, "Vera, your kingdom is not bad. This time after your kingdom expands, if you manage it properly, the faith you get can be several times higher than it is now." The goddess of the new moon nodded. "Well, Sister Mina, I will often ask you for advice in the future." After chatting here, the Holy Moon Goddess talked about Suemo again. "Vera, the star gods on the nearby stars have been talking about your holy son. I also learned about your holy son's situation from this. You also know that once the kingdom war starts, it will last for a long time, so I want to borrow your holy son." Holy Moon Road. The new moon goddess is not too surprised. "Sister Mina, Emo has gone through several battles recently. I want to ask his opinion first to see if he is willing." The new moon goddess said. "Vera, then I'll wait for your news." The Holy Moon Goddess smiled. The Holy Moon Goddess bid farewell. After the goddess of the new moon sent away the goddess of the Holy Moon, she was ready to contact Suemo. This time, naturally, she also helped Suemo negotiate the terms with the Holy Moon Goddess. In her opinion, this matter, whether it is for Suemo or the Holy Moon Goddess, is beneficial. The Holy Moon Goddess expands the kingdom, and Suemo can also get a lot of non-attribute divine power. However, the goddess of the new moon has not had time to contact Suemo. Another goddess came to visit. This time, it was the Silver Moon Goddess. The Silver Moon Goddess has silver hair. As a moon goddess, her temperament is similar to other moon goddesses. The power of the moon is more cold and soft. It also makes the goddess of the silver moon seem pity to me. "Vera, I heard that Sia used your holy son to take down the Huanha kingdom?" The intention of the Silver Moon Goddess was also obvious. The goddess of the new moon gave a The Silver Moon Goddess came to be interested. "Vera, can I borrow a few days too?" The Silver Moon Goddess mentioned this. Obviously, she also wants to expand the country. The New Moon Goddess is still the same rhetoric. After explaining the general conditions, the Silver Moon Goddess is sent away. Here. The Silver Moon Goddess just left. The Morning Moon Goddess is here again. One of the 7 goddesses of the moon, the goddess of the moon, visited one after another. There is only one purpose. That is to borrow Suemo. Suemo has become a sweet pastry. "Vera, you've been hit by me." After the 4 goddesses visited one after another, the goddess Sia also came. The New Moon Goddess nodded. "Well, Inwe, Shengwe, Chenwe, and the others are here." The goddess Sia asked curiously, "Dark Moon, is there any coming?" The New Moon Goddess shook her head. "Not yet, she is stronger than us. Maybe she doesn't need it." The goddess Sia said, "That's not necessarily the case. Her country is at the southernmost end, and some surrounding countries have united and found a backer. She wants to expand on her own, but it's not that easy." The goddess of the new moon said, "It doesn't matter if she doesn't come. The expansion of her country is too difficult to make Mo too risky." When the goddess of the new moon is thinking about things, she still thinks more about Suemo. Goddess Sia snorted lightly, with dissatisfaction in her tone. "I can't agree to come here. If it wasn't for her insistence, how could we be so stiff?" 35. Goddess Crescent Moon and Goddess Sia finished chatting, and they were ready to contact Suemo. Soon, Suemo got the news. Then, he went to the temple. "Emo, the goddesses Shengwe, Inwe, Chenwe, and Ingwe have all come to me. They all want to borrow you, and I have negotiated with them on the same conditions as Sia's." The New Moon Goddess said. "Goddess, are there 4 goddesses in total?" Suemo asked. New moon goddess. Well, there are 4 goddesses in total. It seemed that the dark moon goddess did not go to her. The expression on Sumo's face didn't change, and he said, "What is the opinion of the goddess?" The new moon goddess said, "You can help the holy moon goddess first. Just as she is about to take the Bauhinia kingdom, the star god Bauhinia consumes a lot this time, and it will be easier for you to deal with it." Sumo was very cheerful and said, "Okay, then it's according to the goddess. Whether the woman from 10 years ago is the goddess of the dark moon can be verified later. Earn this wave of divine power first. In addition, this wave can also sweep the protagonists and villains in the Holy Moon Kingdom. After sweeping across the Holy Moon Kingdom and the Bauhinia Kingdom, although now the protagonist hides more tightly and is less easy to find, but you can always find some. Adding the 2 kingdoms together should make Sumo's villain worth 50,000. Then Sumo can upgrade his crit talent to legendary. After rising to the legendary level, this talent may be able to produce a critical strike on Sumo's own harvest. That would be great. After the new moon goddess got Sumo's reply, she returned to the heaven and contacted the holy moon goddess. Not long after, Sumo met the holy moon goddess in the shrine of the crescent moon goddess. The holy moon goddess was also a little surprised when she met Sumo. Although her brain tonic ability is not as strong as Sia's, she also noticed the special features of Sumo. It was a pleasure meeting this time. Mo, preparations before the war, how to fight, I can let you take full responsibility, and the Holy See will fully cooperate with you. After a simple conversation, the Holy Moon Goddess said, with the examples of the New Moon Kingdom and the Sia Kingdom, the Holy Moon Kingdom obviously doesn't need to talk much. Before I go to the Holy Moon Kingdom, the goddess will not reveal the rumors. I will go to the Holy Moon Kingdom tomorrow. Sumo specifically asked. This is to worry that the protagonist and villain in the Holy Moon Kingdom will run away as soon as the wind blows out. Okay. 35. The Holy Moon Goddess is very cooperative. Then, make a deal. Sumo stretched out his hand. Rao is a graceful Holy Moon Goddess. Seeing Sumo's actions, she couldn't help but feel at a loss. Like the original goddess Sia, she glanced at the goddess of the new moon. Seeing the new moon goddess seemed to be used to it, the holy moon goddess bit her head and stretched out her little hand. My heart beat faster than ever. Huh. Vera, your holy son is a bit special. Gives me an indescribable feeling. After returning to the heaven, the heartbeat of the holy moon goddess has not recovered. The goddess of the new moon didn't know what she thought and asked, "What's the matter, Sister Mina?" "I can't tell." Vera, protect him well. His soul is so pure and so special. There must be a lot of demon gods interested in him. Halfway through speaking, the holy moon goddess looked at the new moon goddess and instructed. Goddess, the angel of the dark moon goddess sent a letter. At this time, in the kingdom of goddess of the new moon, an angel's voice sounded. Darkmoon's letter? Soon, the angel sent the dark moon goddess letter. Vera, I'll go first. The holy moon goddess bid farewell. Seeing the holy moon goddess leave, the new moon goddess sighed. Seeing that the holy moon goddess had left, the new moon goddess opened the letter and read it. Dark moon she. After just looking at a few lines, the pretty face of the new moon goddess was full of surprises. Huh, elf. At the same time, in the wild continent. In the sky, there was a whisper. Haha, I finally met an elves. Grab one and go back to warm the bed. The soft-hued master laughed. Then, in the sky, a huge dragon of 350 swooped down from the clouds. Queen Dragon. On the ground, among the elf army that was attacking a tribe, an elf discovered an abnormality in the sky. Elf Queen Adele looked up and saw the black spot that swooped down. With her eyesight, she can see clearly that this black spot is a giant dragon. Dragons, adults have the strength of the 6th order or above. The size of this giant dragon is not small, and its strength is probably not weak. No, more than one dragon. Because more dragons in the sky also swooped down. The size of these dragons is not as big as the front one. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing these giant dragons swooping down, a large number of elves bent bows and arrows. The archery of the elves is very powerful. However, the defensive power of the dragon scales at the forefront was too high, and their arrows could not penetrate the dragon scales at all. Can't even break the defense. A large number of fairy dragons also rushed up and launched magic on this giant dragon. However, the growth time of these fairy dragons is still short, and the magic resistance of the dragon scales itself is also very high. They're magic. There is no way to take this dragon. Haha, despair. My dragon is not only immune to physics, but also immune to magic. I am the master of powerful dragons. Elves, surrender. On the dragon's body, an arrogant voice sounded. This guy is also a protagonist. His system is a system for raising dragons. With his own system, this guy successfully raised a 7th-order giant dragon in more than a month. Also raised a few dragons. Seeing that the giant dragon has reached the 7th rank and its strength has become stronger, this guy is ready to go out to find the villain to hunt and kill. Anyway, the dragon can fly, fast and agile. If the situation is not right, he can still run away. Not long after this guy came out of the mountain, the villain didn't find it, but he met the elves. Seeing that the elves are so beautiful, this guy has his mind. Queen, be careful. Seeing that the giant dragon was so powerful, the surrounding elves all gathered around. The elf Queen Adele's face remained unchanged. She took out a bow and bent the bow and arrow in one go. Then, hearing a whoosh sound, an arrow with magical fluctuations shot out. In the next second, the dragon was shot through by her arrow. Ow! The dragon screamed in pain. F***CK. The protagonist of Raising Dragon turned pale with fright. This F***CK just came out of the mountain, and he turned off before he was handsome for 3 seconds.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.